importante es que pero
Sí, se oye.
Good morning, everyone. So it's time to start with our international workshop. So some of you already know me for the communications we have been exchanging this year for the preparation of this workshop, while for others it's the first time interacting with me. So very briefly, I'm Catalina Hernandez Moreno. I'm a geologist and senior project manager at the Iberian Sustainable Mining Cluster, ISMC, a partner of the European CSINC project. ISMC is a non-profit organization active since 2018 and currently is bringing together more than 18 entities spanning the entire mining value chain and covering a wide range of critical raw materials. Our mission is to collaborate with our members and partners to strengthen the mining industry and promote a sustainable European supply of raw materials while driving growth, competitiveness, and innovation in the sector. So on behalf of the International Center of Advanced Materials and Raw Materials of Castilla y León, ICAMSIL, as the technical coordinator of the CSINC project and the Iberian Sustainable Mining Cluster as host of this event, it's my pleasure to warmly welcome to this international workshop focused on natural-based solutions for carbon dioxide removal. This workshop is structured into 4 focus sessions. The first one is the nature-based solutions for carbon dioxide removal. Second one, it's all about the benefits, potential risks, and synergies of natural-based solutions. The third one, it's carbon markets and regulation for natural-based solutions. And the last one is monitoring carbon farming. Throughout the day, we will hear from distinguished keynote speakers from the European Commission, alongside leading experts from research institutions, academia, and private enterprises at the forefront of the carbon capture field. Indeed, we are honored to present a robust program with 19 speakers and 4 dynamic panel discussions. These panel discussions has been designed for foster active participation from both on-site and online attendees, because we are very glad to count on almost 100 attendees online. We encourage then all of you to ask questions and engage in the dialogue. This is then a highly interactive event aiming to connect and engage the most relevant stakeholders in the natural-based solutions for carbon dioxide ecosystem. This includes then end users, technology providers, public and private investors, as well as policymakers, standardization bodies, professional networks, European funded projects, and related initiatives. Today's workshop is the third in the CSINC workshop series, and it will feature in-depth discussions on topics such as afforestation, artificial soils, microbial carbon fixation, and more. Together, we will explore the benefits, risks, and synergies for the solutions, the latest European regulatory frameworks, and the best practices for monitoring, reporting, and verification. All of this is aligned with the mission of the CSINC project, that in the end is looking for supporting the development of a standardized and transparent European CDR market through robust accounting methodologies, MBR pre-standards, and informed policy strategies. So once again, welcome everyone, and thank you for being part of what promises to be a fruitful journey. So without more delays, please let me pass the floor to Vanessa Nava. She is the coordinator of our project, CSINC. So please, Vanessa, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Catalina. So, good morning, everyone. I'm Vanessa Nava, the technical coordinator of the CSINC project. It's a pleasure for me to be here today. First of all, I would like to thank the Iberian Sustainable Mining Cluster for being the host in this important event for all the carbon dioxide removal community. Also, to the CSINC partners involved and the stakeholders around the CDR's technologies who are attending today. including the CDR experts from the EU, the experts as speakers, the general public, and for sure, people who are joining us online today. Thank you very much to all, and I hope that this workshop will be fruitful and useful for everyone. And I can just give you a warm welcome to our third technical workshop of the CECINT project, which is focused on the nature-based solution as a CDR technology. Through this first presentation, I would like to provide you with some general information about the CECINT project. We will define the objective, expected outcomes, and how the CECINT project is structured in terms of work packages. Additionally, we will describe the consortium and the partners' overall involvement. We will release some results, technical and not technical results. And finally, we will describe how the nature-based solutions are studied within the CECINT project. Okay, let's see. As a general information, the CECINT project is a 4-year European funding project whose full name refers to action required to secure the large-scale deployment of the leading CDRs approaches to meet the EU climate target. The project is under the cluster 5 in 2 stages. And the project started on 1st June 2023 and will end on 1st May 2027. Okay, the project aims to build a standardized and transparent European CDR market with trustworthy accounting methodologies based on the robust monitoring, reporting, and verification pre-standard and policies strategy. Also, comprehensive scientific assessment will be made of various CDRs approaches in terms of, firstly, the potential uptake of CO2, and secondly, their safety and other impact. 7 different technologies are studied within the CECINT project, and they are micrological CO2 fixation, afforestation, biochar with carbon capture and storage, bioenergy with carbon capture and storage, artificial soil, and enhanced weathering. All these technologies are evaluated in terms of the potential of carbon offsetting, permanence, environmental and social impact, and large-scale potential, among others. Well, to reach the general objective, the CECINT partners established 6 specific objectives, and they are defined gaps in current technical knowledge and barriers to wider acceptance of individual CDRs approaches, contribute to effective CDRs accounting system and their standardization, develop technically, environmental, and socially robust and efficient regulatory framework to support the CDR uptake at scale, evaluate environmental, social, and governance criteria related to individual CDR technology, and finally, perform a total economic assessment of 7 technologies, and promote the CDR's technology by engaging key stakeholders. CECINT will carry out and obtain 7 CDR's technology with a TRL8 with their corresponding methodology and standardization. Also 7 CDR's parametrization with their limitation, the cost estimation, the social and environmental impact, and the study of the Rappler effect will be done. We will develop the methodologies for the CDR's monitoring and verification, firstly at the lab scale and the field testing. We will also use the industrial data provided by For example, the operation of a mining company, biochar producers company, and techno-economic engineering, in order to compare the different CDRs options. And finally, we will promote the R&B pre-standards and create a new virtual cluster. Okay, the CECINT project is divided into 6 different work packages. The first one is related to the project coordination, the ethic, and data management, which hands-on risk, ethic monitoring, data management, the technical and financial reporting. While the work package 2 is focused on the CDR solution, comprehensive analysis and characterization. Work package 3 develops a methodology for monitoring, reporting, and verification of CO2 removal, into which we will produce a pre-standard for each technologies. And work package 4 address the legal framework, regulatory barriers, and the policy recommendation. And work package 5 assess the social, environmental, and total economic assessment. Finally, the work package 6 manage the dissemination, exploitation, and communication of the results. Okay, regarding the consortium, the CECINT has an interdisciplinary consortium, which, as you can see, is formed by technological, legal, social, environmental, techno-economic, and CO2 footprint accounting partners, also for dissemination, communication, and exploitation of the result. In summary, we are 24 organizations from 11 different European countries, which 15 are industry, 2 are industry driving cluster or foundation, 3 are research centers, and 4 are universities. Here, through this table, you can see that the ICAMSIL Foundation is the project coordinator and is the leader of our package 1, while the University of Edinburgh is the leader of our package 2 and work package 4. Min lead the work package 3, Stockholm Environment Institute is the leader of work package 5, and finally, the work package 6 is led by climate strategies. Okay, this slide is just for people who has not know us yet. ICAMSIL is a non-profit research foundation created by the main industries of Castilla y León region in Spain. We are the CECINT project coordinator, and we manage more than 17 ongoing European projects, and we act as catalyst of innovation and procurement. Okay, this is the CECINT Gantt chart or planning, into which the timer, deliverables, and milestones can be seen. The red line indicates that we are in the middle of the life of our project. The work package 2 finished, and that means that all this technical and not technical information is fed to the rest of the work packages, above all work package 3 and work package 5. Work package 3, 4, and 5 are very active. We are working very hard now to produce the methodologies for the monitoring, reporting, and verification system, and also to produce the policies recommendation and social, environmental, and techno-economic assessment. Just to let you know that the work package 1 and work package 6 are transversal work packages which give support and promote the succinct results. And talking about results, I'm glad to announce that the 22 deliverables has been submitted as far, which 17 are public and will be available in our website. Also 9 milestones has been reached. And our expert of the project has been involved in the more than 30 conference, seminars, and exhibition participation, 6 posters, and 2 scientific papers has been published. We have organized 3 workshops focused on the different CDRs technology. The first one was focused on the biochar in June 2024 in Porto, in Portugal. And the second one was related to the enhanced weathering in November 2024 in the Brook in Brussels, Belgium, sorry. And the third one, today's workshop are related to the nature-based solution. Okay. Regarding the social media, we are very active on the website, LinkedIn, and Twitter, now X. The CO2 removal Helix platform has been successful launched, and we have engaged 156 members through this platform, plus the stakeholder for other ways. 2 newsletters and 3 learning resorts has been turned out. And they are examples. They are examples of the learning results in fact sheet format, in which we have focused on the microbiological bags and enhanced weathering technology. Our expert has been involved and lead the discussion in the 10 research seminars. The presentation and materials are also available on our website. And how the nature-based solutions are studied within the succinct project. Well, in the worker package 2 specifically, the nature-based solutions are studied throughout all the worker packages in the project. Specifically in worker package 2, 6 reports has been delivered, in which the 3 technologies, I mean the biological CO2 fixation, afforestation, and artificial soil, has been duly characterized. We have produced 1 deliverable per technology. Also, 2 deliverables has been related to the CDR's comparable framework, in which you can compare different CDR's technology. This methodology was designed by the University of Edinburgh, and finally, a deliverable regarding the synergies. All this information will be available on our website, and you can take a look for sure. More things. We have six pilot has been set up and developed within the work package 3, in which the idea is develop the methodologies for monitoring, reporting, and verification of CO2 removal. Some of these pilots has been selected to be studied in the work package 5 to assess the social, environmental, and total economic assessment. And for sure, all our 3 technologies and the rest of the technologies are for sure studied by a different perspective in the legal framework and regulatory barriers to deliver the policy's recommendation to the EU. So this is all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Vanessa, for the briefing about the CESIN project. So now it's time to open the first thematic session of this international workshop. It is focused on the natural-based solutions for carbon dioxide removal, and it's our honor to having today Dr. Calogero Schilacci. He is a researcher at the European Commission Joint Research Center, Unit D1, Forest and Bioeconomy, focusing on land and soil degradation. He is particularly working on the Mediterranean area, and he has been also part of the European Soil Observatory since 2021. And his recent work includes soil conductivity, digital mapping, and energy crops. So please, Dr. Calogero, the floor is yours. So he's online.
Just want to share my presentation. Okay. Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen? Can you hear me?
Not yet.
Something is happening with the
Yes, we can hear you and see your screen.
Now we can.
Okay. Okay. So, good morning again, and thanks for having me. So today's presentation is about the activity we are carrying out at the European Soil Observatory, and some part of my personal, let's say, research. So the research I developed inside the European Soil Observatory about land degradation. So we start with an overview on the European Soil Observatory, which is a team made by 20 researchers and technical experts at the Joint Research Center based in Ispra. And we are working on several policy support actions to support our policy colleague in Brussels. And I see in the audience also our colleague Mirko Barbero from DG Environment. And we at the Joint Research Center, we are doing evidence synthesis, and we are doing scientific research, developing knowledge, and with the main objective of policy support. Let's start with the first slide. Okay, so the EU Soil Observatory, it's an observatory started in 2020. So it's the 50 years of activity, and it is made by 5 main pillars. As you can see, we have a pillar on EU-wide soil monitoring that we will see later in detail. We have a pillar on research and innovation, as I said before. We have the EU Soil Health Dashboard and the European Soil Data Center, which exists since 2006, and we have the part in which we share our knowledge and with the stakeholders, which is the stakeholder forum that happen generally once a year. This year we have a more longer stakeholder forum. You will see it later. So we start with the research and innovation. We are, as I said before, we are several people working at the JRC, the soil team, and we are working on several aspects of soil degradation. In this transparency, you can see all the aspects, or let's say many of the aspects of land soil degradation, such as soil organic carbon losses, or erosion by water, erosion by wind, soil compaction, biodiversity, pollution, and a wide range of degradation aspects. So we will see some of them, starting from the main how we take track how we monitor soils. So we basically we base our modeling exercise on the Lucas soil module, which is part of the larger Lucas survey of land cover in the EU, which started in 2006. The Lucas soil module is a part of the bigger Lucas soil land cover monitoring, and it started in 2009, and it covered all the European member states, and it started with the 24 countries, and now it is covering 27 countries. And generally, it is around 20,000 locations across Europe, and collect soil at the uppermost layer. So the topsoil layers are collected. At the beginning, it was 0.20 centimeter. Now it is slightly deeper. So we collect in the 2022 soils at 0 to 30 centimeter depth, and this is the backbone, let's say, of all the scientific research that we are carrying out at the JRC. So some indicators, I will not go through all of them, but I will touch upon the one that I use or I contributed more. So organic carbon, very important for the carbon sink project. There were several maps made by colleagues at the JRC, Cristiano Ballabio and Panos Panagos. So why several maps? We started with the map of 2009, and then there was also produced a map with the dataset produced in 2018, and the latest publication is also the assessment of the change among 2009 and 2018. So we have also a large experience with our chief scientist Panos Panagos on soil erosion. He produced several assessments of water erosion and wind erosion in the EU. This indicator is very important for agriculture, but also to assess the soil carbon that move across the land. So it is also another indicator very important for the carbon sink project. Then we have the electrical conductivity and salinity as a aspect of land degradation. In the latest period, we were investigating on it since it rise importance, and it has also a role in land degradation. And with changing climate, we should monitor especially coastal areas and irrigated land because due to water quality, the soil salinity can become a problem. Let's say it is, as you can see in the map, few spots are red, majority is green, which doesn't mean that is totally absent or there is totally no problem, but we should monitor this indicator for the future. We have also extended our interest in studying urban soils, and we have carried out a systematic literature review and quantitative analysis of the soil degradation aspect in urban environment in Europe. So this systematic literature review included more than 600 published papers, and it is a collaborative effort of more than 20 researchers. As you can expect in the urban areas, there might be some problems related with pollutants, and that was let's say it was clear that the most studied degradation aspect in urban soil is pollution, and we also highlighted the fact that in Europe we have different coverage of the cities. So we have several well-studied cities, but there are a lot of cities that are totally understudied. So we should also increase our understanding of urban soil. Another key indicator is the soil compaction. And in the Lucas 2018, which is the before last sampling campaign, first sampling of bulk density has been done in around about 8,000 locations throughout Europe. This was released as a raw data. Then we produce let's say process data taking into account the coarse fragment, which indeed it is a very important parameter when you want to when you want to measure the soil organic carbon. So knowing the bulk density is very important, but you should also consider the fraction of stones and coarse fragment that indeed cannot hold the carbon because it's a stone, or it's something that has to be removed from the final calculation. So, and also our chief scientist Panos Panagos produced a map of soil bulk density in the EU, was released last year. I would not make much focus on the sealing because it's an indicator that is developed by the EEA, the European Environmental Agency, or sorry, it is developed by Copernicus and maintained and more subject of study for the EEA. But sealing it's indeed an issue in the EU. And we have had several studies at the European Soil Observatory about land tenure and the percentage of sealing that increase through time. And we are currently studying the mapping sealing from Earth observation, but also the effect of sealing on land degradation. So it's well known that sealing and land take is a problem, and we will see later in the soil strategy actions that to limit soil sealing is one of the main objectives. We go to talk a bit about diffuse contamination. That's also a subject very in line with the research that the Carbon Sink project would carry out in the next few years. So we have some data set on heavy metals in Europe, but we also collect and we also integrate our soil data with other European European data sets. For instance, a data set on landfill, the data set on mines that we have used for our assessment, because sometimes knowing that in the nearby area there is a mining facility of, I don't know, can be metals or coal or whatever, can help the models we use to predict the heavy metals, and therefore this information must be integrated and must be included in modeling exercises. Again, on contamination, we have also recently made some mapping exercise and scenario of distribution of sewage sludge in the EU based on the Lucas heavy metal contents, and considering the national and the European threshold level. Who is dealing with sewage sludge directive knows very well that it is a directive made in 1986, the year I was born, so it's pretty old. So we are now having a new bunch of new data sets that can help redefine some thresholds, and we also have the potential to map the continental Europe at a reasonable high spatial scale. So we also studied, a colleague of us, Professor Felipe Junta, studied the relationship between soil pollution and cancer, and you can find all this information through the JRC portal. You can download the technical reports as well as the publication listed here. So we now pass to the monitoring soil health and policies. So from scientific knowledge, scientific research, we go to our policy support engagement. So the JRC, as I said, mainly support policy DGs in their evidence-based policies, and the latest development see soil very high in the policy agenda and interconnected with several other policies. As you can see here, the Zero Pollution Action Plan, Circular Economy Action, Biodiversity Strategy, Fit for 55, climate adaptation with carbon removal, carbon and CO2, let's say, mitigation strategies, farm to fork. All these actions include soil. Of course, it needs to be better integrated, and having a project like Carbon Sink can help developing some primary research. But the nice thing is that the policy framework has developed, so the project can also deliver something useful for the policy development and the policy needs. So in this transparency, you can see the policy framework that we are most dealing with. So the policy framework of the soil protection in Europe is as at the heart the soil health. Soil health, and in this case you can see three parts of the cake, three pillars. So we have a policy pillar, which is the EU soil strategy from the European Commission, and the soil monitoring law, which is the soil regulatory framework. You have a mission soil deal for Europe, which is the mission soil is the founding the mechanism. Is the founding mechanism of research, but also of several additional actions to put soil in policies and to make soil protected as it is air and water. And then we have our creator, the EU Soil Observatory. And the Soil Observatory, as you can see, is a large part in the cake because it produces knowledge through the Lucas. It helps the policy DG with policy support, and it is also meant to help member states with soil monitoring, providing new data, and also holding the legacy repository through the SDAC. As I said before, so the policy part is mainly built by the soil strategy and the soil monitoring law, which has as a main aim to achieve soil health in 2050. To cope with the climate crisis and all related worsening condition of the environment. Of course, the soil monitoring law has co-benefits or co-objectives, which is to reduce land take and also to reduce soil pollution with the zero pollution action. So to this end, the JRC to monitor the improvement, to take track of the completed action. Our colleagues here, and Niels Brotarts, my colleague, was the lead author of this tool, which is the Soil Strategy Action Tracker, which at the moment it is used to track the actions done on the to achieve healthy soil, and it is considering all the actions like the soil monitoring law, for instance, or monitoring the status and the link of action to the policies. At the moment, among 90 actions, 70% are completed and 27 of it are in progress. To make you a concrete example, the soil monitoring law was one of the action, and at the moment the soil monitoring law is in a I would say a final stage, because it passed the trialogue with the European Commission, Parliament, and it is on track. Let's say is one of the action marked as complete, whereas there are other actions in progress, like soil mission is not ended, so the mission soil has not ended. There are a round of projects that started recently, but this is also open calls. So for researchers involved in carbon sink and stakeholders, they might have a look at the mission soil project calls for projects. This is, as you can see, all linked, because soil monitoring law is based on obtaining healthy soil. But how can we obtain healthy soil? By monitoring their status. And I made a list of several aspects of soil degradation that are included in the soil monitoring law. That includes acidification, salinization, loss of carbon, nutrient balance, pollution, compaction, soil erosion, and biological activity of soil, including basal respiration and fungi and other organisms, monitoring through metabar coding. So as you can see, you can connect easily the dots. And now we come to the end of this part by explaining you that the process to obtain the soil monitoring law was started in 2021 with the proposal of a directive, and we are now having a lot of changes. As you can see, expected soil monitoring law changes with commission proposal. Commission proposal was the first draft, and now we are in a very advanced moment in which several things have been changed according to member states also needs. And as you can see, the path is long. We define the objective of having healthy soil, but the path is long because we will define with member states all the indicators, and then some monitoring and assessment strategies and approach will be developed. As you can see, the path is long, and we will arrive on the reporting phase at the very end. As I said, this part ended now, and we will talk briefly on EU wild soil monitoring, although I already said something about Lucas before. Lucas is something very important for us. Now we are rolling out the 2022 soil analysis. So there is a large facility lab that got the call for tender, so got the all the soils, and will analyze them according with the specification, the standards, and this is the strength of Lucas. So Lucas is taken at standard depths with very controlled protocol that register coordinates, land cover, and then of course all the soil are analyzed in the same lab. At the moment we have the Lucas Soil 2018 report published, and out of it several publications, as you can see before. As you have seen before, several publications were made available for the scientific stakeholder, but also for the policy DGs. Another part of the monitoring is made by the European Soil Data Center, which is a very highly visited website of the JRC, because it includes not only maps derived by Lucas, but also legacy soil maps, WRB soil type maps did in the early 2000s, and also some other maps scanned at a local scale that you might find also in member states, but in the European Soil Data Center you will find a lot of soil data, both point data, so raw data, and also maps. So it can be a one-stop, or it has seen sometimes where as a one-stop shop for soil data in the EU for researcher, but also for other type of stakeholders. ESDAC is developing, of course. Now we are, we can call ESDAC 2.0, whereas is developing through in time, and they will add new functions, and data sets are constantly added to the ESDAC, thanks to Panos Panagos, which is managing very well this very important pillar of the EU Soil Observatory. In a nutshell, what you see in this slide is what we did as I saw European Soil Observatory in 2024. So that's it's not dry numbers. It's a lot of work, a lot of passion from people that works here, and also a lot of trust from the policy DG colleagues in the DG Environment, DG Agriculture, DG Clima. And as you can see, we published 10 technical reports, 3 science for policy reports, 15 new data sets, 19 indicators were included into the soil degradation dashboard. And you can read, so I mean, 47 papers. It's quite, I mean, a lot of research for the number of people that works in here. So stakeholder forum, as I said before, is one of the pillars, and it is an event that allows us to reach out not only researcher, but also people from the private sector, people from member states, government, and the EU Stakeholder Forum until 2024 was held 100% online. Now you will see the news for this year, and part of the stakeholder forum are the working groups, which you can take part of it by contacting the working group leaders, and they are quite all working groups are active. They produce a report, and as you can see, soil pollution monitoring, data sharing, erosion, biodiversity, and soil carbon MRV, which is very relevant for carbon sink. You can get in touch with the working group leaders and of course collaborate. News for this year: one day of the stakeholder forum will be live in the Eurosoil, which will be in Spain in September. So that's the very good news for us. So after 5 years, 4 years of stakeholder forum online, there will be the chance to have it in person with within the major European soil event, which is the Eurosoil, which happens every 4 years time. But there is also planned beginning of June soil health and competitiveness day online, and you can trace back through the website and you can register. And also there will be a day in October on soil awareness and soil monitoring. Okay, so I don't know whether I'm in time. I have the last 3 slides that summarize my activity. So I hear someone. I don't know if you want to tell me something. By the way, I have last 3 slides. I will be very quick.
Oh, yeah, please.
Okay, 3 slides on land degradation. So in 2018, the European Court of Auditor published a special report, an audit on the European Commission and other institutions about the land degradation status of the EU. So to respond to this special report, we have been very busy in the last few years at the JRC with several people involved, and this work has been, let's say, very intense in the last few years, but includes the work of several people. In this work, so the European Commission is basically want to map land degradation and find the exact place where the land degradation happened to be ready for, let's say, to produce a tool that can help policymakers to follow, to spot the hotspot of degradation and therefore take an action to mitigate land degradation. So the framework we have using for land degradation assessment is the UNCCD, the United Nations to Combat Desertification Indicator 15.3.1, which is a Sustainable Development Goal indicator, part of the Sustainable Development Goal 15, Life on Land. And this indicator is made by three sub-indicators, which is land productivity trends, land cover change, and it was originally soil organic carbon changes. In our new proposal for a methodology, we have improved the spatial resolution of some dataset, in particular the Corinne land cover that provides land cover at a higher resolution compared with the global dataset that were made available by the UNCCD, and we have improved very much the resolution of the soil part, proposing the European Soil Dashboard as a single indicator of soil degradation instead of the old soil organic carbon stock changes. Several of these work are in press or submitted, and some of them are published. So we base this on a first assessment of land degradation using the default indicators that was published in 2022, that end up with rather different numbers, different share of degradation than it is claimed by other assessment. So since it was too few the degradation that can be captured by this methodology, we wanted to improve the dataset, and that's what we did with the land cover changes. As you can see, this is the resulting map. You see some few spots because land degradation account for very few share of land degradation. Land productivity can be considered medium, let's say, medium contributor of land degradation, because with true land productivity, we can see the changes due to drought, due to natural disasters, and this is pretty much well documented in some areas in which there were some flooding and other particularly heavy events. And then we have the, let's say, the most consolidated part, which is based on the knowledge of the Eurosoil Observatory, which is the soil degradation dashboard made by 19 indicators, including erosion, including carbon, nutrients, salinity, and all the indicators I showed you before. So we ended up with this promising assessment that it is under evaluation at the moment. And with that, I thank you very much for the patient to listen me as a guest in your very interesting project meeting. Thank you very much again, and I'm happy to stay until the panel and answer to your question.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Calogero, for your insightful intervention. Indeed, you have been presenting all the work that has been done, and it's still ongoing in the European Observatory, Soil Observatory, and the big effort to set a framework to protect the soil health in Europe. So thank you very much. So now the floor is for Dr. Raúl Savima. He is the head of research at CICIR, focusing on sustainability and security in ecosystems and communities. In the CICIR project, he leads the SWOT and pestle analysis and develops integrated assessment methodologies. His work includes research and pilot testing in Estonia afforestation. So please, Raúl.
Thank you. My presentation will briefly describe the afforestation as a nature-based solution for carbon dioxide removal, and I will also touch the pilots related to the CICIR projects regarding afforestation. And afforestation is one of the 7 technologies in this CICIR project, and while we consider that it's equal to other technologies for carbon dioxide removal, we still also understand that somehow it can be considered as comparing technology, because this has been actually in place for a very long time, even not being as a technology for carbon dioxide removal, but it just existed. So perhaps we can compare other more novel technologies with this and see whether it's what are the results. The afforestation activities in the CICIR projects are led by Spanish organization Global Factor, and from the CICERE we participate from Estonian side. The afforestation life cycle as a whole consists of different steps, and if we consider where the carbon is stored, captured and stored, then actually the life cycle starts with site preparation. Afforestation means that we try to put the forest to the places where it hasn't been before for a long time, so it includes site preparation. Site preparation needs work that actually consumes fuel and produces carbon dioxide emission. So we start with kind of negative basis. Then planting, of course, needs also preparations, growing of seedlings. But the main benefit, of course, comes then with the main stage of the afforestation, tree growth, and this is where the carbon is initially captured and then stored. And length of how long it can be still stored depends what we do with the trees afterwards, whether we can use it for long-term carbon storage, buildings, furniture, or it maybe goes to the heating, which again brings it back to the cycle. But in general, using afforestation, we can say that the lifespan is quite long. From site preparation to full growth, it depends on the tree species. We normally speak about 60, 70 years up to 100 years of capturing the carbon. And after that, it may be several hundred years, again depend on the tree species, for storing it, continuing storing where the tree is already full grown, but it keeps storing. And of course, the benefits of afforestation very much depend also the methods and process of forestry. We can use the afforestation area for long-term and permanent storage, but we can also, using traditional forestry, cut the trees in 60, 70 years. For example, for spruce, after 70 years, we say it's mature, no need to keep it longer. We cut it off. Then we need, of course, reforest the area. But so in the way we can say that this is a long-term storage, perhaps up to 100 years and plus, but we can also balance it in the way that if we need faster carbon dioxide removal, we can increase the area of forest using afforestation, reforestation. And if we see that the old forests will not capture so much carbon, but it's mainly store, it's maybe potentially possible for the new cycle of forestry. Afforestation cost balance is usually calculated per tree, and the trees per tree, the costs related to the site preparation, planting, maintenance during the forest growth, and in the CSync project methodology, it was used according to the tree, but we also find out that in the real forestry, it's better to use per hectare, per land hectare, because if you plant the trees for a forestry, you need to plant approximately 2,000 trees per hectare, but actually approximately 600, 700 of them actually have a full growth later. So the balance is better to calculate according to the per hectare. And the same is also for the mass balance. We calculate this according to the tree. The amount of accumulated carbon dioxide per tree depends on the volume of the timber of the tree without the roots, without the leaves and everything. Then depends on the density. This depends on the tree species, depends also on the biomass expansion factor, which means what is the whole coverage of the tree actually together with the leaves and everything. And then also depends what is the ratio of above ground biomass to roots. But it depends on the tree species. Of course, the main balance will given by the timber itself, not so much by the other parts. So for carbon storage, the dense population of the trees, of course, gives better benefit, but depends on the tree species. Too dense will not produce enough results. Then afforestation, we must keep in mind, gives also other potential benefits. It's biodiversity. Together with afforestation, we actually reach additional biodiversity. We can protect rare species. Then afforestation supports reducing climate effects on micro scale, of course, but still it is beneficial, for example, around the cities. Then forest can be used for environmental education, and of course the forests are resource for building furniture and renewable energy. We have 7 pilot sites in CESINC projects. 1 is from Spain and 6 from Estonia. And the first pilot site is a former Maardu phosphorite quarry, when in second half of the last century was produced above ground, also below the ground phosphorite mining and quarry. And this is afforested with large trees, and the aim is to analyze the results of afforestation up to 40 years after the planting trees in the former quarry area. So this is the typical afforestation area as we analyze and consider here in the CESINC project. The second field trial site is a former surface mine for oil shale in Estonia, and this is afforested with spruces and pines. And you can see that it was initially also afforested on the hills and also in valleys, but later when the mining ended, the valleys were actually flooded with water, and some of the afforestation was not so successful as we can say it's a beneficial, but some of this is still there, and we can measure and analyze how the results are for the carbon storage. The third trial site is in Harjumaa, which is a former industrial area and was mainly populated by sand, partially afforested, and partially there is a natural growth of the different trees. So we can compare it with afforestation nearby on the quarry area. And we have also 3 comparison areas from the similar regions, because the 3 of those were from different areas in Estonia, and we also picked up the similar regions with natural sites, whether there is a economical forestry former areas or natural areas, just to compare what is the potential afforestation benefits comparing with the natural development of the forests. And the 7th site is from Spain. It's in the Grandes de Salime, and this was the old forest with large biodiversity, but it suffered a fire in 2017, was then reforested, and the aim is to analyze what is the forest growth and CDR in the burned areas, how this affects differently from the traditional sites. And the measurement and calculation parameters are coming from the process diagram that I was explaining before. So we use existing documentation, historical observation data, measuring instruments, remote sensing measurements on the site, and we use, for the sampling, we use different research results. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Raul, for the insights about the pilot project regarding afforestation in the CSINC project. So now we will continue with a shared intervention between two partners of the CSINC project, so Edafotec and the University of Oviedo. So it's my pleasure to invite to Rubén Leboreiro. He is a founded partner of the Edafotec. He has more than 35 years of experience in environmental project management. After him, we will continue with Professor José Luis Gallego from the University of Oviedo. He is the head of the University of Natural Resources of that university, and he comes with an extensive experience in soil pollution and environmental geochemistry. So please, Raul, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much indeed for being here today. My name is Rubén Leboreiro. I'm talking from Afforestation on behalf of my colleagues Veronica Asensio and Ketchen Saglen. I would like to do a short introduction about what is artificial soils, how it works, dealing with CDR as a CDR technology. There is 4 parts. It's divided in 4 parts. The first one is about what is artificial made soil, how it is elaborated, and there are some implementation cases here today. At the end, how it's worked as a CDR technology. What is tailor-made artificial soil? Well, it's coming from a definition from FAO. They are now in the 22 world. I'm sorry. It's defined by with more than 20% artifacts of in the upper 100 centimeters of the soil. The big difference is that artificial soil is made by the men, tailor-made, and with different purposes. But the final result is more or less the same graphically and as a visual, like the natural soil. The technosoil technology is coming from the Terra Preta in Brazil. Here is a real photograph today of what's the situation of artificial soils in the Amazon basin. It's made with biochar, organic waste, and pieces of ceramic. Of course, it's done with no scientific purpose, with no technology. It's just case by case situation with different results. But as you can see in the right photograph, the difference between one and another soil is different completely. The content of organic matter is much more on artificial soil than the other one. It's one of the let's say today the Amazon soil is more rich than other soils compared to the nearby areas. Well, artificial soils have five main positive things. First of all, increase soil fertility, and different aspects also. Soil water drainage and retention, increase or decrease pH, and finally the thing we are here, immobilize, increase carbon sequestration. How is elaborated? First of all, we need to do a roadmap with the information we have. There is 5 steps in order to arrive to artificial soil elaboration. First of all, we need to select the organic and inorganic wastes we're going to use in function of what are we looking for, okay? In some cases, we also use biochar or microorganisms. It's important, the availability, of course, because we are talking about, let's say, cheap material but very expensive to move. And also the availabilities, let's say, is close or not close to the place we are going to work. After that, there is a characterization of the materials or wastes, all the aspects, all the factors what we're interested in. This is the 4 or 5 more important. And after that characterization, we arrive to the materials we really need for the project. I would like to say that it's are specifically based on for every case. It's not a standard. It's not a commodity. It's specific for every different project. After the mix, or the mix has to be stabilized, and during a period of time. This is a photograph of a mine in Peru, and we produced the technosoil on site because it was a very isolated area of in the Sierra of the north of Peru, close to Cajamarca. And after the period of mixture, we wait for a biostabilization. And around the period of 6 months, the artificial soil is already done. Well, field implementation. Artificial soils could be used for different kind of projects. Of course, here is the most common, different cultivations, and is implemented on the surface, or could be implemented mixed. If if it is a degraded soil, we can mix it with the present soil, and if they are planting trees, we can normally fill the holes with the new plantation, and as you can see later, there is even adequate for high slopes. We do a very interesting benchmark in Peru many years, 5 years ago, talking about the stability of the slopes, but because of mining is more important thing. If you have a large deposit, the stability is very important. It's used mainly in mine, urban, and civil construction, also in agriculture and forestry. The cases I'm having here today are related with mine, because it's the pilot we have in Coruña and Cariño today with the project with carbon sink. This is a project for a tunnel of ADIF. ADIF is the manager of the railway system in Spain. It was near Berín, we are close to here, in 2014. At the top of the left, you can see the control with no technosol, and later they did two different implementations. As most of you know, in Galicia it rains a lot, and the first one was done in October 2014. The result was not very good because it was the winter after and there was a lot of rain. But later on, 2015, they did it after the rain, and the results are completely different. This is another example. This is a polymetallic mine in the south of Spain. It was a project for treating of acid water as well, but also for trying to set up a vegetal recovery in the deposit, but with different type of technosoils, artificial soils. One is the most important thing here was to reduce the content of acids in the soil. This is the third case. Is that I was talking to you before. This is high slope, and you can see how the artificial soil is tied with the rock. For doing this, we use mainly clay or residues of clay in order to fix the artificial soil slope. And you can see, as you can see here, the slope is very high. Well, 4 or 5 slides about what's artificial soil as a CDR technology. Later on, we could talk about it. Artificial soils capture and sequester processing soils. Why? Because it's encouraged vegetations, and encouraging vegetation, the roots exudates, and the result is that more vegetation is growing. How? Because we use residues with a high content of calcium and magnesium silicates. They combine with the CO2 and producing carbonate of calcium and carbonate of magnesium, and in a very resilient way, keeping the carbon in good conditions in the soil for many years. Some references, because there is not a lot of bibliographical reference for this technology today, and you can see the differences are very high between one and another. If we go to the second one, this is the one we use CDR wastes. The amounts are very spectacular, and that was only 18 months. The third one was 3 years, and the amount of capture is low. As another afforestation, for instance, this technology is not for directly carbon dioxide removal. It is also for other uses, yes, decontamination soil, restoring fertility, and then it's just let's say a cherry on the cake. It's not the cake. The cake is for the contamination of growing a good soil, restoring health soil, but at the end also you can capture carbon, CO2. Okay. Thank you very much. I think it's the last slide. Okay, thank you for listening. On behalf of Veronica Asensio and Getzel Saglen, I would like to thank you for being here and listening to me. Thank you very much. I give the floor to José Luis.
Sí. Aquel de allá. Vale. Perfecto. Okay, thank you very much. As Catalina said, I'm here on behalf of our team at the University of Oviedo. We are in charge of the monitoring of the pilot trial that I will show you in the slides. This is a joint work between Dafotec, who was the company designing the artificial soils, also PASEC, who is another partner of the Carbon Seek project, who is the owner of the land where we are developing the pilot trial, and they are in charge of all the logistics and many other things there. And we are cooperating with them, trying to monitor the process of the, let's say, carbon recovery that we are obtaining in the different trials. In our team, we are usually working with polluted soils. In fact, we are experts in soil remediation, especially following the idea of the nature-based solutions. We have done a lot of projects in phytoremediation, bioremediation, that sort of technologies. And we also work with the same, let's say, philosophy that we are using here in the Carbon Sink project, with the idea of transferring the ideas and the results from the lab to the pilot scale sites and then to the real scale systems. So in this case, what we are doing is a pilot trial connected with the artificial soils topic here in Galicia, in northwestern Spain, in a site that some of you will be visiting in the next days, those of you that are connected with the project. The site is an active mine operated by Paxec Minerals. It's a dunite mine. Dunite is an ultramafic rock that it is very useful for refractory products for the steel industry. That's why they are exploiting this area. And in this area, I think you should look at that screen because the colors are much better than here. In that area, what we are doing is we established 6 different plots of 300 square meters with a design that is here explained in this table. Different ideas to incorporate the classical elements of artificial soils that were explained by Ruben previously, the biostabilized organic waste, the bio-waste, also the inorganic part, which in our case is composed of construction and demolition waste. And in some of the experiments, we have also used biochar or even dunite waste coming from the same mine. That it is a very good material, especially for enhanced weathering applications, as you probably know, because in a previous workshop we were developing these topics. We have also 2 control parcels. One of them is only with the original waste of the mine, the area that should be restored or recovered, and the other one is exactly the same, but in that one we also planted, we included some herbaceous plants and shrubs and even trees that are in all of the other plots also to monitor the evolution of the vegetation. That is a special especially a very interesting topic within the artificial soils performance. So this is a chronogram of what we have been doing these last 2 years. There was a first step of preparation of the plots, and then a first sampling to get the let's say the environmental baseline of all of the parcels, and then we were planting the plots once the artificial soils were elaborated and placed there. And then we have been following a sequence of samplings every 3 months, more or less, and we are still pending of 2 more remaining samplings that we will be doing, one of them this summer, and the last one will be done by the beginning of next year. So we will completing around 2 years full experience. That's the idea. Well, here you have again in that screen better an aerial view of the plots. As you can see, there are 4 of them that are fully green by now because the vegetation was growing up very well, and the other 2 are the controls that I previously mentioned. This is the complex monitoring stuff that we are carrying out. We are focused especially in the biogeochemistry of the soil with a lot of different parameters. Of course, I have highlighted the organic carbon fractionation and total organic carbon presence, which is the main one for our purposes. And at the other side of the slide, you can see the microbiological, botanical, let's say, vegetal physiology also that we are controlling. We are controlling, of course, the amount of different vegetals that are growing in each parcel, using similar formula that as those that were mentioned by Raul previously with in the afforestation presentation. And we are also controlling, I don't see, yes, here, the pore water chemistry, and we are also using remote sensing technologies to monitor the, let's say, the global evolution of the site. I will show you some examples of the results. These are some comments about the general edaphic properties that we were observing. Well, the use of the artificial soil at the end tries to recover let's say, more or less neutral pHs and to recover nutrients levels and these sort of things, and that's a summary of that. We were really successful in this case for this sort of parameters because it was a really very poor undegraded soil in which we installed this artificial soil. So more interestingly, in this project, it is the focus on the organic carbon. We are in a very hard fight against our data because it is really complicated to understand the complexity of the soil system, soil plant system. So we are trying to identify the most recalcitrant fractions of the organic carbon that we have added in the bio-waste that was incorporated to the artificial soil, and we are trying to monitor the evolution of these recalcitrant fractions in the evolution of the artificial soils when they are being transformed to natural soils, given that the vegetation litter and many other factors are cooperating in this transformation. So at the present moment, what we are trying to do is to refine our protocols that are also complicated to interpret the results because the different fractions are not having the same behavior in the different parcels. But let me give you just a simple example, a simple message. The production of vegetals is very good, but the ability of the soil to protect the recalcitrant carbon is not so clear in our view. This is the only result that I'm able to give to you today. Maybe next year I will give you something better. It is interesting, the microbiological study also, because we have created a very specific and biodiversal community of microbes in this area. As you can see here, it is grouped all the samples irrespective of the parcel with artificial soils are in the same group, whereas the control plots are evolving to different composition of the microbial communities. This means that the initial pool that we included in the bio-waste is still working there, and it is a good new, also considering the total microbial biomass, which is another potential sink of carbon, of course. And finally, I will show you just once again in the other screen better the potential of the multispectral data that we are obtaining using drone flights. We are now analyzing very simple parameters such as vegetation cover or the typical indexes that are used to estimate the vegetation health. But we are also starting to establish some models using machine learning approaches to get our punctual data that we're obtaining in the different samplings to be extended to the full surface of the different parcels. That's one of the main results that we are hoping to obtain using this system. And of course, the main parameter focused is the organic carbon. Well, I think that's all by now about results. I have just writing here some conclusions that could be joined with the previous talk of Ruben. In fact, artificial soils are not primarily used for CDR. In fact, they are used for mine restoration or for soil restoration in general terms. But this is probably the first time in which they have been fully considered as a CDR technology. So this is very good, but at the same time it's complicated to obtain such good results or a good, let's say, documents and monitoring and verification stuff that happens could be obtained with other technologies that could be more mature than ours. There are very interesting synergies with other technologies, with afforestation, with the use of biochar, even with the enhanced weathering. So we are exploring these possibilities. It is interesting, and we have detected also some gaps, especially in the scientific knowledge about the preservation of carbon, of soil carbon, in natural environments. So in our view, it is not fully developed the scientific knowledge to study the stabilization of carbon in soils. So this is being a problem for us when we are trying to identify the evolution of our own carbon in this project. And finally, we think that the site-specific nature of this sort of projects implies that if we need a different artificial soil for every different site in which we want to apply this sort of technology, this means that we are not going to be able to get universal standards. We will have to adapt all of our work and maybe all of our methodologies for each case in particular. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Professor Gallego and also to Rubén Lemoreiro for this insight about the artificial soils and the application of this natural-based technology to the pilots in our CESINC project. So now I would like to welcome to Darina Styriakova. She is a geological engineer and biotech researcher with more than 18 years experience in soil regeneration, bioremediation, and mineral biotreatment. She is the CEO of EcoLife, another partner in the CESINC project. So please, Darina, so you should point in that direction. Okay, thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Pleasure to be here. Yeah, I would like to tell you more about what these small microorganisms can do in our soils. But I will start first with the kind of general problem in which conditions our soils are today. So you can find that there is estimation like 1/3 of our soil is already degraded and it's becoming worse and worse every year. In Europe, it's estimated like 60 or 70% is in not really good conditions of the health. And what does mean? This means that all the nutrients can be in the soil, but they are not available to the plants if there is not the right enzymatic functions in the soil and if the microbiome is not really functioning well. Then the plant is using like 40% of its capacity, so it cannot take all what it could take, and that means that plants are somehow weak, unhealthy, and this is then compensated by agrochemicals. However, there is increase in agrochemicals like 400% in nitrogen usage or 50% in pesticides, and this is kind of vicious circle because it's degrading our soil more and more, so this is not really sustainable way. And also what we notice is that we have a decrease in nutrient content in our food, and this is exactly because these nutrients are not available to the plants from the minerals which are in the soil. And then you can find the numbers on the internet. There is 200,000 of people dying every year due to agrochemicals residues, or 385 million are getting sick. So this is incredible. So for sure we should do something with this problem, and our population is growing and growing. But as I mentioned, all these nutrients are in the soil, so they can be supplied by the soil. We just need to make it available. And this we can do by symbiosis with healthy microorganisms, which can, by the way, do also microbial carbon fixation. Oh, okay, good. So now we can have a closer detailed look how it looks when the microorganism interact with the mineral. You see that it's somehow kind of slightly eating, or by this acid attack is diluting the mineral surface. And also in this color difference, you see, for example, every grain of silica is covered by iron oxides, and these iron oxides can be diluted, and then a plant can easily take it if it's changing oxidation number. And then, of course, the plant have iron, which is fantastic for photosynthesis and other functions, and people also need iron for, to be healthy. And in this way, microorganisms can make it available to the plants. And now, if we have a deeper look on this universe underground, of course the plants are doing photosynthesis, they can also do CO2 fixation, but if we look under the surface, there you have all these microorganisms. These microorganisms can be on the leaves, can be also in the soil, can be in the root system, and by different ways they can fix and process carbon. But also what we are kind of adding there with our technology, these are different cations, I will explain later. By supplying different cations, they can of course react with the carbon, as we just heard in presentation before, or during enhanced weathering, cations are reacting with CO2. Then if in the soil we have these different enzymes, which I mentioned, enzymes are coming, of course, from the plant's root system. Plant can also create enzymes, but also during symbiosis with microorganisms, there are different enzymes and metabolites created, and they can be created from the CO2. Then also iron, which we are supplying with our technology. This iron can also interact with carbon. And then if we are improving soil structure by activating the soil, by restoring the soil, then soil structure is repaired, and this is then also limiting erosional losses of carbon. And in the end, if the plant is interacting with these microorganisms which are supporting plant growth and this enzyme, then also plant biomass increase, so biological carbon fixation is improved by plants. If we have a deeper look then into microorganisms, they have actually 6 CO2 fixation pathways. You can see them here, but I will not go to deeply scientific details. We can just have a look on few examples of microorganisms. For example, autotrophic bacteria. There are like cyanobacteria, which are still using photosynthesis to fix CO2. Then there are, for example, acidotiobacillus. For example, if they oxidize iron and sulfur in the soil, they are using CO2 while they are using this for their energy. Then there are also methanotropic or methylotropic bacteria. It's kind of indirect mechanisms which actually consume methane, and by this it's reducing its atmospheric levels. Then other examples are also heterotrophic bacteria. These heterotrophic bacteria, they are utilizing CO2 for building their cells by some percentage, but also I mentioned these different enzymes and metabolites, so these bacteria can utilize CO2 and convert it into other molecules, which are then utilized by the plants for their growth, for their health, for their resistance. So it's very beneficial molecules, and this all would happen in the healthy root system with the healthy microflora, but we cannot destroy it by agrochemicals and tillage and all these things, because then this process, of course, is not working. So this is the natural process which would naturally fix CO2, but in this way we can restore it. So I mentioned these bacteria, they are living normally also on the plant, but also underground, and they are producing, for example, different phytohormones. And these phytohormones, you can see what all it can do in the plant, from germination, stress resistance, chlorophyll, leaf development. So it's very effective enzymes which are produced by these microorganisms. And of course, they can be produced when utilizing CO2. Other example is, for example, ethanol, which is also well known, that can be created from the CO2. And this ethanol was proven by Japanese scientists that is actually making plants resistant to the drought, to water stress. So plants can handle better this global warming crisis and so on. And this is just, product of CO2. Also, I mentioned if we are supplying these cations, like for example, silica or calcium, also plant, if it's taking inside, it makes it super resistant to fungal diseases, or also to other stresses and pests, because the cell of the plant is becoming extremely strong and extremely resistant. It's activating own phytohormones in the plant, and this is then the result that you need less of agrochemicals. And now I will come to our technology we are using in the project then for our pilots. It's called eco-bioleaching technology, for which we have also ETV certificate. So we are using minerals like silicates or carbonates, oxides like iron oxide or limonite, some manganese hydroxides, to create all the cations in liquid form. So it's kind of enhanced weathering, but ex situ. Plus there we are multiplicating bacteria, which I mentioned, so different species, and already there we produce different phytohormones, alcohols, organic acids and so on, what all I mentioned, which is so super stimulating for the plants. Currently, we are testing 2 products in the CESING project, but we have new in the development based on cyanobacteria, based on bacillus, some wood microbiome and so on. So there are much more in development in this technology. And it's in liquid form, and if you apply it on the plants, so I will give you some real examples, then for example auxins are really creating the root system. It's boosting, and root system is growing very well, for example, due to auxins. Then if we have a look into the soil, this is example from our largest Slovak fruit producer. Some pathogen species can be eliminated or completely reduced. Then we see that also the soil functions are restored. So there is a better chemoheterotrophy, which means that organic matter is decomposed better, and the aeration, all aerobic processes are starting in the soil. And these are the healthy conditions, because pathogens like anaerobic conditions, but the healthy bacteria, they can be activated by these aerobic processes, and the water retention in the soil is improved. And also, by this technology, you can minimize nitrogen losses because you are preventing these emission forms and these leachable forms. And by this, you can again reduce agrochemicals. And in this case of this largest Slovak fruit producer, they had exactly this problem, that they had all nutrients in the soil, all soil analysis showed over-fertilization. However, in the leaf analysis, there was nothing, so it was not correlating. And by this way, you can actually help and make these all nutrients available. Other example on the wheat, so this is farm Vitanova in northern Slovakia, that was full replacement of nitrogen fertilizer, but also fungicides. And we have a lot of studies from Mendelov University or our National Food Institute, where we proven that we can reduce fertilizer or also replace fungicides, or do it without fungicides. As I mentioned, all these different processes, how plants can handle it alone. This is a study by Samsun University, also comparison on chlorophyll content, and it can be seen that always chlorophyll is the best. Then when higher concentration of this to ecofertile, microfertile is applied, and also then of course biomass, grain yield and so on is even better than with inorganic fertilization. And then if we have a look on the soil, you can see, for example, CO3, right? This is proven of microbial carbon mineralization, and this is increased in the soil. But also nitrogen is very interesting. We are achieving same level of nitrogen than we would have in this inorganic fertilization thing. And then organic carbon, also nice increase, organic matter. So there are changes in the soil if you are adding such microorganisms. And also microbial carbon is increased, dehydrogenase enzyme, but also elements, what I mentioned, iron, that is also binding carbon. And then in general, if you look on soil quality index, it's nicely increased if you are applying such biologicals to soil. Just one example where we also get the feedback. This is Dessau, but a lot of football stadiums like Slovan, Schalke, Leipzig, they are using this technology, and they need less fungicides, the root system is going deeper, but also what they mentioned, after rain, the water is not standing there anymore because soil structure changed, and soil is nicely absorbing the water. Other example, this is Amrun Island, Hofmartinen farm. So yes, root system is improved, so the yield is improved, but what is again very interesting, potatoes are resistant to diseases. This is fungal diseases, common scab. This is trial from Kenya, what we done under inspection of Kefis Institute in 4 different climatic areas. And we increased the yield up to 48%, and you see this difference on the root system. But if we have a look on the soil, again, organic matter nicely increased, total organic carbon nicely increased, but also other benefits like available nitrogen and so on. This is, yeah, that was Nakuru, same in Muranga, also nice increase in carbon, also in Kiringaya. So these are these different locations, and everywhere we see a nice increase in organic carbon and these other benefits. If we apply it, for example, in vineyards, there is also fantastic benefits in yield increase. We have tests also on stolbu resistance, botrytis, so also again resistance to diseases. And if we have a look on the soil, we done a pilot in the frame of CESING project in Croatia. So we already see also data we are measuring in 30 centimeters and 30 to 60 centimeters. What is then happening in the soil? And same we do also near Offenburg on blueberries and red currants. We are also following, okay, what is happening with carbon, but this is just first year measurements, so we need to continue, monitor what is happening. Other example are strawberries. This is, data on the yield from Novi Sad University, up to 60% yield increase, so this is already benefit for the farmer, that he is, having much higher profit, plus a lot of farms are using it for diseases resistance. And just other example, because this will be next pilot, where we are testing strawberries and raspberries. And these raspberries, you can see this was when we started. And this upper picture is not treated area, and picture below is treated area. So we have like double size, so there is really high support in the growth. And then if we have a look again on the carbon, on sods, on seeds, or total carbon, we see usually very positive results, and we are comparing foliar application, application by irrigation, different concentration, so we are trying to discover what impact we can have. And another trial or pilot is running on oat, means on cereals, and also there we see quite very high impact on carbon, which is accumulated. So here are some results which we collected where, as I mentioned, we are comparing irrigated foliars applications in different locations. So we have the biggest extreme in this oat cereals pilot. And we are comparing, so this is 0 to 30 centimeters, then we have 30 to 60 centimeters, so we are also comparing different depths. And then we have calculation, what it means per hectare, how much of tons of CO2 we fixed. We have usually quite positive numbers, and again we are comparing in this first 30 centimeters and then 30 to 60 centimeters. So it looks very, very promising, but this was first year, so definitely we need to continue and monitor it for longer. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Please, for the panel discussions, I would like to call also the other two keynote speakers. So if you can come here with us, that would be perfect. Also, Raúl, please take a seat. Thank you. So we just have at least 10 minutes for the discussion. So hope we can address a couple of questions that we have in the chat. And I would like to start with the question from Mirko Barbero. And he's mentioning that thank you for these interesting presentations, and he wants to know a little bit more about concerning the terra preta. And he mentions that isn't it an anthrosol form or heavily modified due to long-term human activity rather than a technosol made from hard material created by humans? So he wants to know a little bit more about these artificial solids.
Well, I'm agreeing with Mirko. This is an anthrosol. In fact, we use this terra preta in order to introduce technosoils, but I agree with him. It's a different kind of soil.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. You can keep it. And also, he mentioned isn't also the intrinsic quality of anthrosol and technosol in general very different, very much higher for anthrosol. So he raised his hand, so I prefer just you can open the microphone for him, please, Vanessa. So thank you, and I would like that he exchange. Mirko, I think the floor is yours.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very good. Actually, my question is not so much technical, rather at policy level, in the sense that we are now, with the soil monitoring law, caring for the health of soils. But here with artificial soils, actually you have the opportunity to create a high quality, so to define the actual intrinsic characteristics of soil, because storing carbon is one function, one ecosystem service of soil, but then you have all the others, obviously, which is about water cycling as well, and being the basis for biodiversity, and ensuring also human health. So have you considered, my question is, have you considered let's say the intrinsic quality and to aiming at the highest level for when reconstructing and creating new soils? Taking into account that in terra preta there were, for example, no PFAS, while today we have also chemicals that may contaminate soil when you build them. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for your intervention.
So, sorry, I didn't understand really the question, Miko. Sorry.
I think it was more a comment, was more, a contribution.
I think so.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. So I would like to ask to Calogero.
I have the question.
Okay, perfect.
Sorry. So the question for Dr. Calogero. So what could be the main challenge for the integration of the different data sets? You have mentioned that in the European Soil Observatory, what would be the main challenge for the integration of the different data sets to configure the framework for the soil protection in Europe? Dr. Calogero, do you understand my question?
Yeah, I understood your question. It's quite challenging to answer. Indeed, with soil degradation dashboard, we try to provide an answer to that question. Of course, the data set that we provide into the dashboard are sometimes from different time. So the one answer to your question can be we should try to have a consistent time base for all soil properties and degradation aspects, including the contamination and everything I have mentioned before. So the time plays a big role, and then also methodologies. We should working, you as a project, we as a research center, but everyone, I mean, a researcher and stakeholder, to provide evidences for the right models to use and agree on a baseline model to be used for several indicators so that we simplify the framework. I hope it answered to your question.
Yeah,
it is. Thank you.
Fully clarified. So as time is running, so I would like to address the question for Raul and another for Darina. For sure, recording and taking into account the questions in the chat that I will pass to them. And through the next session, they can type or just having an answer through the chat. So Raul, we would like to address the question from Gitanjali. So why in the benefits of afforestation we don't consider the forest role in cooling the land surface energy balance along with carbon sink?
Yes, thank you. We consider a little bit as a benefit of land cooling as one of the climate micro-level climate changes because of the afforestation. Of course, during our seasync pilot measurements, we also measure the temperature, but I think it needs then a little bit more frequent or long-term measurement of temperature, especially on these pilot sites where is the afforested or reforested, comparing with other sites. There has been currently research about the heat islands in towns. For example, with trees, with parks, comparing with the roofs of the parking lots and squares. But I think since we are still in the first half of the measurements for the seasync projects, we consider this, and I hope we can have these results during this year at the end of the vegetation period, some comparison at least, and maybe we can add this to the methodology. Yeah, I think it's a really good question, because in general, yes, it is. There is an influence, but we can even measure it. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
And the final question to close this panel discussion, it's directed to Darina. So based on your experience and also on the data you have been collecting in the pilot, so what would you say are the best ways to combat soil degradation?
No, I would say the best ways are to reconsider agricultural practices, how farms are doing it. Definitely ecological farming is interesting, but perhaps the regenerative farming, I would say, is the best way. So definitely trying to reduce tillage, trying to reduce usage of agrochemicals. I would say that would be definitely the best ways, and to let the soil to restore, to have its own natural processes, its own microbiological world, which can work and fix the carbon in the natural way and make then also plants strong. So this was always working. Before we started to use agrochemicals, everything was working quite well, and carbon was fixed in the soil, so we should perhaps just return back to the roots as it was before.
Thanks a lot. So I would like just to mention that there is like 3 questions more in the chat. Thank you all for your active participation, and they are all mainly related with artificial soils, because I think we have a really promising technique, but also they are more related with the soil quality, how to evaluate, how to take into account soil quality in these artificial soils, because we are talking about something man-made. But also I would like to refer here right now just a short answer about this question, but I consider that this is really relevant. So we mentioned that, are there any studies on whether artificial soil has a positive or negative effect on crop yield? I'm not sure about that.
Yes, there is some articles about it, of course, about agricultural yield. But as I said before, there's not a lot of bibliography about artificial soils regarding cultivation. But there are some in the libraries. But the increase. There was an experience. We were dealing with an experience in Páramo de Masa in Palencia many years ago regarding wheat, and the results were very good, but they were not published, and I cannot say that you can go to somewhere and look in. But as far as you are increasing organic matter, as far as you are increasing carbon retention, and of course you are going to have high yields, not only in vegetation, let's say grass or crops, but also in trees.
Thanks a lot. There's more questions on... Well, I think we can continue these really interesting discussions during the coffee break, and some of the questions that they are in the chat. For example, there is one for Calogero that I would like that you can address, and we can continue with the discussions. I encourage all the participants to contact the coordinator of the Carbon Sink project, who can put you in contact with the experts from the consortium and external ones that they are with us today for further discussions and information concerning their presentations. Thank you all, and see you in a while. Let's say Catalina, when Catalina mentions.
So we are going to make a coffee break, and we will come back with the presentations at 11:30. Okay. So thank you very much.
Mans, en el año 2012, la primera vez que fui yo, tenía la electricidad y el audio por el mismo tal, y el estudio no se podía utilizar.
En fin.
Porque eso pasa muchísimo en muchos sitios. Por ejemplo, tuve que hacer 2 agujeros paralelos, pero diferenciados, uno para la electricidad y otro para el audio, que me decía el de tal, no, pero te pasa por el mismo.
Ya lo subisteis, ¿no? Más o menos. ¿Lo
Sí,
subisteis?
sí, lo subí. ¿Escuchas?
Lo que no entendí es porque tenía...
Claro.
Flipa.
Porque hace la
Claro.
masa.
Vale, ¿tienes una goma?
Y si le ponemos una cinta
O una
alrededor,
goma. Porque igual si le pones una goma...
¿no?
A mí me tiene pasado, ¿eh? Sí.
Ah, José. Oye, José, ¿puedes ir a tomar café? Dijeron que podíamos ir.
Sí, claro, joder.
Sí, ya, sí. Tengo yo una goma del pelo. ¿Quieres esta goma?
Es que la tela, lo que quiere es goma. Hace algo. Vuelve, ¿no? O sea... Aquí, pues eso es un problema de masa, ¿eh? Darle la vuelta. Ponerlo de este lado.
El enchufe, a veces los enchufes.
Sí.
Ah, pero así, claro. Darle la vuelta.
Este.
No, pero aquí no le puedes dar.
No,
aquí.
Ah. Yo pensé que decías.
El enchufe este, simplemente pone la fase por un lado y el neutro por otro, cambia.
A ver, prueba, a ver.
Hostia, eso no lo sabía.
Sí, yo 50 Hz sigo teniendo. Lo que pasa es que los 50 Hz los tengo cortados. Bueno, pues...
Lo que no entendieron es por qué estaban pasando el micro de aquí para allá.
Porque ella tenía uno.
¿Y no pueden compartir ese de mesa?
No, pero ese lo tenía Catalina.
Yo aquí lo quito el único, ¿oíste?
¿Qué?
El ruido es tan pequeñito que yo lo quito.
Claro, el ruido está en 50 y en 120, que sería lo normal. ¿Lo quitaste?
Yo activo si activo el ecualizador no aparece
Mira, yo aquí, si pongo el paso altos, yo lo quito. También, pero claro, se queda sin grave la voz. La Claro, es que se queda sin grave la voz. Va la chica y no pasa nada.
Yo aquí le tengo cortado los graves.
¿Tú también?
Sí, y desaparece absolutamente todo.
Pues ya está.
Pero ¿qué pasa? Que decían que lo oían ahí en el altavoz, ¿no?
Decía Laura que lo escuchaba aquí cuando...
De todas formas, ese no hace ruido ninguno, ese. Estos.
No, estos no, pero a ver, habla tú ahí, Mati.
Hola. Coffee break and poster exhibition. Hola, hola.
A ver. Era aquí donde le cascaba. Yo creo que es porque está el altavoz.
Hola, 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 hola. Hola, hola. ¿Oíste, Paredes?
Bueno, ya está.
Puedes separar más.
Vale.
international workshop. So now it's time to open the second thematic session. It is all about natural-based solutions, benefits, potential risks, and synergies. To open this session, we have to Álvaro Silva Teira. He's a PhD in environmental engineering with more than 15 years of experience in environmental sustainability, wastewater treatment, and circular economy projects. He holds an executive MBA and a sustainability qualification from the MIT, and is a certified project manager. So please, Álvaro, welcome. Okay.
Hello, good morning everyone. First of all, I would like to thank to the organization of this workshop of inviting a Life Green Adapt project, which is nowadays approaching its end. Okay. This project has been started in 2021, and now we are reaching the end because this project will finish at the end of this year. The overall budget of our approach is about 3 million euros, and the 55% will be funded by the European Commission. So, I am the project coordinator of the project of Life Green Adapt, and the partnership is composed by 7 partners, 4 of them in Spain, Aymen as the coordinator, Shiloga as the owner of the landfill in which the prototype is located, Global Factor is Juan is here, is about the risk management of the project, and the University Polytechnical of Catalonia, which is leading the part of the holistic approach. I mean the life cycle assessment, the life cost assessment, and this kind of stuff. Also, from Denmark, Aarhus University, they are in charge of one of the main technological parts of the project, IL, which is in charge of the communication, dissemination, and making the new business model coming from the new technical approaches, and Limnus, which is the main technological partner of the project. Okay, so first I would like to give you an overview about the motivation of the project, okay? In this case, there are 2 different motivations, but the first one is, maybe you don't know that in Europe there still are 500,000 landfills within our territory. A lot, okay? Some of them without any control, and some of them without any engineering design behind. So this is a problematic situation, as you can imagine, and actually we are in a context of climate change. So, apart from having our main problem of the landfills, we are facing another problem about the climate change related consequences. So, in this content, we are going to assess these landfills and the impact of severe weather events like the droughts and the heat waves. Also, as you know, we are in Galicia, and here now the prototype is also located in Galicia, one hour away from here, more or less, and we are approaching a new situation also. In the past, we had more days of rain, but with less amount of rain each time. But nowadays we have less days of rain, but with a vast amount of rain each time. So imagine that if you have a landfill, the management system will be different now. We have to adapt our management to the new situation. Also, as you know, the global temperature is rising, and it means that the risk of wildfire will be increased. Okay, so please take this image in your mind in order to be aware more or less the problem we are facing. So imagine a landfill, which is a vast mountain of dirt, actually, nothing more, of solid waste, and it is considered a critical infrastructure. And also, this is affected by new rain patterns. So, which one is our approach? Our approach is to think a bit, technically I mean, to minimize the risks and minimize the pollution coming from these places. Okay, okay. Okay. It is not my friend, I guess. Okay, so let's go. What happens with the new rainwater patterns? First, as you can imagine, in a landfill, we have, apart from the solid waste, we are generating a leachate, a liquid stream. So if we have a vast amount of water going through our facility, we are going to have more amount of leachate to be treated. So this is one of our problems. So we have to think about how to diminish this amount of water. Because if prior to this live project, this wastewater was driven directly to the water body, as you can imagine, and we are, let's say, damaging a lot the ecosystems who are living in liquid phase. Okay, please again take this image in your mind. It's more or less the same situation on the picture on the right than on the left. So on the right, the bag of tea onto a big amount of water, we have the leachate. In this case, the leachate is profitable, but in this case, it's not profitable and is dangerous. So, but the mechanism of obtaining the liquid phase is the same in both pictures, okay? So, in this point, technicians like me have to be creative in order to solve this kind of situations, of problematic situations. First, how to do that? First, waterproofing our landfill. So, if we are able to decrease the amount of rainwater going through the holes percolating to the mountains of dirt, we are going to decrease the amount of pollution, the amount of problematic water. And apart from that, the other remaining fraction which is going to be generated, we have to put some cost-effective nature-based solutions in order to reduce the pollutant load of our wastewater, okay? So this is more or less the context of our project. We will have two different liquid streams, the runoff and the leachate. The leachate is the one I talked, and the runoff is the remaining part of rainwater who is in our facility but is not through our landfill, meaning that it's not as polluted as the other one. So the first insight is we have to convert the water going through the holes of our mountain of dirt to the other parts of the infrastructure in order to partially remove the pollution in the liquid phase. Okay, so the main objective of the project is to increase the resilience of these landfills, of these waste management infrastructures within the European Commission. So, for doing so, we are going to propose blue-green infrastructures, which are waterproofing our landfill on the one hand, and on the other hand, treating via a low-cost treatment the leachate generated in our facilities. By doing so, we are going also to take care of removing the possibility of flash flooding and treating also this low-polluted runoff, I said. So, going deeper into the technical approach, on the right, you can see the technosoils. The main idea is to cap our landfill via a technosoil in order to waterproof the upper part of the landfill. So by doing so, we are going to slice a fraction of the water, of the rainwater, and instead of percolating it, it is going to be converted into runoff water, okay? This is one of our technical solutions. And the second one is to carry out, to develop nature-based solutions, very low-cost effective solutions in order to treat such a polluted wastewater and converting it into dischargeable water into our natural body. So, first, I am going to start with the green infrastructures. The green infrastructures, in this case, in our case, will be the biotechnosoil. On the right, you can see the landfill at the very beginning of the, prior to life, let's say, prior to the project. So it's a vast amount of dirt located in a mountain. That is more or less how it was in the past. In the middle, please look to the other screen. In the middle, you can see the process in which we were installing this green infrastructure. So by mixing organic stabilized materials and inorganic materials, we were able to have another soil able to cap the upper part of our landfill and to reduce the water going through the holes. Afterwards, you can see here in the middle, in the lower one, you can see that even we were able to grow some grass onto the surface of the landfill, meaning that by taking this water, we are going to decrease the risk of wildfire also. And on the right is the picture at in the middle of the 2024, and it means that the biotechnosoil was working properly and we have the first solution implemented. So this is one picture of the process in which people were working to capping, to waterproofing our landfill. And now I am going to go to the liquid phase, okay? So on the one hand, I have explained the, let's say, the green infrastructure. Now I am going to talk about the blue one. The blue one, of course, regarding water, in this case, regarding both runoff and leachate, okay? I am going to put the focus on the leachate one because it's the most problematic stream. So, how to treat this very polluted wastewater? We are going to use nature-based solution. We are going to use a two-step treatment in order to, let's say, promote a good quality wastewater in order to be discharged in the natural body. So, first, we are going to have, the first step is a floating treatment wetland in which we are adding the overall leachate generated in our landfill. I mean the overall. I am remarking that because this flotation treatment wetland will be installed after the end of the project, meaning that instead of being a prototype, it will be the first reference in the market, okay? And as second step to promote, to enhance the quality of the treated water, we are going to have a polishing step, and we are trying two different technologies: a geopolymer aerated treatment wetland and an electroactive wetland. So, as you can see, both of them are working at the same time in parallel with the wastewater coming from the floating treatment wetland, from the first treatment, and we are trying two different prototypes, two different technologies to assess which one is better for our system. The geopolymer aerated treatment wetland, apart from the technology itself, we are assessing if aeration is needed or not, and also the location of the prototype, of the geopolymer, which can be placed out of the prototype or it has to be inside of the prototype. And also we have the Aarhus University technology, which is an innovative electroactive wetland working that. So, First, you can see on the screen the flotation treatment wetland. What is this? It's a vast swimming pool, actually, with some plants floating over there. So you can imagine that technologically it's not, let's say, breakthrough technology, but it works. That is the point. So we are very far away from the cities of Galicia. We don't have a lot of personnel available for operating this kind of solutions, so we have to take it into account also. So we don't have enough resources for taking care a lot of these technologies, but we need to treat the wastewater. So we don't have a proper wastewater treatment plant than the one we have here in A Coruña, for instance. So how do we remove the pollution of the extremely polluted wastewater? Through three bias working at the same time, from three mechanisms working simultaneously: physically, biologically, and chemically. So first, physically, imagine the leachate is going to this vast swimming pool, so the gravity is working, and the solids goes to the bottom part of our big settler, okay? So apart from the solids, the contamination related with the solids is reduced. Also, there is a biological process. So the plants over there are living, are growing, are evaporating the evapotranspiration through the sheets of the plants, and they are oxidizing the pollutants. So the roots are uptaking also an amount of pollutant, and the roots, which are swimming throughout the watershed, onto the roots, a biofilm is also created. So if you put together these overall mechanisms, you will have a good, I will share with you the results also, we will have a good performance in terms of removal of pollutants. So this is the flotation treatment wetland, and now I am going to talk about the geopolymers aerated treatment wetland. This one, even the material has been carried out, has been performed within the framework of the project. I mean, this material, metakaolin, the one you can see depicted on the screen, is based on the absorption of the pollutants which are onto the water. So the first thing we have to do was to activate the surface of the material, and we have to promote the holes, the porosity of the material in order to, let's say, increase the lifespan of our material. So imagine that we have the feedstock was kaolin, because kaolin is a very vastly available here in Galicia, and we wanted to convert it in metakaolin, which is the proper material which is installed in the prototype. So for doing so, we have to work a lot on the lab, and we have to first to add an alkaline bath. We have to play with several chemicals. Also, we have to mix it with silicate, and also we have to wash the final material. But apart from that, we have to play with the curation time, different temperatures for manufacture this new created material, and the size of the pieces we are going to install in our prototype. So imagine that we have a lot of work prior in our lab, prior to go to the prototype. And this is the material, you can see on the screen, the one we have installed in our prototype, and is working as a polishing step, working with the wastewater coming from the flotation treatment wetland, and we are feeding it into the second stage prototype. So now I would like to share with you the main results we have collected, and on red, depicted on red, you can see the leachate wastewater. So as you can imagine, if you think about the bag of tea, we are seeing the same effect. As we are adding more and more water, we are sorting out the pollution inside of our solid phase, and it can be seen within these 600 days of operation in the series plotted in red. So the outlet of this flotation treatment wetland, the first step, the first stage, is depicted in blue. As you can see, we have in this first stage more than the 60% of removal of organic carbon, 60%. And in the polishing step, we were able to attain up to the 80%, and in many samples even more. So this system is properly working, even taking into account that we don't have a lot of personnel working there. And what about nitrogen? In the case of nitrogen, we didn't see any decrease in the total pollution concentration. But if we look to the blue series, you can see that we were able to remove more than the 60% in the first treatment. More than the 60%. It's a lot if you compare this removal rate, for instance, with the one you can see in a urban wastewater treatment plant. That 60% is a lot. And it means that working together, the three mechanisms I said, is good for our system. And also, in green, you can see that we were able to even increase the removal rate of nitrogen in more than the 90% in some samplings, meaning that we are removing a lot of pollutions coming from the leached wastewater. And what about the phosphorus? It's more or less the same than the nitrogen. We don't have a proper trend, a decreasing trend in this case, but still we were able to remove a lot of it, 60% more or less in the first treatment, and reaching up to the 80% in the system as a whole, meaning that we are removing more than the 80%, which is much more than the one we can observe in a municipal wastewater treatment plant, okay? And now I am going to talk about, this is crazy. I am not going to use the red pointer just in case. I am to talk about the electroactive wetland. In this case, I still don't have results for sharing with you because we started up the prototype at the very beginning of this year, but still I will be able to explain you a little bit what is this mechanism about. This is a chamber which contains a material, a carbon material, which we have, this is open to the air. We have an oxidation reduction potential on the upper part positive, and as the amount of oxygen is being reduced, here on the bottom we have a very negative organic reduction potential. So because of this difference of millivolts, we have an electric field which enhances the reduction of chemicals, of pollutants in this case, okay? This is an innovative technology, and it has been developed by Aarhus University in Denmark. So, just for finishing, I would like to remark that first I talked about the proper project per se. Now I has presented the main technical results, but still I would like to remark that this project is not only about technical approaches, but also we have to do a lot of many other activities in order to validate these newly developed technologies. Which ones? First, the life cycle, the cost, and the social impact studies are being carried out by Polytechnical University of Catalonia nowadays. The intellectual protection and the exploitation are being worked together with the overall consortium and led by IEL, and business model and partnerships the same is IEL leading these activities, and also IEL is coordinating the dissemination, communication and awareness activities like the one I am here today. But last but not least, I would like to, as Juan is here from Global Factor, I would like to explain a little bit the tool they have developed to assess the climate change tool for assessing the impact of blue-green solutions or mitigation measures for these solid waste facilities. So, they have promoted an Excel tool able to assess, to quantify the risks regarding the climate change. Which ones? For instance, the floods or the the wildfires, and they are able to calculate the vulnerability of one facility and the degree of exposure of the geography in which it is installed. So we would like, this is the screenshot of the Excel tool they have developed within the framework of this project. And this is the case study of Shiloga. The prototype I have explained it to you all right now. So here, this is the scenario of pre-life before our technical implementations. And this one is the post-life, after the technical implementation. I mean the biotechnosoils and the nature-based solutions. So on the right, you can see fire and flood, okay? So this is more or less the hazards we were able to assess. So pre-life, you can see that these both indexes are much higher than in this series, post-life. So that means that regarding the methodology that Global Factor was able to develop, we were able to decrease both the exposure and the sensitivity of our infrastructure. And just to finish, the last one is this tool is also able to evaluate the evolution of the risks within the time. So as you can see on the right, we were able to decrease the magnitude of the risk of flooding. And this risk is stable within the time. In contrast, the risk related with the wildfires is increasing within the time because the global temperature is rising, meaning that as the global temperature is rising, the risk of wildfire is also increasing. And this is all. I would like to thank you all for your attention. I am totally open to questions, and thank you for your attention during my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alvaro, for this dynamic insight into the Life Green Adapt project. Thank you very much. So now I would like to invite to Vasiliki Alexiou. She is a physicist with a master's degree in physics and material science, and is currently pursuing a PhD in sustainability and life cycle assessment. She serves as head of sustainability and general manager at MNLT Innovation, another partner of our assessing project. And she's leading the environmental and techno-economic assessment. So please, Vasiliki, thank you.
Thank you, dear Catalina. Good morning, everyone. Also for my part, welcome. Thank you for the opportunity for being here. I'm Vasiliki. I came from Greece, from Athens. Thank you, and I'm representing MNLT Innovations, which is a proud member of the CISINC consortium member. Okay. Sorry for that. Great, just one click. So here, today's presentation will unpack how CISINC natural-based solutions deliver value beyond carbon. And here's as our roadmap. Firstly, we will introduce what is total economic value, the key components, and what it is and why it matters. After that, we will show how we can apply total economic value in natural-based technologies for CDR. And then we will talk about CO2 abandonment cost and briefly share some preliminary insights so far for our project, and then conclude with some policy impacts. Great. So the goal is to better understand and quantify the full range of benefits that nature-based carbon removal solutions can offer. We will focusing on the three pilots that we have already discussed so far: afforestation, artificial soil, and the biological CO2 fixation. What we would like to point out through this presentation is that these solutions, of course, as we have already discussed through the first session, do more than capture carbon. They support biodiversity, improve the health of the soil, and create socioeconomic value for communities. And total economic value helps us capture all of that in one framework. So the ultimate goal is to support evidence-based investment decisions, strengthening the business case for each pilot that assisting projects are going to develop and scale up. So what is total economic value? Is an approach widely used in environmental economics in order to estimate the true value of a natural system. Total economic value includes all types of value that ecosystem can provide, not just things we can easily buy and sell, like wood or food, but also the intangible things like clean air, biodiversity, or the beauty of the nature landscape. This concept is based on the idea that we must value all benefits from nature, even ones that don't have a price tag. And why we should do that? Because more benefits in the natural-based solutions are hidden or long-term. So in some cases we can lack of also take into consideration the whole picture. Total economic value can give us a more complete picture. It helps support better decision, especially when comparing natural-based solutions, which provide many co-benefits, as we will also talk later, that could otherwise be missed. So in turn, total economic value is about seeing the full value of nature and using that in order to inform smarter investments and policies. And why it is specifically matter for natural-based CDR solutions. First, it helps us quantify a wide range of benefits, not just CO2 capture, how CO2 capture is removed, but also co-benefits like biodiversity, soil health, water retention, and even community well-being. That's why for this approach, we are also taking into consideration life cycle assessment parameters, life cycle costing, and also the social impacts of all these natural-based technologies. Second, it supports better decisions by showing the broader value of natural-based solutions. We can give investments and policymakers a cleaner case for supporting them. And also, of course, promote and encourage the engagement of the policymakers and the investors. And third, it helps prevent the underestimation of natural-based benefits, which often limits their funding and the scalability, which is the major challenge. As you can see in the chart in the right, there are different components of economic value in terms of use value and non-use value. Use values like freshwater, biomass, or carbon removal, and non-use values like biodiversity, landscape preservation, or the value of nature simply existing. All this makes DEF a powerful tool for promoting, funding, and scaling up natural-based solutions in climate policy. Here in this slide explains how we apply the total economic value approach within the CISIN project, specifically focused on the three pilots that we have discussed so far. Each pilot has different features, as you can see the table on the top of the slide. For example, afforestation, as also the expert presented, captures carbon via tree growth and helps restore degraded lands and provide long-term biodiversity. In parallel, artificial soil stores carbon in engineered substrates and supports degraded land recovery. Biological CO2 fixation focuses on photosynthetic capture, improved soil carbon, and higher crop yields. We combine the stakeholder engagement, multi-criteria mapping, and cost-benefit analysis in order to develop specific TF models. And in the model, you can see the three key steps of the methodology that we can apply. The first step will be to the stakeholder-informed evaluation. So we start by understanding what matters most to the different stakeholders. And by this we mean, for example, that for farmers, for example, they care about the health of the soil. The investors focus on carbon credits and returns on investments. And policymakers, as we also heard at the beginning of the session, focus about EU policies and all the frameworks and the targets of the EU about carbon neutrality that we have to deliver by 2050. The second step, we combine carbon data with biodiversity indicators, water impact, and cost. This helps us map the full picture of each solution benefits, not just the carbon side. And then we calculate the net present value of these benefits over time and test the results using sensitivity analysis. For instance, we model the effect of reduced rainfall or unexpected policy shift. By this methodology, these three key steps, we can not just counting carbon, but fully capturing the environmental, economic, and social value, also, of course, with tools like life cycle assessment and LCC and social LCA. Our key role of MNLT in the CISIN project combines the economic analysis of the cost-effective CDR technologies. So the goal is to compare all these innovative CDR technologies from the economic point of view under the Work Package 5. And then we are also supporting the exploitation of the project results in the framework of Task 6 and how we can support the policy and the regulation bodies through workshops like this one, and how we can promote and engage more stakeholders and policymakers and experts in the field. What is CO2 abandonment cost? Simply, CO2 abandonment cost tell us how much it costs to remove 1 ton of CO2. It's a key metric that helps policymakers and investors decide where to allocate funding. So it's a really important factor for the experts in the field. As you can see also in the chart in the right, the natural-based technologies that those that we are discussing today offer lower euros per ton CO2 cost and broader co-benefits. As we discussed, is not only how much CO2 can we capture, but also the cost benefits that can that come with these natural solutions in terms of biodiversity, the climate resilience, and the soil health and the landscape, the health of the landscape in the overall. We can say that, of course, the scalability of these natural based technologies, and we also heard the challenges that the technical experts that developing these technologies are facing in terms of databases or the different parameters and conditions in the different case studies that they should adjust the parameters, the conditions. So it's difficult to have a one standard and proceed with the scale up and develop these natural based technologies in a higher TRL, what is the ultimate goal of the SSING project. Well, some preliminary insights, also based from literature reviews. As you can see here, artificial soil shows strong potential for scalability and its cost efficiency for multi-benefit funding models, including those under EU green financing. And we heard at the beginning all these EU new frameworks and policies that aims to support these natural-based solutions for carbon removal. Of course, there are challenges and limitations. For example, the first one would be the high uncertainty, as we mentioned and discussed also in the previous presentation. One major result is carbon permanence. Will the carbon stay stored over time, or is there a risk of reversal? So to handle this, we can apply sensitivity analysis and discount results based on different risk scenarios. The data gaps, of course, is another main challenge also for the total economic value, and we also discussed a lot about that, the different conditions and parameters in the different case studies, and the need to have a baseline database and a baseline scenario in order to have a standard and be able to compare the impact of the different natural-based technologies. And the third one is market carbon pricing. On the positive side, carbon markets are maturing. We now have verified carbon pricing benchmarks as from EU emissions trading system data. And we can apply established method like a market price in order to avoid cost and productivity approaches. So some takeaways and policy impact. Here are the three takeaways: that nature-based solutions bring more value than just carbon removal, as we said. So integrating total economic value approach shows that they can deliver 3 to 5 times more the value through things like biodiversity, improving the land and the health of the soil, and also help the community well-being as a total. So it's not just about the environment, it's a smart economics. The second one regarding that the policy needs to catch up, and we are, I think, on track of that. A lot of efforts are being placed in this area, and of course that through projects like SSING and many relevant ongoing projects that are focused in the same field, we can rely on best practices in order to also have this as baseline to our methodology. And as the code says at the bottom, when we value nature properly, we make smarter choices for our future. So that's all from my side. I would be happy to discuss during the session and at the break. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks, Vasiliki, for this complete overview about the techno-economic analysis that MNLT is doing for the assessing project. So our next speaker is Susie Court, with a PhD in environmental engineering. She is a professor at the Heads University of Applied.
So made a commitment to capture and store carbon dioxide. And they had plans in 2015. However, it's still pilot, which means we really need to make a huge change in order to be able to do the carbon capture. And just capturing the carbon dioxide through plants or through air or pumping it underground probably will not be the solution, because we are supposed to reach 280 million tons by 2040. We have less than 15 years to achieve that. And that has to be 450 million tons by 2050. So, bottom line is, we cannot do that with the technology that is available. We need to develop more. And one way that we are trying to approach with this is doing also biological solutions that can be applied to already present sites, that they have to be easy, like we heard. They shouldn't be complicated. And pretty much every farmer, every regular person should be able to do that. But of course, we as a scientists have a responsibility to evaluate the effect. And that's what we are trying to achieve. Oops, wrong one. When I speak about, of course, there are many different technologies, but we speak about natural-based solutions. And I pulled from the internet what type of natural solutions there are. Of course, scientific references. I didn't just do a simple search. And we know that USGS is considering afforestation, soil carbon sequestration, biochar, and ocean fertilization as the natural solutions. What they really mean is that the natural things are going to capture the carbon dioxide from the air, and they're going to stay as a biomass, and we can use them. What you don't see here are the two key technologies that you've heard presentations of. One is the biological applications that you heard from Darina. They are not there yet. And the second one is the artificial soils. So, shall we be worried? I say we should be happy, because we are providing two extra technologies, and we are having the chance now in our hands to quantify it and to make sure to include this as technologies that also could be used as carbon capture. This also gives me the idea, and probably you too, that there might be many more that we don't know about, so we should still keep working on developing new natural-based technologies that can be part of this list and create more work for ourselves. Yeah. So the 7 technologies that we keep repeating in CSync project are listed here, and today I will show you data about 5 of them. And 3 of them are already in the list of natural solutions. I'm going to see soon data about BECCS, biochar, biochar with CCS, artificial soils, and microbial fixation. But there is a huge problem that I would like to talk about, and I know you have a talk in the afternoon right exactly on this topic, is we are talking about application. We are talking about application on the soil. You saw earlier on a presentation about how complicated soil material is. You saw a presentation on how to restore the soil, different types of capacities. We heard about sampling. So if you are in this field, you probably are as iffy as me on how can we really truly quantify how much carbon dioxide a biological application can do, because we're going to apply to soil. But where? In Ireland, in Estonia, in Spain, or I don't know, in Ecuador. So wouldn't that change? We spoke about temperature. So the global temperature of where we're going to apply this, wouldn't that affect it? I mean, we can count on a million different temperatures, setups, and climates around the world. Then how are we going to quantify it? Are we going to take a spoonful of the soil and measure it? Are we going to take a bucket of it? Are we going to do composite sampling, like collect it all? Are we going to do 2, 3, 15? How much the cost is going to be? All those things bring complications, which means that we, in reality, have to create, yes, a baseline, but we also have to make sure that the baseline that we are going to create is not going to be concrete. And if you think about all the parameters, I don't see a way to have a concrete particular number for every single technologies. We're going to have ranges, but we can monitor this correctly. And that's why MRV is quite important whenever we are doing such type of analysis. Though, we also have to consider that we are going to provide this technology to simple people. We cannot ask the farmers to technically collect samples and give it to us, so we define these parameters. Like I said, we have to be also open to do an MRV, but have a range for the applicability of these technologies. Let's see. And that also brings a problem to our study, LCA, because we have to put certain numbers in order to obtain how much carbon dioxide has been captured by every single technology. But we are really relying on the MRV standards whenever we collect this data. How are we doing the LCA? You probably all know, I'm not going to go over it, but there are few key things that I marked here in colors that is important for us. We need to know the whole process. We need to know from where to cut it, from where to where we're going to analyze it, so that we're not including things that might change the overall picture. We need to make sure that the technologies are having boundaries within each other that we can compare them with. We need to have particular category selections that are meaningful for those technologies. And our biggest issue is having the correct functional unit for every single technology that is out there. What do I mean by functional unit? We are talking about afforestation, having trees. We are talking about hectares of trees. But then we are talking about biochar or biological application. Biological application is 10 liters per hectare per year. So now you're hearing hectares of trees, they're gonna grow maybe 10 years, maybe 400 years. You saw the table. We are talking about biological applications, 10 liters, very accurate, but we are talking about biochar, and the biochar in which percentage, how deep in the soil. All those things really matter, and we need to find a correct way to compare these apples, pears, and oranges to each other. And that is gonna be my functional unit. Well, the methodology that we chose, and I am presenting this for the ones who are more interested in LCA, really, is we're using the EU Commission recommended method EF30, and we promise to have 12 categories selected from LCA that is going to be applied for all the technologies. You're going to see key things here. Of course, we have to have the climate change because we are interested in carbon dioxide. You're going to see the land use. Those are the two key things that have to be there. And the rest are related parameters to that, such as the toxicology, the resource use, and radiation, because there's going to be application, and all the 12 categories that we are analyzing in the life cycle assessments within this project are present here. Well, our challenge, functional units. We have selected the functional units to be carbon dioxide captured per technology. Sounds fantastic, but per how much? So I want to show this table. What you see here is the general units of every single technology that I'm talking about here, and how much carbon dioxide is removed per the unit that is given. So what did we do in our methodologies? We were able to pull in a number of carbon dioxide captured per the unit that is being available per technology. And then we went and we back calibrated all of our study so that we finally have a unit for every single technology that is identifying how much of that is needed to capture 1 kilogram of carbon dioxide. And this is the table that you see here of. What you see here is that the biological application, which is at the very bottom, has the biggest potential. And all this data is collected from the literature as well as communications with the partners with the data that we wanted to be filled in inventories. Some of you already got it. And the next one, the biological application has such a high carbon dioxide capacities because of the increased yields that you have seen in the previous presentations. So as little as 10 liters per hectare is being applied and you have 40% of yield increase. So that means that the capture is going to be very high. And the same way you see high numbers for artificial soil because the amount of carbon dioxide capture is being considered for the entire hectare. And there is a lot of soil that is being applied there. And that is the reason why you see it in such matter. Of course, different types of analysis, could they be made? Yes, but for the purpose of being able to compare all different types of technologies, this is the way that we went and brought the approach. I would show you like a quick scheme of every single technology that is related to the biological application, and I'll show you what the LCA results are, but quickly because at the end I want to summarize and compare it with each other. So you will see here that the beginning and the end of this is bacterial fixation is production of the produce and then applying it. But we are not going deeply into transportation or the transportation of the plants, of the fruits, of the vegetables that are being grown with it. So our boundary is always for every technology is going to be producing that technology, bringing it in the part where it's going to be applied, the whole production process, and then application of that process, and that's it. The rest is not going to be considered because the rest is going to vary for every technology. So you see, again, very similar analysis like in the table that the biggest impact on biological application is reduction of carbon dioxide. It's negative. So it reduces a lot of carbon dioxide while it has very little contributions on the categories that we are analyzing. So basically, it's a technology that is quite promising, even though it's not in the list yet. Biochar is considered to be a natural application. That's why you see it here. There are many studies. I know every single one of you knows a lot about biochar. What you see here is that, yes, biochar will also decrease the carbon dioxide. The biggest effect is going to be in the land use and ecotoxicity, while it's also going to reduce the resource use because biochar is being made out of materials that are considered excess or waste. So that's why the resource use is going to be minimalistic. And for artificial soil, what you see is that land use, eutrophications are things that are sort of a risk. While it still is decreasing the carbon dioxide quite well, you see a lot more impact categories popping up in the artificial soil, especially because there are different materials that are being gathered together and mixed. Here what you see is my carbon dioxide rates that I had fixed and all the data. This is the data so that you can go back and check if you would like to later on, because this presentation is going to be made available to you, to check these values that are being represented in the figures. But if I were to put this whole thing into a huge graph, what you see is that biochar artificial soils are pretty good in resource use here, you see that all of them have a good potential in reducing the carbon dioxide, while land use is one of our biggest problems in many of those natural-based applications. And here you see the environmental impact comparison of all different CDRs that I'm talking to you here about. And of course, the colors are a lot better on that screen, so I would really recommend you to check it there. And you see that BECS has a very minimalistic land use. Biological application has a very high carbon dioxide capturing capacity, and of course biochar has a very minimalistic use of resources just because of the recycling of the waste, like I said before. Thank you very much for listening to me. I'll be quite happy to discuss further approaches or any questions or comments that you might have.
Thank you very much, Susie, for the presentation and for drawing our attention to the different points about the ambitious targets that the European Commission had set for the carbon dioxide removal. So now we have here to Dr. Franklin, coming directly from San Francisco. So he holds a PhD from the Imperial College London, where his groundbreaking postgraduate research led to the founding of a spin-off company. He's currently the CEO of Remify Technologies, and they are driving innovation at the intersection of science and technology. So please, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. And thank you to everyone at CSync for putting this together. Yeah, so I made this presentation acknowledging that there's some IP going on, IP stuff with my company and Imperial. So some of the data is simplified just because I was nervous about it being released and da-da-da, but we're just going to go for it. So, yeah. The issue, global heavy metal pollution. So globally, about 50 billion tons of soil is contaminated each year, right? And so that's a huge problem if you scale it up in your mind. And particularly, the mining sector is a major contributor to this issue. In areas of Australia, they have a setup where if you want to start a mine, you can mine for, say, 10 years. And then after that point, you have about 20 years allotted to clean up all the waste that you produced, right? And there is a big holdup in the remediation of the soil. And yeah, it's obviously a big issue. In Europe, specifically, about 18 billion euros are required each year to clean up the new soil that's been polluted, right? And if you want to, if we want to look back into 2016, in Brazil, they had a mine tailing collapse of a dam. It killed lots of people, and it cost the companies $15 billion. So it's a very big issue. And here, just in general, the heavy metal contamination in Europe, specifically, obviously it's very high in these darker colors, like these blacks and browns. Obviously very high in areas of Greece, in Italy, and even in the UK. So yeah, just to give you perspective. Ooh. Oh, there we go. Yeah, and this is just the importance of mining in national economies. So you can see that in yellow, that's the highest importance of economies, of mining for economies. They're obviously splattered across the world, and they're creating issues, but they're kept under wraps as far as how they're affecting our health, and how there's the negative impact of how these pools of soil that is contaminated will impact our lives going forward into the future. And what we're going to do, what I've done through my PhD is focusing on using plants to solve this. So hyperaccumulating plants essentially are those plants that have a higher rate of accumulation of heavy metals specifically than other plants. And here we're just focusing on phytoextraction. So you basically like plant to plant grow it, and it accumulates the heavy metals in the tissue of the plant, and then you can harvest it and take it away and separate it. And that's what we're doing. Yeah, so there's obviously like many different kinds of hyperaccumulators. There's morning glories, sunflowers, water lettuce, Indian mustard, which have a load of different metals that they can accumulate. But I've selected, I don't understand why. Okay, I've selected a species of brassica, which is similar to this Indian mustard. And through this research, I have actually found out about endophytes. I don't know if you know about endophytes. I didn't. But endophytes essentially live within the body of the plant, and they can occupy anything from bacteria to fungi to protists to algae. So they're anything small enough to live within the body of the plant. And okay, so this is just a slide. Well, I made this slide. So this is just two images of cross-section of brassica, roots and shoots. And that was just to explore the potential of there being endophytes in the seeds already, right? So at the beginning, I took the seeds, I sterilized them, and put them on these microscope slides and saw that there obviously was life there, right? So there's bacteria, there's fungi. So that was like the first step. And going along this research path, I discovered there's a species of endophytes, particularly a species of Pseudomonas, that is very good at colonizing this particular species of brassica. And so yeah, this is just an image of them that I've taken, and what I've found through my research is there are genes associated with the chelation, the growth hormones, and the mitigation of stress within the plant. And so what I've done is essentially I've taken those genes and I've cloned them into my bacteria, or the bacteria, and then I put the bacteria inside of the plant and then planted the plants and contaminated the soil to see how the accumulation works. And oh yeah, so basically, yeah, genes, put it into the bacteria, and the bacteria goes inside the plant. And then, sorry, so this is some data that I've acquired. So this is for zinc, nickel, and strontium. And you can see the wild type is just the plant, right? And that's already higher than other plants, right? Because they're hyperaccumulators. But with the bacteria, it's obviously gone up extensively, right? So about 10 times. And what's really cool about this is it's actually soil and geography agnostic because of these endophytes. We found that in the literature, they have a symbiosis with like 25 different plant species. And so what we're going to do is essentially create a library of our bacteria with many different plant species. So in the future, when we're contracting globally, hopefully, we can say, okay, we want to, we can listen to somebody that says, hey, we want to use this in Australia. And so we're like, okay, then we can go through our list. We can see which plants are allowed in Australia, which plants aren't, and then we can obviously remediate from there. And yeah, so the verified metal uptake is for zinc, nickel, and strontium, as I said, but we're expecting to expand our repertoire to cadmium, iron, copper, cobalt, etc. And yes, we're creating a carbon negative process through through this whole idea. So essentially, the carbon negative idea comes in from, so the plants get planted, and then they grow for 3 or 4 months to maturity. Then we harvest them, and we take them away, and we separate the plant tissue from the heavy metals, right? And so both can be recycled back into industry. That creates this whole green loop that we're kind of targeting, but obviously that will help us in the future, right? And yeah, so moving towards a carbon neutral future, and essentially, yeah, what I just said. This essentially, our green and sustainable approaches will take us toward a carbon neutral future, a carbon neutral Earth, through these methods that I've just described. Nope. Anyway, this is my last slide, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Franklin, for this presentation and for explaining us the results of your research. So the last presentation in this panel session, it's on Francisco Martinez Sanz. He's a forest engineer and technical director at Grupo Silvestris. He has over 25 years of experience in reforestation. He has managed projects across 4,000 hectares in over 30 locations in Europe and Latin America. So please, Francisco, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Buenos días, buenos días. My name is Francisco Martinez, and of course I have to thank the invitation to share our experience in this interesting event. Congratulate for the perfect organization, and I will try to do my best dealing with the curious of the remote control. Well, I'm co-founder of Grupo Silvestris. In Grupo Silvestris, we have, well, this is the summary of the contents. Don't get very scared about the numbers, because it's more or less one topic per slide. We are a company on a mission to fill the world with trees, integrating people and nature. Enrique Enciso, the other co-founder, first engineer like me, we have been both working together for the last 25 years. But when we founded Silvestris in 2013, we decided to develop our activity mainly focused in forest landscape restoration, improving and boosting our social impact. We started to be aware about social economy, about social investors and so on. So basically our activity was the same than previously, but Grupo Silvestris was born with this social point of view. This made attract in 2015 our first partners interested on social investment. Believe me if I'm telling you that in 2013 it was the worst moment to launch a company in Spain because of the economical situation at that moment. But we were lucky because in 2014 it was published in Spain the national standard for CO2 absorption projects. So for us it was an opportunity to collect funds to do what we wanted to do, plant trees, okay? Mainly in areas affected by wildfires. So in 2015 we developed our first 2 CO2 absorption projects. We became into the leaders of these kind of projects. At that moment it was more or less easy. And in 2019 Repsol Foundation joined with us into our shareholding, because Repsol is an important oil and gas company, okay? Because they wanted to change the traditional vision of philanthropy into investment in social impact activities, okay? In topics like transition, social economy, green economy, and so on. So this is the reason why they decided that we were a good company to be invested. And together we promoted the initiative called Motor Verde, Green Engine. That is not a company, it's an initiative, it's a program just to join and targets from the public administration with private funds to improve the size of our projects to increase our social and environmental impact. And today, this small company founded by 2 forest engineers is at our scale a big group that takes part in 7 different companies, 2 nurseries, 3 regional companies of forestry works and services. We have our own company in Portugal, and we are able to monitor digitally our future forests, thanks to Ispasat, that is other of our partners at this moment. Just to cover all the processes of the value chain of our projects that, as you can imagine, are ARR projects that are a kind of nature-based solutions. We need a lot of technologies, easy technologies, and maybe we will need rocket science technologies because the challenge is so huge to remove so big amount of emissions from the atmosphere. But by the moment, the only solutions that are economic and scalable, both, are nature-based solutions like ARR projects. It seems that by the moment, humankind has not been able to develop a technology more efficient than photosynthesis. So we can promote photosynthesis in the oceans, in the trees, and under the ground, but it is what it is. And what it seems it's clear is that, of course, we need to reduce dramatically our emissions to reach the net zero by 2050, but even if we're able to, we are going to need offset the emissions. It is accepted that we are not going to be able to not emitting any greenhouse gases, okay? So there has been a change that we have observed, that there has been a change in the minds of the clients, of the promoters, because our clients always were big clients, like banks, like energy companies, because we are talking about voluntary carbon markets. They are planting trees without being mandatory. This is something that a small company cannot afford. But it was a kind of cost. The Department of CSR activities has had an available budget to be spent, maybe in forests, maybe supporting a project with people with mental disability. So we could reach at that moment these available budgets. They take the picture, everybody was happy, but it was a cost. But now there are people thinking of, if in 2050 all of us we have to be carbon neutral, and it's going to be necessary to offset a part of emissions, maybe what is voluntary today is going to be mandatory, like the compliance market. So it's going to be required to go into the market to buy carbon credits. Who will own carbon credits? Those ones that planted trees or other projects, okay, 20 years before. So there are companies that since that the moment to start carrying out these projects is today, or maybe 10 years before, but not 10 years after. So our clients are the same, but the size of our projects is much bigger. And the clients are more involved because for them, our projects are an asset. So they have to be involved and engaged during the next years, not only the first year planting the trees, taking a picture with the panel and so on. So there is a kind of debate that forests are much more than carbon. We are aware of this because we are forest engineers. We are not traders. We are aware that forests can provide to society goods, renewable goods like timber, resin, charcoal, biomass, mushroom, or whatever, and services, ecosystem services like biodiversity, recreational use, soil protection, landscape, and so on. But for us, for Silvestris, the tool to promote all these benefits is this current demand of future carbon credits, okay? So it's okay to us. Maybe in the future to come, the demand is going to be increased because of credits for compensating biodiversity that our activity is decreasing. But by the moment, carbon is the tool to us to promote all these benefits. And thanks to this, we have been able to plant more than 6,000 hectares in the last 4 years. Actually, these indicators are not updated, are a bit higher, okay? And we have planted yet in 6 different countries, in the Middle East, of course in Europe and in Latam. Also, our main activities focusing in the Iberian Peninsula, in Spain and Portugal. And there is another debate about, do we need to plant more trees? Because we have a lot of trees to manage and so on. But to me, there is no debate. We have in Spain 19 million hectares of woodland area, the third country in Europe after Sweden and Finland. But fortunately to us, after the Spanish Civil War, nobody thought that there were too many trees, because they decided to plant very much, and thanks to the big efforts of our grandparents, or maybe grandparents, the woodland area was increased from 11 million hectares to the current 19 million hectares, because they were able to plant around 6 million hectares. The gap between 6 million and 8 million is because of the natural regeneration that has been carried out because of the abandonment of rural areas. But even if we could say that we could be proud of this increase of the woodland area, we still have more than 9 million hectares without trees that are not used for any other profitable use like agriculture, grazing, industrial uses. There is no other country in the European Union with so huge available land, okay? Of course, many of them are arid, maybe they are not very productive, but our grandparents were able to plant in difficult places in the Mediterranean basin, okay? So there is a huge opportunity to Spain, and of course, a huge opportunity for the rural areas. And not only the rural areas, the depopulated rural areas. Because most of these places are in what it is called here the La España vaciada, the empty Spain. Places with a very low density population, because people have left these areas because of the lack of opportunities. Again, the future carbon sinks that can be carried out are not going to be in Madrid, in La Coruña, not even in rural areas, in affluent rural areas with vineyards and good luxury wineries, are going to be located in these places. Well, I have shared with you that our activity has increased very much in the last years because of this change of vision between cost and investment, but it's the same for the rest of project developers. On the left, you can see the evolution of the number of projects in the national standard, and you can see the trend. It's incredible. And on the right side, we have the data from the 17 most important standards with methodologies in ARR projects, and more or less the trend is the same. Now, I would like to share with you an example of a highlighted project. We are the project developers of 1 out of 4 projects in the national standards, so you can imagine that we have been lucky to develop a lot of projects. But in this case, we have a project that we want to share with you that is located in Grandas de Salime, and it's part of we have been the project developer or one of the plots that Dr. Raúl Sabima has mentioned before, is located in Asturias, not very far from Galicia. We were able to plant 400 hectares from funds from different companies like AstraZeneca, Aramco, Tierra Pura Foundation. But we decided in 2022 trying to register a project on a different standard than the Spanish national standard. More people decided to do the same in Spain and Portugal and other countries. So when I'm telling we, the proponents were Grupo Silvestris and Repsol Foundation, decided to carry out and trying to register in VCS standard from Berra afforestation of 87 hectares that we are proud to say that from January the status changed to register. We undertook this project to learn, okay? Because as an investment, it has been really expensive, okay? Because it's a small project. We need to count on the expertise of consultants like Global Factor, the validators of Fine Ore, and to invest a lot of labor in-house from Grupo Silvestris. I have to tell you that I feel jealous when I see the pictures from Estonia and so on with very flat places, because the place, as you can see, has 70% slope, a steep slope. We have to work with walking excavators, no other way to prepare the soil and remove the bushes. But the biggest wildfires in Spain are always in steep slopes, because a flat place between highways is very easy to extinguish, okay? So this is the reality of our projects. You can see the walking excavator there. But the way we work, it was the same in this standard. I mean, it is supposed that Verba standard is a higher quality or more demanding than the national or local standard, but the way we work is the same. We try to choose perfectly the compatible species, to check on the ground the perfect distribution, the depth of the soil preparation, to reject the seedlings that are not the requirements from the quality requirements that we need. But one of our learnings is that we needed to increase our paperwork, our bureaucracy, because for validators and certificators, the only thing that sometimes they need to check is that you can prove that you have an agreement. That on the field many times you do it with the shepherd shaking the hand. You don't take an act signed by both parts, okay? This was part of our learning. When we call to the neighborhood to inform about the project, we don't fill a form to all the attendees. We have a picture that we took this day with a mobile phone. Okay, but how can we check that this picture belongs to this event to inform to the local people about the project? Okay, so well, this is something that we have improved with the commitment of the social area of Repsol Foundation and the social area of Grupo Silvestris, of course, because these participation activities are very important for this standard. And we wanted to know more about the social impact in this highlighted project to us. Apart from the traditional indicators that we measure every time, like people hired, people underprivileged people hired, number of people trained, hectares restored, and so on. Oh, sorry, there is a sentence not translated. We hired a consultant called Siembra Energía that, with a methodology based in the theory of change and the social return of investment, they developed a work that deserves a presentation, but we don't have time, and of course I'm not an expert on this topic, but we want to share with you that the final result of the social return on investment was more than 6 euros of return per euro invested. If we put the social impact in the same unit that we all know that are euros, okay? So a client or a promoter, when they spend 1 euros to get our service, they receive a service that the value is 1 euro, but they are promoting a social impact that can be well, measured multiplying by more than 6. I'm going to finish now, this is my last slide, sharing with you that in this project, one of the promoters of the big reforestation, Tierra Pura Foundation, the technical director wanted to get an interview with the mayor of the municipality, or what is called there and here Concello, Eustaquio Revilla. And he asked, okay, the environmental impact is clear, 400 hectares restored, you were able you have been able to do it thanks to the funds collected by Grupo Silvestris, because you were not able to collect funds from the national administration, the regional administration. You are a small municipality, you don't have funds for restoring hundreds of hectares. 500,000 trees planted and so on, it's clear. But for the village, tell me about the village. This is an important project for the village, for the people. And the mayor told, look, today, this season, there is no unemployment in Grandes de Salime. It was curious to me because it was exactly the same reply that the mayor of Camino Morisco, a municipality in Las Urdes, the north of Extremadura region, gave to the same question to another promoter. In this case was Banco Santander. Camino Morisco has not unemployment today. Camino Morisco is exporting employees to other municipalities. 2 different mayors, 2 different regions, 2 different projects, but the same reply for they were highlighting more than the environmental impact. So we were happy to develop these kind of projects thanks to the voluntary carbon markets, because they are letting us to keeping on filling the world with trees. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you all for all of the speakers. So I would like you to invite to here to see you all together by saying that we don't have any questions on the chat, so please, yeah, please. We are almost done this second panel discussion. Yeah, please. We need another one. Oh no, it's fine? Okay. Yeah, it's perfectly fine. So, as I mentioned to you, there is no questions on the chat, so looking for that from the audience. But in any case, Catalina, she compiles all the questions from the consortium and other external experts that we are going to share with you, because there is a lot of, and we are almost out of time. But considering that this
point out the target of EU for carbon neutrality by 2050 is much too ambitious target. We have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of aspects to take into consideration. All of the presentations that were really inspiring. And also, the last presentation pointed out the social aspect of all of these technologies that we should also take into consideration. It's a major aspect, not just the carbon, but the impact on the people, on the society, on the community, So I think that we need the collaboration from the experts, engineers, scientists, also the perspective of policymakers and investors in order to have the full picture. So we need the active collaboration of all of this. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, the challenge is anything from the atmosphere, it's only attacks. And there are voluntary carbon markets that are removing from the atmosphere in a very tiny way, in global terms. Maybe both markets should be together at some moment and not in a very far moment, and start reducing and removing at the same time.
Thank you.
Okay, from my perspective, it is about our planet. The health of our planet is not good. And we have to take it in our minds in order to promote this kind of solutions. Regarding nature-based solutions, actually, we need to see them not only for treating the wastewater or the other solutions that we were talking about, but also for making money and for living from them. Because this is not just one perspective or one status we will have within the next 2 years, but we will have to adapt to the next paradigm in the climate change, and we need to make money in order to not only biodiversity, but also us to live in this new planet we have.
Thanks a lot, yeah, Lily.
Well, I would like to answer your question in two different ways. First, you asked about our talks. So if we were to talk about what is the challenge that we cannot overcome, I would say standardization. I think we cannot standardize natural-based solutions. But if we are talking about the overall goal that we all need to achieve, I think we need to achieve a self-sustainable system. We need to understand how it works, and we need to be able to contribute to it, not only for our planet, but if you are following the news, you will hear that Elon Musk is talking about going to Mars and living there. So we definitely cannot do anything close to it unless we know how to do the entire cycle on our own and be able to manage it. So I think that will serve both goals.
Very important also for the carbon markets. If there is no standardization and also to measure.
To me, as a scientist, more than an economical value,
Sure.
I'm more of the applicability. What is our capacity? Whether can we do it with the resources that we have? Is my point. Thank you.
Yeah, it's okay. Briefly, I think just because, well, about my company, right? There's some issue regarding release of GM organisms into the environment, right? And that like plays into the whole like hysteria that surrounds like climate change and the impacts of climate on our health and like how those factors obviously sometimes get misconstrued, and yeah, I think the main issue for me in particular, it will be like putting those misconstrued ideas into alignment, right? Because I think a lot of what makes our planet, well, what creates our unhealthy planet after many hundreds of years of damage, worse is our ideas about it, right? Because I think a lot of what we say and what we do has action, and yeah, I just think that will be the main issue for me.
Thanks a lot. I would like to add, if I may, that I would like to link with the intervention from the GSC and the European Commission in the first part, that soils are one of the biggest carbon sink pool in terrestrial ecosystems. So mainly we are talking about natural, nature-based solutions. So look at what we have, and also for sure taking into account all the methodologies, all the technology that we can implement, but also that I think that passes again, once again, for taking care of soil, of our environment, as you mentioned, having this social impact for people, and also includes the industry. That also has a lot to do with the artificial soils and all that you are mentioning, that I think they are in line with the nature. So thanks all for your comments. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, sure.
Thanks for the inspiring session. When we discuss about the credits, like carbon credits and so on, we always came to the same conclusion that it's not about the carbon only. It's an array of co-benefits and all the impacts that are behind the carbon removal. So this is very difficult to standardize, as you said, and all these co-benefits like the social impacts and so on. On the voluntary carbon market is clearly on the decision for the buyer of the credit, but on more technological solutions, sometimes it's more difficult. Maybe a private investor is not always looking for the social or other impacts. I wonder if there's something to translate into the selling of nature-based solutions on commercial projects, like for example on the waste infrastructure. There was a good stakeholder that was thinking on piloting this and so on, but how to increase this acceptability of nature-based solutions on technological solutions. Like I was thinking on also phytomining, for example, if we can absorb also critical raw materials from these plants. How can we transform all our process to nature-based solutions and sell it properly and so on? How to sell these co-benefits? Open question.
Thank you. Thank you. Seems like you have an idea.
I'm thinking.
Actually, one option can be if you buy the voluntary credits to promote these nature-based solutions. So I don't know if nowadays there are so many projects in which we can see that. What do you think?
There are some standards that have their own qualification of the credits. Carbon credit plus, or like this. There are clients that ask, you say that your project has a very good quality, but there is carbon with higher quality. The carbon is a molecule, so there is no better carbon. But the way you can do it, yes, definitely there are different ways. By the moment, most of the clients look for cheap carbon credits, not from removals, from avoiding or reduction that are cheaper, because you are paying for, in some cases, in the case of forest conservation, you are being paid for doing nothing, not harvesting, not deforesting. We need not to increase the deforestation, but we need to remove from the atmosphere, because this carbon sink is existing. We need to protect it, okay, but we need to remove with a lot of solution that has been shown here. But yes, there is a possibility. You can get higher or lower quality of not the carbon, but the credit, and some of them will be cheaper, some of them will be more expensive. But the standardization is the key.
What about carbon reutilization? Because carbon is not going to go anywhere.
The microphone.
So we were talking about carbon sink. It's great, but let's face it, like, matter cannot be created or destroyed. So the carbon is not going to go anywhere. So I think we also have to consider of carbon reutilization, not in carbon dioxide, for example, but in something else that is not a greenhouse gas. Because even the label of carbon, I find it a bit disturbing. You know, carbon doesn't go anywhere, shouldn't go anywhere. So,
but in any case, it comes on processes. So when you are talking about the quality of the carbon, what I'm sure that the recalcitrant, so what we are looking for is the mineralization of this carbon, that it is going to be permanent. But nobody knows, because instead coming with all of these processes, and that is interlinks with the work done by some of the colleagues here from the consortium, that is, they are there, about the synergies. So what we want to promote, and what are the potential within the synergies of all of these methodologies and technologies that you propose, they are going to have the best or the more effective impact on the carbon sequestration. So by the end, we need to look at this. For that, we need a little bit more with research, and I think we have all common goals, but for sure we have like a kind of high carbon, or we look for this recalcitrant or more stable carbon.
Or converting it, like biochar with CCS. So we are gonna, we're going to convert carbon dioxide to a fuel. That is still a possibility.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I said it. It's already an example of that. So something similar to it.
Yeah, sure. I think the last one, and we continue discussion.
Just related to this, where we looked at CO2 abatement cost, and we also talked about timescales of removals, and you said about companies thinking about an investment for the future. If a removal is high risk of reversal, do you end up paying less in the short term, but more in the long term, in the way of buffer pools or liability for re-release? So did you factor that in to the cost abatement, or could you? Do you understand my question?
Well, I think he will have that. He has plans.
Yeah.
It's more waste.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, with the microphone, with the microphone.
Oh, okay. Yes, it is more waste. Yeah, I think I'm just going to leave it there, just because I'm very new to this C-Sync thing. So, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Maybe we can create synergies with your plants.
There we go.
Yeah. Biochar them.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah. I guessed already.
I think that we should think about the very beginning of this situation. It was the first industrial revolution. In that part of the area, let's say, instead of being the carbon as a gas in our atmosphere, was in as petroleum or as coal, so in condensated phases. So we should think about recovering this CO2 to convert it again in a no disturbance species for the greenhouse effect, and for doing so we should put it again in condensated phases. That is one thinking I have in my mind, and for trying to promote new solutions, but we have to get back to the previous status of the Earth, of the planet.
Thank you all. So then we are going to go through the lunch break, and we come back.
Yeah, so thank you very much for your participation in this debate, interesting debate. It's a shame that we should cut the debate indeed, but we need to follow the timetable. It's very tight today. So now we can go to the lunch and the networking, and we should come back at 2:20, okay, for starting the third thematic session. Thank you. We are here again to continue with our CICINC workshop. So now it's time to open the third thematic session, focused on natural-based solutions, carbon market and regulation. And it's our honor to invite to our speaker, Dr. Christian Holsteiner. He holds a PhD in economics from the University of Linz and is currently the head of unit for land economy and carbon removal at the European Commission DG for Climate Action. He has held several key roles in the European Union climate and competition policy and previously worked at the KPMG Germany. So please, Dr. Christian, the floor is yours. You can just tell me next, so I'm going to change the slide for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Pleasure to be with you. Thanks so much for having me. Unfortunately, I can't be with you in person, but I hope it will also work out online. I want to give you an update here from Brussels on what we are doing on carbon farming, on nature-based solutions, in particular on the certification framework that we are working on, so that we can kick off a voluntary carbon market for nature-based solutions, or carbon farming as we call it. Let me start with our big objective in European climate policy, and this is to make Europe climate neutral by 2050. So this means in 2050 we shouldn't add any more CO2 to the atmosphere on balance, because we will always still have emissions in the system, not least from producing food and biomass, livestock, fertilizer emissions. And we will also have emissions in certain energy intensive industries and, for example, from long distance transport. So we also must get better in actively taking CO2 out of the atmosphere, storing it in our soils, in our forests, but then also in the products that we produce out of biomass, like wooden buildings or other biomaterials in construction, long-lasting bioplastics. And then at a certain moment, we'll have to incinerate a building or plastics, bio-waste, and then we shouldn't let the CO2 go back to the atmosphere, but capture it and store it permanently, for example, in the empty gas fields of the North Sea. So we put the CO2 back from where we've initially taken the fossil fuel from. And what is so exciting when talking about the bioeconomy is that we can have value chains. If you look from the forest until to the incineration, that are good for the climate. So we will produce goods, services that in the end lead that we keep more carbon, more CO2 here with us. And we've taken it out of the atmosphere and we've reduced CO2 concentration in the atmosphere. And this is what finally matters to reduce the impacts from climate change. So, and this will become more and more important the more we go towards 2050. So if you can go back to the previous slide, please. And what we are doing now is we are starting with the monitoring, reporting, verification. So to better understand how much carbon is bound by which action along that new value chains in the bioeconomy. And we start with what we call carbon farming, so agriculture and forestry. Here we first still need to reduce emissions, like for example the emissions that we have from the drained peatlands. We need to get better in storing carbon through agroforestry, through better soil management practices, and we develop a certification methodologies there that we can then exactly say, okay, if a farmer does this in this practice, these are the climate benefits. Then we look at the long-lasting use of biomaterials, for example, carbon storage in buildings. The use of wood materials, biomaterials can be a very important storage of CO2 over long periods, 50, 100 years. And finally, we look at what we call permanent removals. So this is if we capture the CO2 from bioenergy plants, from the waste gases, from pulp pulp and paper plants, and then put them geologically in the empty gas fields, or we mineralize them, for example, in concrete. We also look at the methodology for direct air capture and storage, and we also look at biochar with pyrolysis, where you bind the CO2 in the charcoal, and that you can use as a fertilizer on the field, so back to agriculture, or you can also use it, for example, as a building material. So, and then we hope to be able to really have a good monitoring and reporting system over these new value chains. So now on to the next slide, please. What we are working on this year is that we develop a first set of these carbon farming methodologies. So for those where we see also really high potential and where we already understand better how we can monitor and report them, the rewetting of peatlands, the soil management and agroforestry, tree planting, and biochar. And we will effectively have tomorrow our expert group meeting that will discuss the draft methodology on the soil management and agroforestry. And next week we will discuss rewetting of peatlands and tree planting. It's the second version of our methodologies. And yeah, we hope we've done a good job and get good feedback from the experts, and then can move further on. So on the next slide, let me say some words about how this carbon removal, carbon farming certification fits into a larger MRV system. So what we are after is that at the level of a farm, of a land, we can give comprehensive information on climate, biodiversity, and sustainability aspects. So we will have a certificate of compliance that will contain all of that information. So it would be kind of a one-stop shop for sustainability, monitoring, and reporting. This is our ambition. So this would also be verified by an independent third party. And so this information could, for example, be used for Scope 3 reporting within the value chain. We hope that we have there also then the synergies with already existing reporting systems, for example, under the Common Agricultural Policy, that we also link to existing greenhouse gas inventories that may already provide baselines, standard emission factors that we can build on. And based on the certificate of compliance, we can also issue what we call certified units. So this is what is interesting for a voluntary carbon market. This is this carbon credit, this 1 ton of CO2 that you then can sell onwards. So, and to complement that, we will from 2028 onwards have a union-wide registry. So one marketplace where all these can be traded, but it will also contain all the certificates of compliance. So really one place where we can store all of that information. And I think what is important when we develop the system is, as I've already said before, to see the links with existing reporting systems at national level, the greenhouse gas inventories, the Scope 3 reporting in the value chain, as well as the reporting under the Common Agricultural Policy. And I think our aim should be to merge all of these systems and to get really to one single MRV system that can serve all these different purposes. Okay, on the next slide, I just would like to give the timeline, what we do here on certification. The regulation, the framework itself entered into force last December. As I've said, this year we are very busy on developing the first set of certification methodologies. We will also come with implementing legislation on the certification schemes, the registries, the verification by independent third parties, so all this market infrastructure that we need. And then next year, if all goes well, we may already want to recognize the first certification schemes and get the certification going. And then we will work on our next set of methodologies that will include a sustainable forest management and the carbon storage in buildings. And as I've already said, in 28, we will start with the EU registry. So this, of course, is all work more on the supply side. We want to create credibility on the supply side so that it will also be easier for farmers, for foresters, to get a value credible information on the climate sustainability benefits of their practices, of the transformation to more sustainable agriculture. But then comes the big questions: how can we finance that? And so if we can go on to my next slide, please. So how can we finance this transformation to carbon farming? And currently, we see here potential on the voluntary carbon market. We have a lot of companies who want to make these climate neutrality claims. So, and there we have the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, which gives guidance and a framework for those claims. As you may have heard over the last months, Commission wants to simplify all of that so that it's like only applicable for big companies with more than 1,000 employees. But this is something we are working on, and we hope that by having simpler rules, we get a higher uptake of these net zero claims. In parallel, we're still negotiating the Green Claims Directive, which is about the negotiation, communication with the consumers. The final trialogue hopefully will take place in June, so we should get more clarity also on how one can communicate claims towards consumers. So, and that should, together with CSCF, already strengthen the voluntary carbon market. And then we are also looking into how could we create maybe a more regulated market, so to provide more certainty on the demand that is clearly missing in the voluntary carbon market. And we are running now our second study on that, where we look at different forms of trading systems for the agri-food supply chain. And this is I'm coming now to one of my last slides. So the next one, please, is how could such a market for nature services, ecosystem services, carbon, however you want to call that, look like? So it would be voluntary for the farmers and foresters. So those who transition to more sustainable farming practices would here have a way to valorize, to monetize their efforts through the CSCF credits, the carbon farming credits, that they would supply to this market. And the demand could come from within the value chain, from the big food processors. We see quite an interest there for these climate neutrality claims, but also for biomass processors, pulp, paper, furniture companies, for example. Then we could think about public-private purchasing programs. So, for example, the EU Commission itself, we could make a European-wide purchasing program where we say, okay, we want to have 100 million tons of carbon farming credits. Who could supply them to us at a low price? And then, of course, it's the demand from outside the value chain, maybe from airlines that want to make climate claims. I think an important discussion is, could it help to have like certain obligations or a purchasing program over several years, so that we create a more certain demand with more predictability? Because I mean, this is what is important for farmers and foresters, because some of these changes in practices like agroforestry, rewetting of peatlands, this you want to know for how long can I be financed for that, for how many years. So you want to have a predictability in that, and a carbon market could deliver that. So now I come to my very last slide, where I want to promote an event that we are organizing on the 21st of May on such a purchasing program. So like a European Buyers Club for carbon farming credits. We're getting together private public banks, the European Investment Bank, KfW from Germany, ADEM from France, and to see, okay, what could already be now the appetite to start buying these carbon farming credits already at an early stage. Okay, that was my short overview. Hope it was helpful, and thanks a lot for your attention.
Dr. Christian, for your insightful intervention with the explanation about the expectation of the European Commission regarding the carbon farming framework. Thank you very much. So our next speaker is Lisbeth Dries. She is an associate professor at the Wageningen University, specializing in agricultural economics and rural policy, and held a position as a lecturer in the agribusiness program at Lincoln University in New Zealand. Lisbeth's research focuses on agricultural and food chain organization and innovations to reduce agriculture's environmental impact. So please, Lisbeth, the floor is yours. She is online, and I'll do the same with the slides. So once you need next slide, please just let me know.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me to this workshop. Yes, I'll just wait until the slides start. But I can already say that my intervention or the presentation that I will provide is a joint work with a colleague, Inzat Tierman, at Queen's University Belfast. And it was, yes, thank you. And we worked on this as part of the Nova Soil project. This is the theme of the Nova Soil project. It is an EU Horizon project that is also financed by the European Commission. And we look at soil health and soil health improving practices. And the work that I will be discussing and presenting today is one of the studies that we conducted in this project. And we will be focusing on carbon farming and the potential of carbon farming to improve capture of carbon in soils, and especially the willingness of farmers to be attracted to the contracts of potentially carbon farming reducing practices. No, sorry. Carbon farming practices. Maybe you can switch to the next slide. Yes, in connection to the carbon removals and carbon farming regulations. So we designed an experiment that was conducted with farmers in the Netherlands, mainly arable farmers. So what we will be focusing on is soil management practices. So we will not be focusing on rewetting of peatlands or agroforestry or reforestation, but really about practices that arable farmers can conduct to reduce the emissions of carbon or CO2 from their lands, or to improve the capture of carbon in those farms. So next slide, please. Okay, just a brief introduction there. I'm sure that a lot of people in the room or online are very familiar with this already. So, but like I said, we are focusing on carbon farming, soil carbon sequestration, carbon farming activities, such as, for example, but I'll go into more details when I'm explaining the experiment in detail. But what we're looking at is, for instance, the reduced tillage or planting additional cover and catch crops, or converting arable land to grassland. And rewetting of peatlands would also be an option, but in our experiment, we didn't really have any peatland farmers in the sample, so we will not look at that. Next slide, please. Okay. Yes, sorry, and also the next one. So there is a lot of interest in this potential of carbon farming and also willingness of farmers to learn more about that. And the two examples that I put on this slide now are two initiatives that were implemented already since a few years as pilots or as part of project implementations in the Netherlands. One of them refers to the Rabo Carbon Bank. So that's an initiative that was set up, a pilot that was set up by one of the largest banks in the Netherlands, the Rabobank. And the other one refers to an initiative for promoting carbon farming and also paying for kind of carbon credits by a farmer association in the Netherlands. So these are just two examples. Next slide, please. Now, what we wanted to look at in our study was especially suppose that the contracts that are offered to farmers to participate in these in carbon farming initiatives, if these contracts had to fulfill the strict measures or the strict requirements of the carbon removals and carbon farming regulation, would they still be interested in that? Because the two examples that I just showed did not necessarily fulfill all these requirements or not the strictest ones. When we're looking at what will be required for certifiable credits, we're looking at quantification. So the carbon removals have to be quantified, so that means specifically that they need to be calculated with respect to a standardized baseline. And related to that is also the requirement of additionality, so that the measures that are implemented by the farmers go beyond what is already required by EU or national regulations or laws. So it's not enough to have soil health improving measures on the farm. It should go beyond what is already required by the law. And therefore, that should also be reflected in that standardized baseline for the calculation of these carbon credits that can be achieved. Another aspect has to do with long-term storage, so that well, carbon removals have to be achieved for a long time, so we're talking about decades, and that a certificate will also need to indicate that duration, and therefore also that monitoring needs to be done over that time period with connected liability if there would be a premature reversal of those removals. And then finally, there's the requirement of sustainability, meaning that these carbon farming activities should at least generate co-benefits for other sustainability aspects, such as biodiversity or other soil health measures, apart from the carbon removals, and definitely also avoid land degradation. Okay, next slide, please. So what we have investigated specifically is whether farmers would still be interested in carbon farming contracts if they have to fulfill requirements of the regulation. And that's an interesting question to pose because, like I said, these private initiatives, of which I gave two examples, do not fulfill the requirements yet, especially when it comes to the long-term storage. So that might be a crucial issue. And there's very little information yet about that. Of course, also related to the fact that this regulation is very novel and has been in preparation only in the past few years. Next slide, please. Okay, so, and next slide. So how did we investigate this? Yes. We did a discrete choice experiment with farmers. So we're really focusing on the supply side of the question, so not on the demand side, not who is paying for this, but just would farmers be willing to participate. And to do that, we of course need to provide farmers with concrete information about what kind of carbon farming measures they should apply, and also what kind of carbon removals they can achieve by that, because they will be paid in these carbon farming contracts based on the carbon removals. We used two recent studies on this, and both focusing on the Netherlands, of course, because our sample is also with Dutch farmers. The first one has identified sustainable soil management strategies for Dutch arable farmers, so using a linear programming model. And so they have identified what measures farmers would have to achieve or have to implement. And then the second study by Matisse has then calculated, based on these sustainable soil management strategies and measures, the amount of carbon that can be stored. So actually, by providing this information to the farmers before they start implementing the experiment or answering to the experiment, we already introduced the three important requirements of additionality, because these soil management practices, the sustainable soil management practices, are above what standard farms have to apply, so above what is already implied by regulations. They lead to more sustainable soil management. That's exactly the purpose of the strategies that were identified. And they are also fulfilling the quantification requirements, because the amount of carbon stored is in comparison to conventional farm management. So the three important requirements of additionality, sustainability, and quantification are incorporated in the experiment by providing this information to the farmers beforehand, that this is what they will have to fulfill and this is what they will get in return. Okay, so to be concrete, for the arable farmers, that's the top part here, we provide the information that farmers that sign a contract will have to have a minimum share of grains in their crop rotation. And we distinguish, or the authors have distinguished between intensive and extensive farms. There's also a requirement on the amount of organic sources or manure coming from organic sources, and also a requirement on cover crops. And the connected carbon removals, if you click once more on the slide, are shown here. So that's what Matisse has calculated. This is what also the farms in the experiment are presented with. These are the potential removals of carbon if these measures are being applied. And also a distinction is made on the type of soil, because that can influence the carbon removals. The second row represents the requirements that we have for livestock farms with grassland. We had to include that because livestock farming is quite important in the Netherlands, and the sample was too small if we only focused on the arable farmers. These requirements do not come from the work from Kik et al. And Matisse, but from agri-environmental schemes. But you see that they are also going beyond what is required in regulations, so the additionality and also the quantification aspects and sustainability are included here. So it has to do with less intensive grazing, more use of organic fertilizers, resting periods, and no plowing of the grassland. And they were also presented with these carbon removals. The last row I don't have to go into, because that was about the rewetting of peatlands, but like I said, we don't have any peatland farmers in our sample. Okay, so that was the setup at the beginning of the experiment. Then we presented the respondents with contracts. And just to remind you, so the additionality, sustainability, and quantification element was included in the prior information that was given, so the measures that the farmers had to implement and the connected carbon removals. The long-term storage element is reflected in the contract duration attribute that we have here. So contract durations would be at least 10 years, but could go up to 30 years in the contracts that were offered. But importantly, we also allowed for a termination option in the case the farm was sold within the duration of the contract for some of these contracts that were offered. The other attributes are the logical attributes that you would see in contracts, of course, the price element, and sorry, the two attribute names should be reversed there. The top attribute is the percentage of compensation of costs. So, and that could vary between 25% and 100%. That just means how high was the share of costs that farmers would have to implement these measures that would be compensated. And that could go up to 100%. And then the second attribute is the carbon credit price. We started from a general price at the time that we were designing this of 25 euros per ton of carbon removals. And so the price could vary between 10 euros per ton or 50 euros per ton, so something in between there. And then the last attribute had to do with additional support for sustainable soil management. And that could be either training, also the literature is pointing towards the importance of training to motivate farmers to start doing sustainable management, or it could also be a reduction in the interest rate for new farm loans. Also, that is something that we took from the literature, where you would be supporting farmers by that. Okay, so this is the general setup. First, we had a welcome note, and we would ask farmers what type of farmer they had. Are they arable farmers? Are they extensive or intensive? Were they grassland, livestock farmers? And on what type of soil? And then based on the answer that they were given, they were presented with the specific measures that applied to their soil type and farm type, and also the specific carbon removals that could be achieved with those measures. Then they would be given information about different attributes in the contracts, and they would be presented with 7 different choice cards from which they could choose. Contract 1 or contract 2, or they would always have the no contract option. So that means that they are not interested in any of the 2 contracts. And then at the end, they would also get follow-up questions about their farm and their own characteristics and attitude. Okay, next slide, please. I think we can move to the results. Okay, briefly about the sample, we had in the end 95 farmers, on average 56 years old, and they are on average larger than the typical farm in the Netherlands, so 90 hectares, which is almost double the Dutch average for arable farms. We have more arable farmers in our sample because that was on purpose. We wanted to focus on these arable farms, but then had to extend our experiment to the livestock farms as well. And yes, well, the rest, well, 37% are intensive. Very few farmers in our sample are organic, and 77% expect that they will still be in business, either themselves or their successor 10 years from now, which can be important, as we know that these long contract durations may be a point of attention. Next slide, please. Okay, what do we find? The summary is on the right-hand side. So the predicted probability, so the likelihood that respondents would accept one of the contracts that was offered, was only 40%, which is very low, we would say. And then the effects of the different attributes in the contracts are as we would expect. Of course, if there's a higher compensation share for the costs that they have, or if carbon credit prices would be higher, they are more likely to accept. The support in the form of training or interest rate discounts, also a positive effect, but then long contract durations are an issue, so they are evaluated negatively, which could be compensated, at least to some extent, by the termination option if the farm would be sold or taken over by a successor. Next slide. We then also did what they call a latent class model, in which we identified 3 different classes of our sample. The first class, so class 1, has a, well, they are the interested farmers, or they are interested in potential carbon farming contracts, even with these strict conditions. They have a predicted probability likelihood to accept a contract of 86%. That's quite high. And they represent about 38% of the sample, so not yet the majority of the sample. Then the second class is what we would call the uninterested farmers. They are the majority of our sample, with a predicted probability of only 4%. So they are very, very unlikely to accept the contract. And then the third class is in the middle. They are uncertain. They will only, well, they might accept the contract in 1 out of the 3 cases, but they only present 20% of our sample. Okay, I think I'm going towards the end. So next, yeah, sorry, there's a few. Yeah, next slide, please. Okay. We can then also look at the characteristics of these 3 classes. And if you look at the interested farmers compared to this uncertain category, then they are likely to be younger, and they also agree with the statement that soil health is important for their productivity. But they do not yet apply any soil health friendly management, as opposed to the uncertain class of farmers who is more likely to do that already. And then the uninterested farmers, so the ones that are very unlikely to accept one of those strict contracts, they are comparable in characteristics to those interested farmers. But an important difference is that they are less likely to expect that the farm will still be in business 10 years from now, which may make them more hesitant to accept these long-term contracts that we put into the experiment. Okay, next slide. I have two discussion points still, or 2 points. Okay, so a first observation is that the farmers in our sample are quite unlikely to accept our strict carbon credit contracts. Only 40% of the sample might accept such a contract. And if we look at the different classes, then we see only 38% of the sample is interested. Now, why could that be? And we've also looked at the literature on comparable contracts. Some authors say that this could have to do with the limited awareness of farmers of the actual soil organic carbon content that they can achieve. But I think, at least in the Netherlands, maybe also for Germany and some other countries, farmers are actually quite aware. So it could have more to do with the limited removal potential for arable farmers and these grassland farmers that makes them hesitant to be interested here. The second finding is that, well, not unsurprisingly, but the importance of these compensation cost shares. And so the expected payment should exceed the costs that the farmers have. And that may also be related to the risk attitude of these farmers. These carbon credit contracts, if they're only based on the price that a farmer could get for the credits that they achieve, are termed result-based payments. So they are actually quite risky. If you do not achieve the carbon removals that you expect, you will also get a low payment. So that could point to the importance of using these hybrid contracts, where you're combining the result-based payments with action-based payments, like you would also have in an agri-environmental scheme, where you are also compensating the cost because they are less risky. And then in combination with the result-based elements, you could have the best part of both, so less risky but more effective contracts. Last slide. So third finding is about this importance of the early contract termination option. That's quite important important. Farmers also said that in the face-to-face interviews, that the long contract durations are really disliked because they limit the flexibility not only for the current farmers, but especially for successors also. And then early termination options can improve the participation for these programs, but maybe also for other nature protection programs that need a long participation time. Finding 4, and that's the last finding, but with 2 discussion points there. So the training and the interest rate discounts can motivate participation. That's also one of our findings. And that could point a direction towards carbon farming initiatives that are set up by banks as intermediaries, like the example that I gave in the beginning of the pilot by the Rabobank, the Rabo Carbon Bank. That could be promising because then the bank can use these interest rate discounts to motivate farmers to participate. And also the last point on this slide, if you could click, yeah. In general, setting up these kinds of contracts through farmer associations or other intermediaries that can organize multiple farms within one contract or within one organization of these contracts can offer more flexibility to participants and will benefit from scale effects, both for the monitoring, which is a high cost element, but also for the possibility to create buffers. If you have multiple farms included in one contract or in one carbon farming initiative, then if there are a few parts that are, or a few farmers that are terminating early, you could have a buffer that could still fulfill the requirements for long-term storage. Okay, I hope I wasn't going over time for too much and that it was clear enough. Thanks a lot for listening. If you have any questions or are interested in our work, don't hesitate to get in touch. With my email address is here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisbeth, for your presentation. Indeed, having this insight about the social experiment has been highlighted as one of the main challenges to be addressed in the previous panel discussion. So thank you very much. To close this third thematic session, we have the participation of Marcali van Looy. She is a lawyer and legal researcher for the CO2 greenhouse gas removal hub based at the University of Edinburgh. That is indeed one of the key partners of the CESING project. So please, Marcali. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. Okay, let me test this out based on everyone else's struggles. See if I can get it to work. Okay, perfect. So thank you for the introduction. It's a pleasure to be here. So today I will be talking about the review of nature-based solution regulations studied in the CSync project. So to kind of go through this, I'll briefly talk about how we situate carbon dioxide removals and nature-based solutions within the law. And then I'll go on to give a spotlight on afforestation and artificial soils and BCO2 and some of the regulations that we have governing those. And then I'll just give a few kind of reflections at the end about the forward look of the law. So first of all, how do we situate carbon dioxide removals and nature-based solutions within the law? So it's really a challenge of scope. It's relatively easy to kind of situate the mandate for carbon removals in EU law. So the European climate law, as most of us will know, gives a reduction target for greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. So that part of it is easy enough. But what becomes harder is when we try to identify what laws are applicable to the operation of these projects. And I like to think of it as a bit of a jigsaw. So it's kind of a challenge to identify what laws apply to the spectrum of activities that we undertake for carbon dioxide removals. We don't have laws which are a one-size-fits-all, a nice kind of tidy package for each carbon dioxide removal activity. So it's really about piecing together which laws apply, and I'll try to visualize that in the next slide. But it's really about trying to kind of figure out what goes where, and that's where we face a challenge of pre-existing law that we're trying to fit into these new activities, and it doesn't always quite work, and I think that comes across particularly in artificial soils, which I'll come on to discuss later. And we have an added complexity that we have vast swathes of EU policy which then influence the law. And you've got EU regulation, then you've got the governance and the legislation in member states. So there's quite a lot to fit in. And all of that applies to nature-based solutions. We don't have a specific legal definition for nature-based solutions within the law. However, many regulations do mention carbon sequestration potential of land and land activities. So this is the slide I talked about visualizing how the law pieces together. So I picked afforestation as an example. I don't know if the pointer will work. Yes, so on the left-hand side, so at the top here you've got the kind of life cycle, and then on the bottom in bold you have the types of law, the categories of law that might apply. So for example, for pre-planting, you're thinking about planning for your land, your permitting, environmental law. And then if you go all the way through to harvesting and processing, you're transporting the logs, you've got health and safety law because you've got all this machinery, potential emissions, even waste. So you've got all of these different types of law that you might need to consider for each of these different projects. And going back to the kind of swathes of policy that I mentioned before, this has been covered quite comprehensively by other speakers, but just to kind of rehash the point that it's not just a carbon narrative for policy and law, it's very much about these other things as well. And this isn't a comprehensive, this is just to try and visualize the depth of what we're trying to analyze. So you've got adaptation, mitigation, agriculture, biodiversity, and then of course the carbon narrative and CRCF, which has been covered quite comprehensively in this session. The European Green Deal on the left-hand side there feeds into the different strategies that we've got: adaptation, biodiversity, farm to fork. And these strategies help to fuel the law that then arrives. So for example, the biodiversity strategy has helped to produce the nature restoration law, which mentions carbon stocks for both agricultural ecosystems and forest. And so it does all connect, but it's just about kind of piecing it together. So to go on to afforestation, there are two regulations, one of which is concrete that I wanted to mention. That's the LULUCF regulation of 2018. As it does kind of what it says on the tin, it covers land use change and forestry, and it governs greenhouse gas emissions and removals for LULUCF activities. So it has set a target for 310 megatons of CO2 equivalent by 2030, binding member states to ensure that the accounted emissions from land use are balanced by equivalent removal of CO2 from the atmosphere. And this is again where policy comes in. We have this do no significant harm principle, which you will see featured in quite a few EU laws. So a country who is trying to balance their emissions from LULUCF activities by creating the removal, they can't cause significant harm purely for the sake of the carbon balance. So that needs to be borne in mind. And then the common agricultural policy feeds in as well. The strategic plans that member states create there must take LULUCF into account. So that also kind of helps piece that together. Now, there are a few challenges from the LULUCF regulation. There are two that I wanted to mention today. So one is forest reference levels. Now, this is in the process of change. I think it comes to a close this year as the accounting mechanism changes, but something that people had picked on up on beforehand is that the accounting mechanism has faced a bit of backlash. So I think member states were allowed to kind of manipulate their statistics slightly and skew their baselines for their forest emissions, so that if they felled fewer trees than they stated in their baseline, then they were rewarded for that, came up as a benefit, when it might not have been. So, so that loophole is being closed. However, one thing that the European Commission has picked up on is that the LULUCF regulation doesn't quite help enough to create concrete pathways for member states to kind of set those removal targets properly, and provides insufficient support for farmers, foresters and stakeholders. And that is something that's it doesn't just apply to the EU. We're seeing the same sort of thing in the UK, that there are a lot of demands on the land and a lot of demands on land managers, and it's about how to create that sufficient support. So moving on to the proposed forest monitoring law. So this was proposed by the Commission in 2023, and it hasn't been approved as far as I'm aware. But the idea behind it is to create a monitoring framework to facilitate adaptive measures in European forests, and this includes carbon removals. And as to why this has been suggested, the Commission stated that current monitoring standards for member states were perhaps inconsistent, inaccurate, and not comparable between member states. And if we're wanting to create that policy which drives the law in future, then we really need accurate data for that. So that was why the Commission proposed this law. So although the focus of the law is on the wider impacts of forests and wants to create that kind of cross-border feel for the impact of forests across the EU, the proposed law does talk about climate change mitigation role of forests and how important that is, and that connects it to nature-based solutions in that way. And it is designed to be complementary of the CRCF and LULUCF monitoring as well. So similarly for soil, we have the soil monitoring law, which was covered in quite a bit of detail this morning by the Soil Observatory, so I won't go over it too much. But it has been provisionally approved by the trilogue, so it's well on its way, and it will be the first legislation for soil health in the EU, with a focus on monitoring framework. And as many people have stated today, the EU's soils are in a state of degradation, and that's causing organic carbon loss. And so the call from the EU Commission was really that member states lack regular soil inventories with consistent information, and that needs to be improved. And that all feeds into the Soil Strategy 2030, so that again you're seeing that policy driving the law forwards. And the definition of soil health that was proposed is healthy soils are in good chemical, biological and physical condition so that they can provide ecosystem services such as carbon storage. Carbon storage obviously being the important fact there. I mean, obviously it provides other ecosystem services as well, but carbon storage is the important one there. So again, designed to support LULUCF and CRCF. So it'll be interesting to see how that one develops. So on to artificial soils. The spotlight I wanted to place today was on waste law. So artificial soils are varied in their composition. I'm not a scientist, so feel free to correct me on anything, but they do often include waste, be that organic or inorganic. And this poses a challenge for CDR techniques, not just artificial soils, but you see it in biochar and enhanced rock weathering as well, that waste law can quite often be a bit of a roadblock for these activities. I wanted to mention here that the soil monitoring law does reference carbon farming practices, but it doesn't go as far as to mention artificial soils. So 2 laws to mention here. The Waste Framework Directive is the first one. So it applies to all wastes, organic or inorganic, and it produces very stringent standards and waste management practices. And one of the interesting things is it sets a criteria for end of waste. So if you have a waste and you put it through a process and it becomes a product, it loses its status as a waste, you can apply for this end of waste criteria. I'm not sure as to which artificial soils may apply there, but it's definitely something to bear in mind, that end of waste criteria and creating byproducts. And the second one that I wanted to mention is the Sewage Sludge Directive. So it includes strict levels of heavy metals that are permitted in the product and or in the waste, sorry, and strict monitoring, reporting and verification requirements as well. So really, if you're selling or using your artificial soil product, waste law will likely cross your doorstep, and it may provide a challenge. So moving on to BCO2, this is a bit of a different legal scenario. It's very diverse as to where it's deployed, the circumstances, be that agricultural, industrial, and unlike afforestation, we have afforestation activities have been going on for a long time. We have very established laws for that activity. We don't necessarily have it for BCO2 activities. So what I've done here is provided a few different regulations that may crop up not definitively applying to potentially sea sinks activities here, but just to kind of get a picture on the vastness of the sort of regulations that may need to be considered. So for example, the Genetically Modified Microorganisms Directive, there's perhaps a misconception or a misunderstanding that it's a GMO product, then this directive could apply, and there's potentially a narrative there about how to bridge that gap between industry and regulators. Or if the BCO2 technique involves an industrial process which could impact emissions on air, land, soil, water, etc., then the Industrial Emissions Directive could apply. And this creates very strict criteria and permitting requirements. And thirdly, if the BCO2 products are being used in or placed on the market as a soil improver or something to improve crops, it could fall under fertilizer regulation. So really, you're trying to pick out of this myriad of regulation, which ones may apply to your project. So reflecting then on other laws, you'll be pleased to know I do not go into any detail on this slide about all of these other regulations, but it's really just to give you a grasp on the fact that I've very much scratched the surface in this time that I've been speaking. There are so many other regulations to bear in mind, and this is just a handful. And this is just at an EU level. You know, you've got so some of these directives they have to be implemented through national law as well. So there's even more to navigate. So just to finish up, I think the importance is having an accessible and cohesive regulatory framework. It's not an easy task even for a lawyer to pick out all the laws that are relevant to a project life cycle, so it's even more challenging for the people undertaking these projects. CDR regulation is very piecemeal, and the problem we've got is that we've got all of this policy, all of this law, and it all needs to work harmoniously. And we maybe have that, we maybe don't. And it only becomes apparent when we're undertaking these projects where the sticking points are. So it'll be interesting to see how the forest monitoring law and the soil monitoring law, should the forest monitoring law come to fruition, it'll be interesting to see how they kind of merge together and join into that framework. And there are risks. We've got multiple demands on the land, and again, the policy objectives there need to be harmonious. And there are also variations between member states. So we need to create an equitable set of standards and support mechanisms for farmers, land managers, and the varying stresses that we have on forested and agricultural land. And then that leads into the finance element of it. Stable investment schemes that the Commission mentioned in their law proposals, and also how we navigate that narrative between temporary removals and permanent removals and how that affects the financing in future. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. So I invite all the keynote speakers to come here. No. Yeah, but we can see here, right? I look at them. Okay, perfect.
So you have plenty of space.
No problem at all. So I would like to address one of the... please. And I see another question from you in the chat. Was you? No?
The Professor Gallego.
Yeah, one question for Marceli. We know from Brexit, we learned that the UK set his own ETS, and I was wondering what about the carbon removal framework? Is it going to be something like the ETS? Is it going to be something parallel? Is there any plans in the UK? Is it going to be like similar to the European Union, or what are your vision on that?
So I'll maybe answer that in two separate parts there. So when it comes to CRCF, the UK government is keeping a close eye on it, particularly I think in reference to how it affects the support mechanisms that the UK government is trying to bring in and navigate CDR support. On the ETS side, the government announced recently that they were trying to synergize the EU and the UK ETS as much as possible. I think that narrative is particularly pertinent for the more industrial removals or the more engineered side, especially if we're looking at offshore CO2 storage and non-pipeline transport as well. So I know that strays away from the nature-based solution side, but yeah.
And on the carbon farming, is there any particular policy or support? Because we know that UK has a lot of interest on agricultural business, and the farming is quite important in UK. But I was wondering if there's going to be something supporting in parallel, or is some policies already in place, or what is your vision?
I wouldn't pretend to be an expert on that point. I know that it's being closely monitored and explored, but I'm not sure which specifics will come to fruition in the UK. So I can look into it more.
Thank you. Yeah. I just wanted to answer a little bit about the UK kind of the switches in policy. So taking the place of the CAP is the Environmental Land Management Scheme. So it incentivizes farmers for action. So action-based payments, and then there's Woodland Carbon Code, Peatland Carbon Code that pays for credits. So it's like action and accounting. So both of those, it's been a challenge, but they're trying.
There is a lot of expectations and a lot of interesting questions about UK, you know, after that. So I see a lot of expectations. So if you could pass the microphone to him.
Thank you. No more questions about the UK. Sorry. No, it's a general question about the natural restoration law in the European Union. I was thinking that I missed that you didn't mention this law in your review, and I would like to ask you for your opinion and if it is connected or not with the nature-based solutions for CDR and these sort of things that we are talking about. Thank you.
Yeah, so it obviously sets quite stringent requirements for restoration. I think it's 90% by 2050. So yeah, it's a lot, and it also kind of feeds into that co-benefit narrative that it's, you know, your activities can't just be about carbon; they need to bear in mind biodiversity too. And I think that's probably something that the CRCF people can feed into, because there are biodiversity sustainability criteria contained within CRCF as well. So it helps to link up the carbon narrative of nature-based solutions to the nature restoration side.
Thank you. We are going to have also to pose some questions to the speakers who are connected online. And for that, I would like the technicians to open the view. And then I have a question for Elizabeth. So I think she can hear me well. Yeah. Good. Nice. I can see you in the screen. So according to
Vale, pues tómame nota, por favor. Bueno, me pasas, por favor.
No, you can continue. So, Elizabeth, so thank you for your presentation. So, according to study, why are Dutch farmers generally reluctant to accept hypothetical carbon farming contracts aligned with the CRCF regulation? This is one of the most used at global scale. We cannot see her right now, but
yeah, but she's there.
Okay.
Yes, I'm here, but I didn't really catch the question.
Maybe we can just type it on the chat. Catalina. This one, according, yeah, I can repeat, but in any case, just
okay.
to be sure that she can. So, according to the study, we mentioned that according to some studies, why are Dutch farmers generally reluctant to accept hypothetical carbon farming contracts aligned with the CRSF regulation, this one that is most used at global scale. Hope you catch up a little bit better there.
That's this one. Okay.
Yeah, so I think the main issue, and that's exactly what we wanted to investigate, right? If we look at strict requirements in the CRCF that have to do with quantification, additionality, and long-term storage, and also this sustainability goals, then contracts become very strict for farmers. And I think the main, well, of course, there are the price issues. So we could see positive effects if prices would go up for carbon credits, and if they had less risky contracts in terms of compensation of the costs that they would have to implement these measures. That is, as we would expect for other contracts as well, that these have positive effects. But the main limiting aspect and the main barrier that they see, one of the main barriers, had to do with these long durations of the contracts. That to have not permanent but long-term storage of carbon in soils and not to reverse those carbon storages, then you would need to have contracts that last at least for 10 years in our contract, but probably for longer. And that is really a barrier to many farmers. That's why we included also this termination option.
Related with the CAP, also soil management and land management can have an impact on this long-term vision. Thank you.
Hi, Elizabeth. I'm wondering if there is any difference between the medium-sized versus bigger farms in the Netherlands, since a majority of them, like around 80%, are like medium, small-sized farmers. Is there any difference that you see based on the capacity of the farms and their choices?
Thank you for your question. So one qualification, so in our sample we have on average the larger farms. I indicated that we have on average 90 hectare farms, which for the Netherlands is large. And it's double the size of the average for the country. And from our study we couldn't really find this link to the farm size and whether farmers would be more or less willing to participate in these contracts. From other studies in the literature, which look at different contracts, of course, but also related to nature protection or to carbon storage or these kinds of measures. In general, what is found is that more intensive farms, larger farms are often more intensive also in the Netherlands, that they are more reluctant to accept contracts. Again, we couldn't show that in our study, but that is generally found, and it has to do with the opportunity costs of these farmers, and that it's often for a more intensive farmer also. Yeah, they have higher opportunity costs if they start farming less intensively and if they start applying measures that reduce the flexibility for the high productive measures that they normally use.
One last question I had about the same matter is the ultimate thing that I wanted to understand is whether the regulations based on the methane production per farm was affecting the carbon capture acceptance, because majority of those farms will have digesters and they'll produce methane and they'll get already carbon credits because of the methane that they produce. Will that affect them to implement additional practices in their farms?
Yeah, I think that's a very relevant question, especially for the Netherlands, but also some other of these Western European countries that are really struggling to achieve related goals on nitrogen emissions, methane emissions, and we have not included that specifically in our study, but this is definitely something that needs more attention. That how these carbon removals and the nitrogen issue that is still there and that is not so easy to solve either, how they will interact and what kind of trade-offs farmers will make in these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, both of you. I really appreciate the voices from two really different countries, but that has this in common concerning the agriculture important sector. So we have a couple of questions on the chat to the doctor, but it seems, if you can correct me, but if he's not connected right now. So we are going to do the same as the previous session. Catalina, in charge of the organization of this workshop, she will contact the experts and answer the questions for all of us and to have for reporting purposes within the context of the project. And then we move for the next coffee break. And Catalina, if you can give the instructions about...
Yeah, exactly. So we are going to do a pause for a coffee break. We will have time also to look around the different posters we have in the same room of the coffee break, and we will come back at 4 and 10 minutes. Okay? So thank you very much also for your contributions to the third thematic session, and see you in some minutes. Thank you. Okay, so welcome again to our international workshop. So we are ready to start the fourth thematic session focused on the monitoring carbon farming, and it is our pleasure to introduce Dr. Valeria Forlín. She is the deputy head of the unit at the European Commission DG Clima, leading a team that work on the implementation of the carbon removal and carbon farming certification framework and on the design of the market-based climate policies for the agri-food sector. So, Dr. Valeria, please share your presentation, and thank you for being here with us today.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me well.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I can't hear you, I think, but can you try and speak again?
Yes, doctor, we can listen you pretty well.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you for having me. And I know that before me or in the afternoon, my colleague Christian already presented the overall what we do in our unit. So Christian is the head of our unit. I'm his deputy. And to avoid repetition, I will focus my presentation on the specific certification methodologies, so the specific MRV rules that we are considering for carbon farming. Because I believe Christian only kept to the general framework, so I will go a bit more specific into MRV issues. I will now try to share my screen. So I hope you can all see this. So by now you should already know what the acronym CRCF stands for. It's a Carbon Removal and Carbon Farming Certification Framework, and this is a regulation that is in force since December. It's a framework, so it's broad enough that it can cover different types of carbon removal and carbon farming activities. And basically it has three main pillars. One pillar is that the European Commission will provide some methodologies to certify carbon farming. And all these methodologies will have to follow some criteria, some general criteria that are written in the framework. And these are, I will explain a bit better later, quantification, additionality, liability, and sustainability. So these methodologies are not there yet, because the framework, as I said, is valid for many types of carbon farming activities, but we need specific methodologies for specific carbon farming activities, and we are developing them right now. So we appointed an expert group that is we had the kickoff meeting 2 years ago, and since then we have been developing these methodologies with the expert group. I will explain a bit the process later. And the second big pillar that we want to provide with this framework is a harmonized process for the certification itself. So this is the same process for all type of activities, and it's about the role of the certification schemes, of the auditors, and of the operators, and also of member states to a small extent. So the idea here is that today there are so many different certification schemes with their own governance and their own rules. So if you are a farmer or a forest owner, it's very complicated to navigate this. So the idea is that the process will be the same, regardless of what certification scheme you go to. You have the same process. And I will also explain a bit better later what this process is. Then the third big part of the package of what we want to put in place is the registry. So as of 2028, we would like to have an EU-wide registry for all units certified under the framework, be it for carbon farming or for technological carbon removals like bio-based carbon capture and storage. So all these units will be in the same place. This registry will have the same, will have a certain list of information for each unit. and it will be very transparent to know that from that project these units were issued, and so we avoid that the same project sells the same units on different registries. We had some discussion about whether we should centralize all the information on one registry, or rather the registry should be a sort of a platform where we bring information from the different certification schemes who have their own registries. And in the end of this discussion, the recommendation was to go for the second option. So to have the EU registry as a sort of a platform behind which you have different registries from different certification schemes, but they all have to follow the same structure and the same template, so that this information is interoperable and can be collected in the same place, the centralized registry. So we keep still in existence the registries from the existing certification schemes. So these are the three big parts of the package, and let me now go a bit more in detail about these three elements. So first I start with the verification framework, the verification process. So this would be the middle part there. So the certification process involves the Commission, the certification schemes, the certification bodies, and the operators. Member states to a smaller extent. So let's start from the operators, just in the bottom of the slide. These are basically the companies, entities who are carrying out an activity. In the case of carbon farming, it's unlikely that an individual farmer or an individual forest owner is going by itself to a certification scheme to get certified. Usually we see groups of operators. So we see companies that act on behalf of 100, 300, 1,000 farmers. We call them groups of operators, so they are responsible for monitoring what their farmers do, but they are the interlocutor with the certification bodies and the certification scheme. So if a group of operators wants to start an activity, they have to apply to a certification scheme. And the certification scheme is a company that oversees the certification process overall. So they can also manage the registry. As I said before, this registry will remain in place even once the EU has its own registry. The certification scheme will continue operating their own registry in an interoperable manner, and they issue the units. But the schemes are not the ones who go and audit the individual project, the individual activity, because that will be there will be a conflict of interest, because the schemes usually get some money out of every unit that is sold from the registry, so they would have an interest to issue more units. So to avoid this conflict of interest, they have to appoint independent certification bodies, who are the auditors. Basically, these are the ones who go to the project and check that the activity is done according to the certification methodology. So the certification scheme can appoint and supervise the certification bodies, but these certification bodies act independently. The role of the Commission in all this is threefold. First, we develop the certification methodologies that the schemes have to apply, that the operator have to comply with. Second, we recognize certification schemes that can certify activities in compliance with CRCF. And third, as I said, we will create this EU-wide CRCF registry. And then lastly, the role of member states is minor. So this regulation is not addressed at member states, it's addressed at operators. The member states have to accredit certification bodies, which is a standard practice. So auditors generally go through an accreditation process. In addition, a member state, if they want, they can create a national certification scheme, which is already the case in Spain, which is also the case in France, and we know Italy is also working on it. So, and there are many regions in Europe that already have public certification schemes, but this is not mandatory, so member states can do it if they want to. Okay, so this is a bit how the process works, and now I will focus more on the methodologies. So as I said, we have been working with an expert group, which was established in 2023. It comprises members from the industry, the farming community, the forest community, the NGOs. We have some individual experts appointed for their personal expertise, and then we have representatives from each of the EU member states. With this expert group, we are discussing how to, we're discussing both the methodologies and the verification rules. The methodologies will be adopted, this is just EU jargon, but the methodologies will be adopted as delegated acts, whereas the verification rules will be adopted as implementing acts. And for the methodologies, we currently have 5 that are quite ready. The 3, well, they're all relevant somehow for the land sector. So we have one on agricultural soils and agroforestry, one on planting of trees, so afforestation and reforestation, one on rewetting of peatland, one on biochar, and one on bio-based CCS and direct air capture. We are also working on one on carbon storage in buildings, but that's a bit more, that's a bit less developed right now. And we just started work on 2 more methodologies, which then will be ready only, the draft will only be ready next year. One on sustainable forest management, so not planting new trees, but managing the trees that are already there, and one on livestock. Livestock, maybe I should say that is currently, so the reduction of emissions from livestock and manure is currently not actually in the scope of the CRCF regulation, but the co-legislators asked us to assess whether to include it or not. And in the meanwhile, already start working on a methodology. So next year in 2026, we have to assess whether to include livestock in the framework on the basis of a methodology. So we are already working on the methodology. So when we develop these methodologies, we have quite clear instructions from the regulation on what we should take into account as objectives. We need to ensure that the carbon removals or soil emission reductions that we certify are robust and transparent. In the case of carbon farming, it's very important to promote biodiversity and ecosystem restoration, in addition to carbon sequestration and the reduction of emissions. But also there was a clear demand to ensure that certification does not undermine food security. So basically, we do not stop producing food to produce carbon credits, and also to avoid that land prices go up too much because of certification. It's important to ensure that farming remains and forestry remain competitive, so there should not be too much costs on the farmers and forest owners. In the case of carbon removal activities that involve biomass, so this is bio-based CCS and biochar, we need to ensure that this biomass is sustainable in accordance with the Renewable Energy Directive, that the cascading use principle is respected, and that there is not too unsustainable demand for biomass because of these activities. And yeah, this challenge is also always to make this methodology simple and not too much burdensome for the operators. And then another important thing is, because carbon farming is by itself a natural activity, there is a risk that carbon is released due to unforeseen circumstances from the soils and from the biomass. So there should be some liability mechanisms in place in case carbon is released. So with this compass in mind, we have been working on developing the methodologies. So now maybe I can say a bit more about them, about this. So we started working 2 years ago with a review of existing certification methodologies. And then we had several meetings with a focus group to assess the existing methodologies. So 1 year ago, we prepared an assessment of the existing methodologies, and where we were indicating which choices are more coherent with our CRCF framework. All this is published on our website. And then last year, over summer, autumn, we prepared some first draft elements of the methodologies. We discussed them with the expert group. And since then, we received some feedback on these draft elements. There was a survey, there were many workshops online. And the latest is that we have a more developed draft that we shared with the expert group a month ago. And now the next step is to discuss these drafts. We have 3 meetings in the next week. On tomorrow it's on agriculture, on next Tuesday is on peat wetting, and next Thursday is on planting of trees. So these are meetings for the expert group, so only expert group members can interact in these meetings, but the meetings are live streamed, so everybody can watch. They're all in the morning between 9:30 and 12:30, and the links for the web stream are on our website, which you can find if you Google carbon farming European Commission. So we have these meetings, we will present the draft methodologies, and then we will prepare the actual law, so the delegated act. This will take some months because we also have to consult the other department of the Commission. So this autumn, this draft law, this draft delegated act will be ready, and will be put online for the official period of 4 weeks of public feedback, which every delegated act goes through. After this public feedback, if all goes well, we adopt the act. Then member states and parliament will scrutinize it for a period of 2 months. And if during this period of 2 months there is no problem, then we publish the law in the delegated act in the official journal. So this will mean that beginning of next year we will have these methodologies in force. And I didn't. Maybe you're also interested in the ones on bio, CCS, and DAX. Those are a bit more advanced, so their timeline is even shorter. They should be published in the official journal by the end of 2025. So this means that next year we are ready with the methodologies. We then hope the certification schemes will apply to be recognized by the Commission. And once the certification schemes are there and recognized by the Commission, then certification can start. Now I will explain quite quickly how the different quality criteria are being developed in the methodologies, and then we can still have time for some questions, I hope. So the first criterion is quantification. This means basically the activity has to show that what they are doing is good for the climate. So if you take what would have happened in the absence of the activity, which is the baseline, so you take the emissions that would have happened in the absence of activity, and you compare this with the emissions that happen with the activity. This is your benefit from the activity, but then from this you have to subtract any additional greenhouse gas emissions that can be associated to the activity. So for instance, in the case of a DAX plant, you need to subtract the energy that was used to capture carbon from the atmosphere. Or in the case of an afforestation or a peat wetting project, you have to subtract the emissions related to all the machinery that was used to implement the project. So once you take away all these associated greenhouse gas emissions, what you're left with should be a positive benefit. This is the main idea. the discussion on the baseline has been quite intense, and in the end, we propose in the current methodologies that the baseline is simply the counterfactual. So what would have happened if the operator would have continued the practices that he or she was applying during the 3 years before the start of the activity. Oh, sorry. Okay. And in terms of how do we quantify both the baseline and the emissions removals in the activity, we actually are quite, in the methodology, quite open to what approach is used. So there are four approaches. Using a tier 3 model, so a model that is accurate enough to take into account of many different parameters and is specific to the parcel or the field where the land where the activity takes place. A measure-remeasure approach, which is basically based on samples. So the only input, the calculation of the carbon removals or emission reduction is only based on samples of soil or measurement of trees. Remote sensing, so Earth observation, and the fourth is using tier 1 or tier 2 emission factors. So not all approaches can be used for all carbon pools or emission sources. For instance, in the case of soil organic carbon, you have to use either a tier 3 model or a sampling approach. You can use remote sensing, but only as an input of land uses or information about biomass that grows, crop biomass, for instance, but not as the only source of information, because remote sensing cannot quantify soil carbon accurately. And you cannot use just tier 1 or tier 2 approaches. But for instance, for greenhouse gas associated, which is maybe just the energy consumption of the tractor or the machinery, in that case, yes, you can use tier 1 or tier 2 emission factors, so a simpler approach. So for N2O emissions from a use of fertilizer, you can use a tier 3 model if available, but because these models are not that available yet, we also allow to use tier 1 or tier 2 emission factors. So this is a bit, this table summarizes a bit what approaches can be used for each type of emissions. Then, I know, maybe I should add, so we are quite open about what can be used, but we also want to, as commission or maybe as a scientific community, what we will need is to simplify the choice, for instance, of models for the operator, because now there are so many models and so many different tools. It's not really for the commission to pick one model and one tool. First, because different models are work better in different parts of Europe. And second, because if we now say you all use this tool and maybe in 2 years there are better tools available, we are a bit stuck with the decision we made 2 years ago. So we leave it open. There are some criteria in the methodology how to define a good model, but we also want to simplify. So it would be great if together with the national authorities, so together with the member states, we could create a sort of network to indicate, okay, this model has been calibrated and validated for this region of Europe, for Spain, let's say. So it's a good model, you can use it. Of course, the auditor will still check that you're using the model correctly, but you don't need to justify that you use that model. It's fine. You only need to justify that you want to use that model if it's a completely new model that you developed yourself. But if it's already used, for instance, in a national inventory, or if the Commission has decided that it's well calibrated and validated for that region, then no justification is needed. So we will need to put in place a system for this kind of, not validation, this kind of approval of existing models. And also for another way that the public sector could help is by providing better emission factors for different granular emission factors for many different activities. And this is something that can at the same time improve the national inventories, but also facilitate quantification of carbon farming certification. So this is a discussion we want to have with the member states for sure. Now I go maybe a bit faster on the next slides to have some time, but in the case of additionality, we require the operators to pass some regulatory and financial tests. So to show that the activity goes beyond what is required by the legislation, and to show that there was an incentive, so the operators change their behavior because of certification. Just one mention of the early movers, because the incentive effect in itself requires the activity to be new. So you have to show, because I get certified, I start my activity. So it's difficult for someone who has already started an activity in the past and now starts certification for the first time to argue that he started the activity because of certification. But we still want to recognize the efforts of early movers. So as is usual practice, when a new legislation enters into force, we allow for a short grace period. So we propose that if someone started the activity between 2023 and 2027, which is a current CAP period, you don't need to pass the incentive effect test. You can still be considered additional, even if you started before certification. But this is limited in time. This derogation is limited in time. Okay, then the third criterion is storage monitoring and liability. So this is the idea that the operators should take care that the carbon that was removed is not reversed back into the atmosphere. So there should be rules for monitoring this carbon and mitigate any risk of reversal. And the operator is liable for any reversal. But of course, the reversal can be, maybe it's not the fault of the operator. Maybe it's due to a forest fire on which the operator had no control. So what usually certification schemes do is they create buffers. So not all the carbon removed is transformed into units or credits, but a part of it goes into a buffer. And then if there was an unavoidable reversal, so the reversal was not the fault of the operator, then the buffer will cover for it. And it will be the certification scheme who takes care of replenishing the buffer when some units from the buffer are used to cover the reversed carbon. If instead it is the fault of the operator, then this is an avoidable reversal, then it's a responsibility of the operator to replenish the buffer. So there must be some liability on the operator, but only if it's his fault. An important element, an important innovation, let's say, of our framework is that we consider that the units from carbon farming activities are temporary. They are only valid as long as the carbon is monitored. When the monitoring stops, the units expire. But this doesn't mean that the unit has to be, the validity of the unit has to be short. It's an incentive just to continue the monitoring for a longer period, so as to ensure that the carbon is stored for a very long time, but just on a renewable basis, let's say. Not it has to just be transparent that only if you monitor the unit, the carbon, then the unit is valid. Then the last criterion is sustainability, which means environmental sustainability. So we require that the activities are not harming any other environmental objectives such as biodiversity, pollution, and circular economy. And we actually require that any carbon farming activity needs to deliver co-benefits for biodiversity, ecosystems, soil health, and avoidance of land degradation. So in the current methodology, we say that to show this co-benefit, this mandatory co-benefit, there are different ways. Basically, either you have some good literature review that shows that this activity that you put into place is also good for biodiversity, or the Commission is developing some guidelines in the context of the nature nature restoration regulation. So these are guidelines for member states for preparing their national nature restoration plans, and would include a list of practices that are considered good for biodiversity. So if you are doing one of those practices, then you are doing complying with this requirement. So in general, what we're talking about is regenerative agriculture and planting trees in a resilient way, so mixed species and in a way that is resilient to future climate change, or rewetting peatland. These are all things that are good for biodiversity without much doubt. Okay, that's the end of my presentation. So I suppose you will have maybe some questions for me, or maybe not, because you have been in this conference the entire day. But if you do, please, I can stay here.
So, dear Valeria, thank you very much for the presentation. Indeed, I see one question in our chat, but it will be done at the end of this thematic session. Thank you very much for your first-hand insight about the process that the European Commission is following for the CRCF certification, as well as the quality criteria that are under consideration. So our next speaker is Paula Perez Rodriguez. She's coming from the Vigo University. She holds a background in architecture in agricultural engineering and is a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Vigo, specializing in soil science and agricultural chemistry. Her research focuses on sustainable agricultural practices, soil restoration, and carbon farming to mitigate climate change. And today, she's going to share with us the details of the Soil Mission Project, RB for SOC. So please, Paula,
okay,
thank you very much.
Let's see. First of all, thank you for inviting me, for being here and introduce you the project MRB for SOC. And I would like to explain you a little bit about this project and its contribution to carbon removals. So, well, I will let you know a little bit about the project, the demo sites we are using, the challenges and impacts that this project is facing, and the potential synergies we are establishing and the ones we would like to establish in the future. Sorry. Okay. Okay. So MRB4SOC is a 3-year European-funded project about monitoring, reporting, and verification of soil organic carbon and greenhouse gases in Europe, greenhouse gases balances. This is a 3-year project that started in June 2023, and it ends next year in May 2026. So, the objectives of this project are to measure long-term soil organic carbon accumulation in 9 European representative land use land cover classes, to assess how carbon farming practices drive carbon flux dynamics in the 9 classes we are testing, to evaluate the impact of climate change on soil organic carbon accumulation, to develop a robust, transparent, standard, accurate, trustworthy, and cost-effective monitoring, reporting, and verification system to facilitate in the future results-based payment for farming practices, to identify revenue opportunities to unlock results-based payments, and to increase stakeholders' confidence on voluntary carbon markets. So it's very ambitious. The demo sites we are testing are 15. They represent 9 land use land cover classes in Europe. We have demo sites in Spain, Italy, Belgium, Germany, Czech Republic, sorry, and an associated country that is Norway. So in these all demo sites, we had grassland and pasture, peatlands, paludiculture and wetlands, agroforestry, peri-urban areas, croplands, and forest, land use, land cover classes. So the methodology we are aimed to use must be robust, transparent, and cost-effective. And this will help to establish a reliable, transparent carbon farming credits within a cost-effective monitoring, reporting, and verification methodology framework. So the idea, is investigating methodologies that account for the full greenhouse gas and the carbon budget, meeting the quality criteria that previous speakers have presented before. So quantification, additionality and baselines, long-term storage, and sustainability. And the main challenges and impacts are the impact of climate change and socioeconomic pressures on soil organic carbon accumulation that are hard to separate, a general distrust in the voluntary carbon market that is widespread across potential stakeholders, and soil biodiversity across Europe. And this will implement a difficult in different geographical scales, adding complexity to the MRV verification schemes. So the challenges or the impact, of this project aims at support the EU communication key actions on sustainable carbon cycles and carbon farming, the recent regulatory framework that the previous speaker has explained on carbon removal certification, to gain a deeper understanding on relationships between carbon flux dynamics of carbon practices and of the impact of climate change on soil organic carbon. To standardize the track payment system for carbon farming and enhancing maintenance methods for the carbon already stored in soil, reduce the administrative financial burden associated with carbon farming, and increase stakeholders' faith in standards in voluntary carbon markets, leading to increased potential revenue opportunities. So we have already have led some synergies with other projects. For example, we have participated in one of the experts group that the previous speaker has explained before, supporting the European Commission together with our sister project, which is Microbial project, in order to help define the current CRCF regulation. We are trying to develop in synergies with Nova Soil and Invest Soil projects regarding business models applied to MRV system. The topic of the co-benefit of biodiversity, which is hard to address, is trying to be deal in collaboration with Bioservices project. And we are open, that's why I'm here, we are open to collaborate with Carbon Sync, because we are aligned on the same topic, and we think we can find some synergies related to our project, so we are open to that. We can discuss it later, and that's all on my side. Thanks for listening, and if you have further questions about the project, I will be happy to answer if I can. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Paula, for the presentation of this soil mission project. So later during the panel discussion, we will have the opportunity to ask you some things about the project. So continue with our agenda. And now the turn is for Natasha Martirosyan. She is a research associate at the CO2 University of Bristol, focusing on monitoring, reporting, and verification and land-based climate mitigation practices. Her research spans environmental policy, behavior change, and biodiversity, aiming to define sustainable pathways to net zero economies. So please, Natasha, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Catalina. Okay, the remote of death. I really want to say thank you for the invitation to be here. It's a pleasure. It's exciting to hear everything that's been presented so far. And at 5 o'clock at the end of the day, I hope I can keep your attention. So today we've talked already about co-benefits. We're talking about MRV and carbon, but I'm going to take you back into the world of beyond carbon, and how we believe, or I believe, that it really needs to be brought into the standardization process, looking at co-benefits beyond carbon. So I'll talk to you a little bit more about what CORE is, because maybe not everyone is familiar. The aims of our research as an organization and mine, what co-benefits and beyond carbon mean in our context. Talking about the state of CDR and nature-based solutions, and sustainable development goals as a possible benchmark for measuring and reporting of co-benefits and impacts, and a few take-home messages that are collated from our entire project research so far. So CORE is really the greenhouse gas removal hub. We have two different veins. One of them is the GGR demonstrators. GGR is greenhouse gas removal, CDR. I'm going to try to remember to say CDR. I apologize. They mean the same thing in this context. So our GGR demonstrators are 5 different CDR technologies deployed around the UK, including woodland creation and management, perennial biomass crops for BECCS, peatland restoration, biochar, and enhanced rock weathering. And then we have the CORE Hub, which has worked on creating an evaluation framework encompassing greenhouse gas net removals throughout full life cycle and assessments, environmental and social aspects, readiness of CDR technologies and their acceptability in the social spheres, business models, and MRV and legal. So beyond carbon, I mean, everyone in this room knows what the definition of a co-benefit is. A positive effect that one measure aimed at a particular objective has on another objective, which creates a benefit to society. But what about those, negative impacts? The CRCF has done a beautiful job at incorporating sustainability on the environmental aspects, as well as thinking about impacts on agriculture and food systems and land use. But what does it mean when we look at beyond carbon? In the UK context, it has been a challenge. I'm not going to lie. But we want to look at negative and positive impacts of projects across full life cycle, including local and global societal impacts and biodiversity impacts. So to put this beyond carbon into context, the MRV team at University of Bristol have been collating a data map. We have over almost 200 entries, and it's been protocols, regulatory frameworks, standardization processes. We're looking at mostly UK and EU processes, but also global frameworks, and trying to take everything that we can learn from what is out there on the voluntary and regulatory markets and understand what the best practice is to move forward in a regulatory framework in the UK. I've been looking at beyond carbon and sustainable development goals, how they fit into this Beyond Carbon co-benefits process, whether the environmental land management scheme, which took the place of the Common Agricultural Practice Scheme in 2020 upon Brexit, how that has evolved and taken shape, how that impacts MRV, and how carbon markets have developed in the UK. But the reality of all of this is that there's so many consistencies that it's been really muddy. It's been a muddy process, and we are starting to kind of sift through and take the information that is relevant into our deep dives. This figure here is from the State of CDR report, second edition, that came out in June of 2024. I'm using it because it's very pretty, but also it highlights 15 different CDR technologies and their readiness level against their mitigation potential and storage timescales. So it's a really great visual to kind of gain insight on where different technologies are. And this is kind of a global review. Now I've highlighted where a technology interfaces with land and natural processes. So although today we're talking about nature-based solutions, and there are particular ones that kind of fit the bill, I think looking at how these different technologies interface with land is really important, and fragmenting technologies into nature-based and engineered sometimes can have adverse effects, especially if we are fragmenting the discussions outside of this room. For example, enhanced rock weathering is obviously a geological engineered technology, but it has a land application, and where that meets land is a nature-based intervention. So of these 15 technologies, 8 of them interact with natural processes. So the question I've been asking is, do UN SDGs provide a benchmark for MRV beyond carbon? We've pulled out just a few of the protocols and standards that we found on the VCM. There's no regulatory framework within a government body that addresses SDGs at this stage. But mapping SDGs against these certifications in the market has resulted in it's the Wild West. It's still the Wild West of carbon. I can't say anything more than that. And we'll go a little bit more into that in a second. But you can see the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals here. Each SDG has different indicators, and those indicators, of course, can be found on the UN website. But I guess one of the things to note is that because it's a voluntary carbon market as of now, there are no standards in reporting. And I think there's a really big opportunity right now with the CRCF developing and with the SDGs realigning with net zero targets, because they've only reached 14% to goal as of now. The report states, I think, it's 13% of SDGs are on target, so they've realigned with net zero. And what that means is we can harness that framework that already exists and apply it to carbon removal projects right now, and hopefully realign. I think this fragmentation that carbon is here and co-benefits are here is really an opportunity to kind of come back together. But as of right now, projects and standards self-report with little or no evidence. Pure Earth, I think this is all publicly available information. So Pure Earth says they have 6 SDGs, 5 SDGs, yeah, 6 SDGs, no evidence. CDR FYI, same thing, no evidence. Plan Vivo requires at the project planning phase to include at least 6 SDGs, but there's no MRV for that. There's no reporting after the project inception. And they did a review of 21 of their projects and found that on average, each project aligns with 11 SDGs. But again, this is self-reported and there's no MRV. Vera requires 1 SDG, which is climate action. So there's the concern that this is just a buzzword and a fluff that projects align with SDGs, but when we want to create integrity within the market, that's not really going to work. CarbFix, the same. Drax, which is the big bioenergy to carbon capture and storage facility in the UK, self-reports these 6 SDGs. There are other registries that use the same technologies and report different SDGs. So this can be quite confusing for purchasers. Gold Standard has a tool and requires at least 3 SDGs to be implemented on each project. So that's a step up. They have a calculator tool, but it gets people thinking about what their impacts are beyond the carbon measures. And isometric, again, self-reports, they use really vague language and no definitions. They ask for qualitative assessments of positive impacts, but don't mention trade-offs. And this isn't really to vilify the VCM. It's to highlight that there is still a lot of discrepancies and there are opportunities to realign, and now is the time. So just a few take-home messages. You know, developing an overarching meta standard while supporting exploration at the grassroots is one of our main recommendations for research within our core MRV team. We want flexibility. We want, as the kind of processes evolve within the sphere, we want them to be changeable. We want to be able to implement change quickly, because if the technology changes or the information changes or the alignment changes, we want to be able to say, okay, this needs to evolve. We need harmonization of standards internationally. That's really difficult when you have orange people running countries and saying that there's no climate change. But the EU and the UK have these opportunities and hopefully continue the good work while the other continent catches up. One of the things we've really come across is the need for co-production and consultation between stakeholders and experts, the social justice licensing. We need to know how this impacts people so that we can report how we are aligned with Sustainable Development Goals and how we're actually reaching these global aims that we've made. And MRV is beyond carbon across full life cycle. To meet these multiple goals and opportunities, we require coordination across regulatory frameworks. I think the EU is doing an impeccable job at this right now. And introducing ways that nature markets can complement CDR markets instead of fragmenting. This is more of a UK issue, I think, based on what I've understood today with what's going on. But I think it's really important to keep going. And one of the last things I will say is that we should not let perfect be the enemy of the good. And yeah, keep going. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Natasha, for your presentation about this vision beyond the MRV. Yeah. Later, we will have time to discuss during the panel session. So, for closing this fourth thematic session, we have here Evangelos Mouchos. He is a senior researcher, geoscientist at Mine Environmental Management Ltd, one of the partners of the CSync project. He's also a senior researcher associate at the University of Bristol and is currently working on large greenhouse gas removal research projects, bringing his experience in carbon capture through enhanced weathering and other CDR technologies. So please, Evangelos, thank you very much.
So thanks everyone for the attention. I'm just going to be very quick because I know that you're all tired. Plus, we have a great range of speakers today covering pretty much everything on nature-based solutions and CDR. So I'd like to start with this slide because it summarizes nicely the global carbon cycle and also highlights the importance of soils. As you can see in the yellow arrows, soils are having the largest CO2 flux exchange potential, and then carbon just moving through rivers and lakes to the sea and then sequesters to the bottom of the ocean. And the budget imbalance in 2024 is minus 0.4. So the next slide is actually showing that obviously we need to reduce emissions to hit the goals for net zero, but also fluctuations in land sink and also land use change influence greatly the transition of CO2 from atmosphere to the bottom of the ocean. So land-based solutions are obviously very, very important for this transition to net zero. So I'm not going to talk very much about the various CDR technologies. Actually, Natasha covered nicely all the different technologies. I'm just going to highlight that on CSync today we're focusing on afforestation, artificial soils, and biological CO2 fixation. And as you can see here, artificial soils and biological CO2 fixation are not covered in the state of CDR, so they're like novel technologies, and we should be very proud that we're highlighting their potential through CSync, and we're expecting really, really interesting results in the future. So the background of all this funding started almost 10 years ago through the Paris Agreement, then moved on to the Glasgow Pact and the Green Deal, actually Marshall summarized nicely earlier on the environmental legislation and regulations. So here we are, having funding for field trials and MRV to demonstrate if we can sequester carbon long term with this range of different technologies. So this graph actually shows nicely that after 2020, we were having a boost of MRV protocols produced. Actually, you can see that most of them are focusing on afforestation and soil carbon sequestration, and all the other technologies like biochar or enhanced rock weathering are following. So nature-based solutions attract most of the interest. This slide's now showing that actually to date over 180 million carbon credits have been generated, issued, and sold. The vast majority is obviously afforestation and again followed by soil carbon sequestration, peatlands, and then all the other technologies. But interestingly, you can see in the other graphs on the right-hand side that although afforestation and soil carbon sequestration are important, a lot of research is carried on into all these novel technologies because there is no silver bullet. So we're looking for synergies and best solutions to best environments globally. So my next slide is showing where we're having globally afforestation projects. So you can see here that the most popular standards are actually Vera and Plan Vivo globally. Most of the trials are in Southern America, Africa, and Southeast Asia. And obviously, any projects in the UK are dominated by the UK Carbon Code. So what is our work on CISINC, and in particular on MRV? So we started 2 years ago reviewing the literature on a range of carbon dioxide removal technologies, and obviously the co-benefits. Particular attention was on legislation review, and obviously it's international, European, but also parts of the voluntary carbon markets. We reviewed every MRV standard or protocol available up to last year. So it was 17 carbon registries in total. We did a comparative analysis also studying every standards, ISO standards which are available, not for CDR, but partially helping CDR scaling up. And also we're also considering the IPCC guidelines, LULUCF, or as we spoke earlier, the CRCF. And part of the other work packages is also work on full life cycle analysis and sustainable development goals. So this is the list of the protocols reviewed. Obviously, you can see that there are many for afforestation, as we previously highlighted. We're having Plan Vivo, which might be helpful for artificial soils, for biological CO2 fixation, and obviously nothing for artificial soils, which is pretty novel. The idea behind MRV on CISINC is that we're just trying to standardize the process. So we're not relied on protocols which need like external verification. So we're using the principles of ISO 9000 to draft a quality management system for all CDR technologies. So our QMS protocol is based on 3 levels. So level 1 is actually a general guidance applied for any CDR project. Level 2 is actually focusing on a particular CDR technology, and part 3 is focusing on particular projects. And for CISINC, for instance, we're giving examples of the artificial soils, enhanced weathering, and biological CO2 fixation trials, which are already running. Also, part of the QMS is to accept for assessing the currently available ISO standards, also to identify the gaps and prepare pre-standards which will focus on aspects of MRV and the synergies. And these are for all technologies and parts of it which are in common, like rock characterization or soil characterization, are having similar methodologies either for laboratory testing or in situ sampling or even modeling. And it's very important that since all these technologies are novel, that we're actually monitoring solid, liquids, and gas phases, and we're also focusing on testing repeatability, reproducibility, and variance. This is the plan of how QMS per standard design and MRV testing works. So we start from the basic requirements for HCDR technology. Then we're designing a process diagram which actually explains every part of the CDR method deployed. Then we highlighted key controlling parameters and critical control points for every step of the deployment. And we end up drafting QMS and the pre-standards. In this stage, we're also having input for the review of the existing methodologies. Then we're refining our methods, and then we're testing them on site. These are the field trials that which are currently running. We're having partners, CISINC partners, FCO and Cesare, talking about afforestation trials in Spain and Estonia. We're having PASEC, the University of Oviedo, and and the Dafotec talking about artificial soil trial and synergy here in Spain. And we're also having EcoLife partners talking about the field trials of biological CO2 fixation in Germany, Slovakia, and Croatia earlier. So to conclude, currently the CDR R&D is dominated by the voluntary carbon markets and the various startups and registries. Unfortunately, this wild west situation, because there is no or low transparency, and we really need data in order to be able to maximize the effectiveness of MRV, and also in the absence of national and international legislation and regulatory frameworks, this is particularly difficult. So CISIN's approach on a robust QMS is very helpful because it provides a full package with clear definitions of the baselines, the system boundaries, the key controlling parameters for CDR, and the sequestration, permanence, and storage timescales, which makes things more easy and more clear for scaling up. But overall, we still need more data for field trials in order to be able to polish our MRV protocols, decrease the MRV costs by clarifying which are the key controlling parameters, and also validate or update our current models. And obviously, more information can be found on our fact sheets and other papers on the CISIN project website. So thanks very much.
Yeah, please, we can see it all together, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe I would like to start by inviting you, if you have any kind of questions from you to the last presentation. If not, we just start. I would like to ask to Valeria, who is still online, if we can see her on the screen. And then we can go through you for your excellent presentations today. Can you hear us?
Yes, very well.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to ask you, I see some of the questions on the chat that you also replied, but we have a really interesting one about how does the Commission plan to address farmers' concerns about the long-term liability and risk of carbon removal, especially in cases of unavoidable reserval due to the natural events that they are related to the more frequent extreme events related to the climate change. Thank you.
Yes. So usually how this is done is that there is a buffer. So not all the carbon removal generated is stored into units. Some of it will be put aside to cover for this kind of risks. And it's a pool approach. So many farmers get together under a group of operators, and they all share this risk. So they all put aside a certain percentage of their units, and those farmers who will need it, we can use this buffer to cover for the carbon release that was not due to their behavior. That was not avoidable. Now, what the size of the buffer should be, that should be somehow related to the risk. It should be proportional because, okay, we want to be conservative, but we also don't want to take a too large buffer, otherwise there is nothing left for the farmer to sell. So to estimate a bit the size of this buffer, whether it should be 5%, 10%, 20% of the units that go into a buffer, we are relying on the JRC, the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, who is developing maps of risks of carbon release. On soil particularly, because you mentioned farmers, there was a recent publication by JRC colleagues in Nature about a new way of assessing the risk of carbon release from soils based on, well, no, I don't want to go into detail also because it's not really my I was not working on that paper, but we have a risk map. Now we have to convert it into a score, like a percentage, because the map says high risk, low risk, medium risk. We have to decide whether high risk corresponds to 10%, 15%. This we still have to decide. But in general, for soil, the risk of carbon release is much lower than for trees, for afforestation, because the biomass which is storing the carbon is much more vulnerable to fires or droughts or pests, whereas soil, especially soils that are managed in a sustainable way, become more resilient, actually, thanks to the activity, become more resilient to the impacts of climate change. The soil structure improves when you have more carbon in it. Currently we think the buffer for soil should be around 5 to 10%. But definitely, if it was not avoidable, so if it was an unavoidable release, it should not be the farmer who pays for it, but the scheme itself will use the buffer to cover for this loss.
Thank you. This is clear that there is any kind of contingency plan, let's say, right? So I would like to ask to Paula, who is here, what is your methodology approach based on?
Okay, thank you. The methodology approach is based on the use of proximal sensing, remote sensing, together with in situ data of experimental sites with long-term data acquisition, more than 10 years at least. And all this information is fed into models, and these models are being redefined to do a MRV system to quantify at a parcel level, and after that the aim is to upscale it until up to landscape level. So.
I would like to know if you have on this model taken into account not only the upcoming 10 years, if you have any kind of background, because this is important. So you have from previous years, and how long?
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not the expert on that, so I don't know if I will properly answer this. But as far as I know, yes, the previous data is being taken into account. I don't know exactly. I know that there are demo sites from more than 10 years of data, from 10 years back that. And yeah, I don't remember the other question.
I don't know. There is no.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I think it's quite short time, but really effective, because more than 10 years, nobody knows, right? So sometimes the predictions are not. Is the minimum. Yeah. Well, I would like to, any questions from the public? No. I would like to ask to Natasha, according to your presentation, why it is important to consider co-benefits and sustainability metrics beyond carbon accounting in land-based climate solutions. Would you like to read? This is yours. It's too long. Huh?
Why is it important?
What? Yeah.
I think it comes down to the Earth's integrity. Do we want to restore the Earth's integrity, or do we want to count carbon and then have to continue to monitor it over time periods and time scales? Do we want to understand Earth systems complexity, or do we want to complicate things further and potentially create more problems for ourselves? Ultimately, I think that's where it comes down to for me. For beyond carbon, yeah, it's about restoring Earth's natural processes and integrity, using and harnessing things that the Earth already does. So biodiversity means resilience. It means long-term pest control. It means fewer diseases. It means better water quality. And monoculture means bigger buffers and risks of fire and risks of pest and disease. So for me, it's just like, do we want to look at the whole big picture or do we want to fragment it? So in that context, sustainability beyond carbon, measuring beyond carbon is looking at the Earth as a whole system. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks to you.
I hope that answered the question.
Yes,
Okay.
completely. So he has. So
Yeah.
Okay, Evangelo. So first of all, I have personal question because I know that we are working within the context of the project in MRBA protocols. So I would like to know, as we consider the slide in which we see that CDR technologies, most of them are novel. Maybe all of us agree that they are novel. So these protocols are specific for that. Do you consider that all of this, because what I understood is they are not specific, so we are bringing some protocols from in other contexts to this. So for me, it's unclear how effective or adaptable they are. So this is my first personal question, and then we have one prepared by Catalina that I would like to ask you.
So this is a really good question for two reasons. Actually, the first reason is that because it's all new, all the MRV protocols which are available from even startups or editors or whatsoever, they are not tested long-term. The second part is that due to difficulties in field trials, most scientists are having like very, very good evidence on testing science in the lab, and then they're using the lab data directly to models. But most of the technologies, and even the open system technologies and natural technologies, natural systems, are so dynamic. So we cannot validate models, and in most of this data, we're over-promise, and in practice, we underachieve. So there's a lot of questions about all the MRV protocols, the carbon credits generated, how much of this 1 gigaton of CO2 is achievable. It's like 90% or 20% in practice. Permanence, and also there's no clear guideline on how often we need to update the MRV protocols. But most of the MRV protocols out, they're first drafts. So in the next like 2 or 3 years, with more data coming from the field trials, hopefully clear data and like not changed data, we'll update the MRV protocols. And with the more updates, the more close we'll be to achieving our goals and hopefully net zero.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. So let's see, and also concerning models, that they are super important, but also in some points they are like a black box. So, sorry for models, but it's what it is. So how do you envision the role of these protocols evolving in the context of the European Green Deal, and particularly in ensuring that carbon removal projects deliver both environmental integrity and long-term carbon sequestration benefits? So in these two things, right? So integrity, environmental integrity, and these long-term benefits. So how can involve?
That's also a very good question, because this is overlap between MRV and LCA. So we do have the MRV protocols, might be very general, might be very site-specific, but if we don't have a full life cycle analysis for the project or the goals we need to achieve in any specific area or country or project in Europe, we cannot have a clear picture. So it's like a compromise. You just need to choose. There's no silver bullet. You're selecting a specific CDR technology. You might achieve like benefits for CDR or co-benefits, but you might lose something else. It's like the forest. You're cutting the forest, you're getting timber, you're getting biomass, but you might destroy the biodiversity, and goes on and on and on.
And we come back to the presentations of the other experts and colleagues by saying that, once again, we need to take or put, let's say, put the focus on what we are doing and how we are going to achieve this with these technologies. Yeah, right. So there is any on chat? No, and here. No.
Let me check again, just in case. But I think.
Okay. But I think we are.
There is one for
Yes?
Paula, indeed.
Good.
Yeah. Paula, one for you. How are you monitoring and measuring soil diversity from the different locations in your study?
Okay. We are not doing that in MRB for SOC project, but this is something really important, and it's a co-benefit, as we have telling before. So we are trying to do it as do it in synergy with the bioservices project, trying to do a collaboration in order to identify the minimum indicators that at least we can measure in our project, that they will give us, tell us that is the minimum requirement to at least evaluate a little bit the biodiversity in some demo sites that we might have in common in different biogeographical regions with similar land use or something. Yeah.
And
that's
also
the plan. But in fact, we are not measuring in MRB for SOC project.
Okay, okay. So, and the question continues. So, will data be publicly available?
About the whole project, you mean? Yes, of course. It's a requirement from the European Commission. It will be available at the end of the project, as far as I know. It will be released an MRB 2.0 system or methodology to apply this at different specific sites with different LUCF,
land use.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. And yes, they will be public.
Okay, and just to close, because Jose Antonio Carrasco is doing an interesting question for you, Paula, but I think it could be applied to all of you, is given the complexity of the soil diversity across soils from the different places in Europe, how can we ensure an accurate and standardized methodology across countries? So
do you want to answer? Yeah.
So this is well, in a different context, we've been asking this question. We're working on a data mapping analysis for life cycle assessment of different technologies. So not being technology specific, just thinking about the different types of data. So there's, the tier 1 through 3. We can get up to tier 2, but then we need to be more specific. So I think that specific needs to be maybe country specific instead of EU level, for example, or regionally specific based on soil type, for example. And then, as we heard from previous speakers, a lot of these are case and site specific, and you have to accept that there is another tier to go forward. Maybe it's actually tier 4. Maybe we don't. It's something totally different that we don't have.
No, if I may, that taking this question into consideration, so we need to emphasize that one of the factors more important than abiotic conditions. So first, for sure, so texture and all of the things that he's putting on the table about soil diversity. But in any case, this is why the European Commission is talking about regions, because soils are super important, so typology. But in any case, if we have red soils, wherever in Europe, they are going to be quite similar. The point here is the land use. I think this has a more effective, a more impact, about how they are managed, harvest, non-harvest, afforestation, non-afforestation, more maybe the land management concerning the soil topic. Usually, or in most cases, the soil type is going to have an impact on the land use. So mostly you are going to have some sand texture soils for non-arable or cultivated soils, for example, usually, and more clay with crops, let's say, for example, because retain more water. So in any case, that we need to take this into account more about soil diversity plus land use. This is, and both of them are linked, let's say closely linked.
Can I reply by an example?
Yeah.
It's on enhanced rock weathering, but it's very relevant. So most of the research on enhanced rock weathering was assuming that soil or agricultural land is like a non-reactive medium. So they were focusing on the rock type and the environmental conditions, assuming that carbon is captured and then stored long-term. Recent papers showed that different types of soils producing different results, like maximizing effects or not. Also, focusing on the geochemistry is not important. We need to check about microbes as well. It's like biogeochemistry, which is important. So for CDR in Europe, next step, I appreciate the land soil monitoring law, but it would be very helpful to produce European soil maps for CDR, giving some semi-quantitative numbers, but at least some numbers of carbon baselines, so we can ensure additionality and also know the different properties of different soils across Europe and which soils are best for each nature-based solution deployment.
For this, I need to tell you there is a geochemical database at European level from the EGS geochemical group. So you need to check, because this is a huge work that is almost done. I think there is another from the European Commission. Both of them are available. We can just to put them in on the chat.
But we need for CDR both organic and inorganic fractions of carbon.
Okay. May I add something?
Yeah.
Just going back to co-benefits and beyond carbon, I was thinking about the total economic value that Vasiliki introduced, and thinking about why one technology might be used over another. Of course, soils we want to regenerate, and that's there's no question about it. But when it comes to land use differences and social and environmental impacts, this understanding, that extra layer might help us make the decision of whether or not to move forward with the technology or not. My biggest case is bioenergy to carbon capture and storage, BECCS. If it's not a sustainable life cycle across the entire life cycle, from biomass growth to carbon capture, then it might not be a better option than another technology that maybe uses land in a more sustainable way. So it's really thinking about the whole experience of carbon in the cycle.
So you're suggesting to model upscaling first?
Yeah.
We cannot predict.
We model everything. Why not model that too?
We cannot predict how the ecosystems or the soils are going to react after the deployment in like 5 or 10 years. This is a complete unknown.
Yeah, so we really need long-term data so that we understand rolling averages rather than year over year fragmented.
That's why upscaling.
Yes, yes, yes. Agreed.
Okay, so we already addressed all the questions from the public, and you have something else?
No.
Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
For the presentations and for the intervention.
Thank you.
So finally, to close our workshop, want to invite to Evangelos Koulis to hear the front row for an introduction about the CO2 removal helix. So Evangelos is the head of projects at Crowd Helix and is responsible for overseeing and managing the company's European funded projects. He will be with his colleague Paul McKenna, that is the head of the membership operation at Crowd Helix. So please, Evangelos.
Thank you very much. So, final session today. I'm Evangelos. I'm joined with my colleague Paul, and we have prepared a demo of our platform. We are going to be presenting, well, Paul actually will be presenting the CO2 removal helix, which has been developed for the CSync project. It's a virtual community, and we have also selected the mission soil helix, since it's really relevant to what has been discussed here today. Just some background info before I give the floor to my colleague. The CO2 removal helix has been developed for the project. We have a KPI of 150 organizations to join the helix by month 36, and we have already reached this KPI. We're actually surpassing the KPI. The mission soil helix is being developed as it's more relevant to the European Commission missions. What else? These are two virtual communities that you can all join, besides the consortium partners who have already joined. And it's a great opportunity for networking, collaborating, finding stakeholders who are interested in these technologies. Obviously, we do have sister projects as well that we want to extend this invitation to them as well. Yeah, you can go through the platform to have a look, find different stakeholders, post for upcoming opportunities for collaborations, or join upcoming proposals, and so on. So, Paul, the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Evangelos, I'll just share my screen and just check it's on the correct screen. Okay, can everyone see the screen okay? Hopefully so. So thanks for the introduction, Evangelos. I'm Paul McKenna, Head of Membership Operations at Crowd Helix, and we are an SME. We have two offices, one in the UK and one in Ireland, and our business is essentially to connect universities and researchers and innovative companies to form consortia for typically Horizon Europe funded projects, but not limited to Horizon Europe. So we encourage all of our members and our network to collaborate on any tangible research and innovation opportunity, whether that's a publicly funded or privately funded opportunity, and whether that's a national or international call. That they're all legitimate uses of our platform and our network, and we strive to build networks to operate together to deal with some of the world's challenges, the mission soil and CO2 removal being some of those now. We have just over 18,140 registered users on our platform. These are members users who have joined from our membership base of 820 plus organizations. Typically, those organizations are universities, research technology organizations, SMEs, and some corporate and funding agencies. So we have quite a very diverse range of businesses from over 85 countries and globally. So we have a global network, and we use our platform and our network to build consortia for research projects. We also, as Evangelos has said, we participate in projects too, where we can perform the communication and dissemination activities for projects, and we use our platform and our network to help deliver impact for those projects. So I'm just going to log into the platform now. This is how our platform works. You will land on a user dashboard page, and our platform has a built-in AI recommender engine, which links posts where our members have made opportunity posts seeking expertise from partners by expertise key tags, which we then bring to the attention of our members and our users who have these expertise tags built into their own personal user profile. So it's a way of matching posts and relevant opportunities to experts on our network with expertise that our other members are trying to identify. They have a gap in their consortium and they need a partner with a specific niche area of expertise. We can match them to the partners on our platform. We have over 18,000 users, as I mentioned earlier, and that's essentially how the matchmaking works on the platform. I will take you now to show you some of our Helix communities. So we have 54 thematic virtual Helix communities. You can see the CO2 removal Helix here. I'll come to that one in a second, but first I wanted to show you the Mission Soil Helix. So as I mentioned, we have 54 thematic communities. A lot of them are specific to a specific area of research interest, and we also have Helix communities built around the Horizon Europe missions. So you can see these here. I'll take you to the Mission Soil Helix first. We have 3 separate areas for each Helix community. They are all structured in exactly the same way. At the top here, we have a very succinct summary of what the purpose of the Helix community is. And as I mentioned, there's 3 specific areas of each Helix community. We have the opportunities. These are typically where people are posting for seeking collaborators for an upcoming project proposal that they're looking to submit. That will typically be a Horizon Europe project, but not limited to. So these are the types of posts you will see where people are seeking partners for specific projects, and you can see these opportunities can be posted across up to 3 Helix communities at one time. That's really good because it helps to amplify the reach of that post across all of those thematic communities. So all of the people who have subscribed to those 3 Helix communities will receive a notification of this particular post that somebody has posted seeking partners in this particular project. Every Helix community also has a results section. So here we have a result from the CSync project, which we have posted on the platform. This is a great way for us to showcase key exploitable results of a particular Horizon Europe funded project or any other key exploitable result that might have come out of your organization. It's a great way for you to promote the research you're doing as well as showcase the results, and we use this as a way and a mechanism specifically for the projects that we are members of to really push the results and amplify the impact of the projects across our community. I'll come back. There's also an events section where we showcase the Crowd Helix events that we are hosting in specific areas related to these thematic communities. So we can see we have a matchmaking event on environment and food being hosted at Brunel University in London on May the 22nd to May the 23rd. That's obviously of quite a relevant event to the Mission Soil Helix. Crowd Helix is putting 6 thematic cluster matchmaking events on this year. We had our first one in Barcelona in LATAT just over a week ago with our partner LATAT, I should say, and that was on the circular economy and materials theme. Over 50 people attended from 17 different countries, and we managed to build over 7 new networks from that event targeting the Horizon Europe calls in the autumn. I will come into the Mission Soil Helix page now to show you how each Helix page looks. When you click on the Helix page, it will bring you into this landing page. Again, every Helix will have its own focus, but it has the same infrastructure to show you the layout of the Helix community. Each page will give you the scope of the network who have subscribed to this. So there is a community here with 318 experts who have subscribed to this Mission Soil Helix community. That's across 166 organizations and 45 countries. So every time somebody posts on this one community, all of these people will receive a notification of your opportunity for collaboration or your results arising from a project in the mission soil domain. Every Helix has a organizational leader, and our members can showcase their logos here on the Helix communities to show that they are a player in this space, and it's a way for them to find members, or members seeking partners for specific projects can quickly identify which members of our network are players in this space, and then they can reach out and contact these members to start some conversations around collaboration with their particular projects. I will come back now and we'll go into the CO2 removal Helix. So again, a very succinct top line description of the Helix community, what its ambitions are, and again the same layout. We have the opportunities, the results, and events. If I come into view the Helix, I can show you this thematic community has 264 subscribed users across 158 organizations and 39 countries. So as Evangelos mentioned earlier, we had a KPI to bring in 150 organizations across the lifetime of the C-Sync project. This particular Helix community has the C-Sync project identified as a project. This is because we are a partner in the project and we are using this Helix community specifically to promote the project and the work from the project. That doesn't mean other projects and other related projects in this CO2 removal space can't post their relevant results. We want to be an open innovation network. We want all projects working in this space of relevance to be brought to the forefront for our members, but we can control the layout of the Helix page, and this specific Helix community has been built around the C-Sync project. So whilst other projects can post on the Helix community, they wouldn't have resources like we can use here to promote the C-Sync project, and relevant resources for that project that we determine are what the Helix should be showing as a repository. Again, we have the organizations here showing who showcasing their logos because they want to be shown as players on this community. And I will take you now just to view some of the opportunity posts, the types of posts that you can see people seeking partners for. So here we have people across the energy, materials, and CO2 removal helixes. A lot of the Helix communities will bleed into each other because there's always a cross-cutting element across the Helix communities. This particular opportunity is somebody seeking a wind turbine manufacturer for a Horizon Cluster 4 industry project. Here we have another partner seeking for another Horizon Cluster 4 project. Again, coming down, more project opportunities. And I'll show you another one now. University of Coimbra here, again, across the mission climate, trustworthy AI and CO2 removal Helix communities. This is from somebody willing to act as a coordinator or a consortium partner seeking partners with expertise in environmental impact assessment, environmental policy, data curation, web development, and user interface. They've given a brief description of what the research team at the University of Coimbra in Portugal can do and their role that they're willing to take in the collaboration, and an indication of the expertise they have. And then they are seeking partners with expertise in these areas here. There are 3 ways you can engage with opportunities. At the bottom of each post, you can write a response. So here we have a few responses. So Science Crunchers is an SME who are contacting Coimbra to see if they can participate in this project. We also have Politécnica de Madrid seeking to join this particular consortium, and also Brunel University of London. So here's an example of how the collaboration in real time works across the platform. We've got 3 organizations here, different types of organizations from different regions. We have Madrid, Science Crunchers is an SME, and we have a university in Brunel, London. all seeking to join this particular project to work together with the University of Coimbra in Portugal. So this is a great example of how our platform and our network works. Another way to engage with the opportunity is you can share the opportunity. So I could share with my colleague Evangelos, who is on the platform. So if you're searching for a colleague who hasn't signed up for an account, you can send them an invite by typing in their name and email address and writing them a message. That's a good way to encourage members to sign up for the platform and engage with the platform. Or you can also send a message directly to Shiva. And everyone has this message icon here as part of the platform, and so you have your own messaging function of the platform, where if people send you a personal message, it might be a case of there might be some sensitive intellectual property that they wouldn't want to disclose publicly, but a lot of the collaboration you can see is happening here in real time on the responses of the platform. So this is a typical way that people engage with the platform and post. You can search for opportunities by filtering. Our platform will suggest relevant Helix communities where people typically post across related helixes. If I click filter now, it will bring me all of the opportunities across those three Helix communities that have been posted. So there's a number of ways in which you can search for relevant opportunities. There's also a search function. So if we were to put CO2 removal and search opportunities, this will bring up all of the opportunities where people are seeking projects related to CO2 removal. You can see the CO2 removal tags in these calls. So there's a number of different ways to search, to use the platform. You can subscribe to as many Helix communities as you like, or as few as you like. But we would always recommend anyone with a specific interest of a specific Helix community area to subscribe to those communities to make sure that they're receiving the notifications of the posts and the opportunities on these Helix communities. So I will just quickly take us to our events page just to show some matchmaking events we have coming up. So specifically the environment and food event I mentioned just now is probably one of the most relevant ones to the audience I'm speaking to right now. This is being hosted with our partner Brunel University of London. And we have a number of calls we're targeting at this event. We have coordinators already lined up, so we're trying to bring into this event novel partnerships, people targeting specific calls for the Horizon Europe deadlines coming up in the autumn. So this is a way we use our platform, we use our network to build consortia for Horizon Europe projects and other projects by physically matchmaking people in a setting where we will have presentations, pitch sessions, workshops, poster sessions, a networking dinner, and a venue technology showcase at our host organisation, Brunel University of London. This event is on May the 22nd to 23rd, and as I mentioned, at Brunel University of London. So if it's an event of interest, please let us know. I will put my email address in the chat, and we can, if people would like to contact us or myself or Evangelos to participate with the events, please let us know. With that, I'll stop sharing, and I'm happy to take any questions if anybody has them.
Thank you, Paul. It's really impressive, your work with this platform. I had the opportunity as ISMC to know this platform from another project, so congratulations. I think you have one of the most huge platforms that I have never seen before concerning opportunities, partners, so please have a look at this. I really encourage you. This is maybe most useful than most of the matchmaking events, or that the European Commission sometimes, because you have this at once. So you have all in one stop. So room, let's say, and your platform. So please, I would be very grateful if you can share your email address in the chat. And also, for sure, concerning the matchmaking event, we can circulate that within the project after this event. Maybe from our side, Catalina, we can do something. For sure, I would like to participate. Apart from that, if there is no question specifically for this platform, I would like to close the session of today, and I would like to thank especially Catalina to organize all of this session. That, as you can see, the the hours and the work. Really, thank you, Catalina, for your thoughts, and also the coordination of the project. For sure, all of you. I hope you enjoy the city. See you tomorrow. 8:45, so quarter to.
Yeah, tomorrow we will have the consortium meeting of CECINC. So the event will start at 9 o'clock here in the same room. And I also want to join the thanks to all the speakers and all the attendees here on site and also online. Thanks for your support for the preparation, during the preparation of this event. It has been a success, we can say right now. So thank you very much, all of you, for being here.
Thank you. Don't forget that tomorrow we will have dinner together, right? So